This is Audible.
Zombies on the Block. Survival Isn't for All. A gripping survival thriller adventure. Zombies on the Block, Book 5. Written by Mike Evans, narrated by George Kutch. Chapter 1. Noah felt his heart leap into his throat when the hand grasped his wrist out of nowhere. He had been through Marine boot camp and through his training for chiropractic school, and in none of those times had anyone ever mentioned someone coming back from the dead that hadn't been put in a cave with a stone in front of it for 3 days. If someone did not have a pulse for that long, there was no coming back. He knew the longer somebody went without air, the more brain cells they would lose. Noah could only imagine what was happening right now. He was thinking of John, dead on the table, and could not imagine for the life of him being able to come back from that. He didn't look over his shoulder to investigate the room to see that it was John. With the neighborhood they were in, they did have the occasional person thinking they could get uppers or downers, or really any kind of pill in the office. That just showed how intelligent meth heads were when it came to picking a place to rob for drugs, given the fact that chiropractic care was more about actually fixing what was wrong instead of medicating for a problem that never got cured. Noah wasn't sure what was happening, but if it wasn't Abigail in the break room teasing him, trying to scare the hell out of him early in the morning, then no one else belonged there. They owned the practice themselves and had no partners. As Noah flew forward, he went into reaction mode, thinking, once a Marine, always a Marine. Noah, instead of pulling back against the pressure, walked directly into it, just about to lose his balance, but barely able to maintain it. Noah wrapped his free arm around the waist of the person in the dark and squeezed hard, pulling the stranger up into the air and into a suplex throw, bringing John down onto the break room table, where they ate lunch when they did not need to go back home to take care of the dogs. Noah rolled up to his feet and flicked the lights on, not wanting to stay in the dark. When the lights illuminated the room, he freaked out a little more that it was not a meth head. It was John, and he seemed to be very much alive. He also seemed like he had a hell of a lot more spunk and, upon closer examination, had turned purple. Noah could not believe that it was John, and did not actually feel any relief, given the fact that he looked creepy as fuck. Noah held up his hands, not sure what was wrong with John. But the doctor in him was fighting with the Marine in him against saving or killing him with his bare hands. He knew what his drill sergeant would tell him to do. However, he was in Des Moines, Iowa, and in a doctor's office, and not at Paris Island training camp. Noah, not really needing an answer because he knew the second one already was a solid yes, but he asked anyways. "What the fuck are you doing, John? Are you okay? Do you need help?" John, who was laying at an impossible angle from the suplex Noah had delivered, got up, not caring that the table was under his head, and hit it quite hard, sending the table up over end backwards. The only answer John gave was with his actions. John raced forward towards Noah. Abigail heard the ruckus going on in the break room and yelled to Rebecca, "Stay here. Don't move, or maybe go outside. I don't know." Abigail looked into the break room, seeing the table flying up over end, and seeing Noah in what looked like a football stance ready to attack. John was wasting no time rushing forward, and Abigail screamed, startling Noah even more. Noah shouted over his shoulder, "Get in my office and lock the door." Abigail said, "The fuck I will. What do you need me to do to help?" Noah was not the biggest fan of having to repeat himself, but screamed for a second time, "Get in the fucking office and do it now. Get my gun out of the desk drawer." Abigail realized that was the only answer he was going to give, regardless of how many times she asked. She did as directed and went into the office. After realizing Mrs. Larson had not moved an inch, she ran out to the front, escorting her to the back as quickly as she could get her back there. Rebecca looked into the room, seeing a purple John with Noah trying to keep him away, and said, "Would you look at that? He went and got purple. How the hell do you get purple?" Noah had his hands on John's shoulders, trying to keep the distance that he could. When Noah realized John wasn't trying to fight, he was trying to feed, he got even more serious about the situation at hand. John was snapping hard with his teeth, trying to reach Noah's large forearms. Noah wanted to let go, but the idea of him coming up towards him any closer was not ideal. Noah was trying to think on his feet, but without that third cup of coffee in the morning, he wasn't firing on every cylinder just yet, but he sure as hell was coming around quite quickly. Noah stepped to the side, moving his left hand off of John's shoulder, and let John lunge forward, taking his left wrist behind his back and pulling the arm up as high as he could. Noah knew every bone in the body because he had spent many years learning them. Noah tried to reason with him and said, "Look, John, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's wrong, and I don't really care. If you just leave now, we could just mark this as a bad day, and you can just go have a good purple life or whatever the fuck you want to do. This isn't happening today, though. I'm sure as hell not going to let you attack me, my wife, or any clients in my own office. How does that sound?" John growled and screamed in rage as he twisted his head further than anyone should be able to rotate and tried snapping at the other hand Noah was using to hold on to John's shoulder. When Noah realized what John's answer was, he lifted up hard on the left arm, breaking it at the shoulder socket, and could feel the tendons and bones ripping under his strong and capable hands. John's arm went limp, leaving him only his right. Noah did his best, trying to take care of this as quickly as possible now, and brought his foot down under John's kneecap, sending John down to 1. Noah took hold of the back of his head and his neck, holding him still for a second, knowing there was no coming back from what he was going to do or the issues that he was going to have to face because of this decision. He lifted up on his neck, exactly where they had instructed him 1,000,000 times in school never to do, because it was the pop that there was no resetting. He pulled until John's neck cracked. John fell to the ground, no longer fighting or moving, his left arm lying behind him as limp as the rest of his body. Noah watched as John still tried biting at absolutely nothing that was close enough for him to go after. His head was at an angle that he could see Noah, but all he could do was chomp with his teeth. Noah knew this guy should have been dead. He should have been screaming from pain and agony, and that was about it. But he looked just as angry as he had seconds ago when he had all working limbs. Noah knew there was obviously something wrong, but there was something bigger going on here than just a fluke experience. Noah went out into the hallway after he saw John was not going to be getting back up. He went into his office, opening the door as 2 bullets buried themselves into the wood frame just inches from his head. Noah brought up his hands, ducking as low as he could, which was not really all that far down considering his height. Noah screamed, "I said grab the gun, I didn't say to fucking shoot me!" Abigail jumped as well and screamed, "Well, what the fuck did you expect? You could have knocked. You could have said, 'Hey, I'm not Purple John. I'm not going to try and fucking eat you.'" Rebecca said, "Wow, this day is getting pretty weird, pretty fucking quick. I think maybe I'll stay in from bingo tonight. Did you get John out of here?" Noah would not have answered so honestly any other time. and would normally try to use a little bit of politeness and be a little less abrupt about his answer, responded, "I broke his arm and then I broke his neck." Abigail said, "You killed him?" Noah, still answering honestly, said, "I honestly don't know what I did to him. He was already dead, but it sure seems like he came back. He got purple, and then I broke his neck, which should have put him down for the long count, but he's still in the break room trying to eat me. He's chomping so hard. He had little bits of teeth falling out of his mouth and onto the linoleum floor. It's pretty fucked up." Abigail said, "What the hell are we going to do?" Noah didn't answer as he walked to the window looking out. Their office was quite a bit set back from the main road on Douglas, and they did not have the greatest view of what was going on. They did have a great view of the apartments next door, though, and he saw more people that looked pretty damn similar to John racing around after people who were not purple. Noah, doing the best thing he could think of, shut the blinds tight, not wanting to do anything which might make someone want to come their way. Noah said, "We're going to get the fuck out of here. That's what we are going to do. I have a lot more options once we get home than I do here. Why don't you set the gun down and let me have it?" Abigail said, "And what are we going to do with Mrs. Larson? I mean Rebecca." "She's coming with us." Chapter 2. The Wise Cups. Shelley got up at her normal time to get ready for all of her little friends to come to her house. Her husband Roger had already left for the day. He had some accounting that he had to get taken care of before payroll. She loved Roger, but did not know how he could sit at a desk all day long juggling numbers. She was thankful for him, though, because his sacrifice of putting in over 40 hours a week helped them live the life both of them enjoyed. He was running on fumes right now, as tax season had just ended. It was his least favorite 3 months of the year, and his favorite all at the same time. He did accounting in the basement as a side job. His wife always put a group message on the Facebook page reminding everyone that he hadn't started dealing drugs, that it was tax season and they were law-abiding citizens. Shelley poured herself a cup of coffee while she studied the refrigerator schedule, seeing if any of her daycare kids were going to be gone today. She also checked the school schedule to see if her 15-year-old son, Mason, had swim practice or if he and Erin both had show choir or early band practice this morning. She had felt like her heart broke just a little when both kids had gotten old enough to get their licenses and school driving permits. However, with her busy schedule in the morning and parents dropping off at random times during a 45-minute window, it made running them to the schools extremely difficult. They were the big kids on the block, and she didn't know anyone else going to high school she could rely on for them to catch a ride with. Today was one of the rare days when the stars aligned, and she had nothing on her plate that the kids needed to get up early for. At their age, any extra sleep they could get was beneficial for them and her sanity. The drama of teenagers seemed like it had gotten worse since she was a kid. She took a quick sip of her coffee. Had she known it would be her only opportunity to get any this morning, she probably would have taken it with her and not left it in the kitchen. She opened the door to Erin's room and shook her arm gently, whispering, "Time to get up, Erin. I've got some breakfast to whip up. If you get moving, I'll do eggs and pancakes." Erin didn't so much as turn in bed. Her mom remembered what it was like being that age and didn't want to get too pushy this early in the morning. If it was that time of the month, she sure as hell didn't want to be the first thing she saw when she opened those blue eyes. Her daughter was becoming a woman faster than she wanted. While it wasn't easy for her, it was twice as hard for her husband, being the man of the family and having to see the girl who used to fall asleep on his chest as a baby and watched many a full cartoon, never once moving from her spot on his lap. now blossoming into a beautiful young woman. Shelley thought it might be good to just give her a few minutes to wake up. She noticed the sweat on her brow and tried to gauge if it was going to be too warm in the house when the kids got here, but didn't think anyone had messed with the thermostat. She went to her son's bedroom, still getting used to him being a man, and didn't want to touch that door for any amount of money. She found it best to be able to allow him to fully wake up, bathe, shower, and get rid of any embarrassing items or item sticking out from his underwear in the morning. She'd learned their lesson the hard way, but she absolutely only needed to learn that lesson once. It unfortunately was still burning its way from her skull. Shelley continued knocking lightly on Mason's door until she could hear a groan, which in teen language meant, "Why don't you give me just a few more minutes?" She went to the laundry room, fluffing the dryer, knowing that any time she put the kids in charge of having to pull out the laundry and put it away, she could almost always guarantee it would still be there waiting for her patiently until the next morning. She tried to kill as much time as possible, giving both kids a few extra minutes to come to life. The fact that Erin wasn't getting up wasn't making her feel very confident about her chances of getting both kids leaving on time. It wasn't like they needed to share a bathroom or anything, but typically she was the easy one to get up and out of bed. If Mason got up before her, there was a good chance hell had frozen over. A moment later it came true, and Mason stumbled out of his room. Shelley averted her eyes, but noticed he had all of his clothes coincidentally covering his midsection as he walked across to the bathroom and slammed the door harder than he probably meant to. Shelley went down the hall to Erin's room, again knocking lightly, then went into the room and sat on the side of her bed. Shelley whispered lightly again, "Erin, honey, it's time to get up. You're going to be late to school if you don't get up and get in the shower and get moving. I bet a shower will help you wake up nice and warm and refreshing. Did you want chocolate chips or blueberries in your pancakes this morning?" Erin mumbled something, and Shelley smiled, unsure what she had just attempted to make verbal. There was nothing about her words that she thought were any language. Shelley said, "You know, Erin, I think Mondays are the perfect day to have blueberry and chocolate chip pancakes. Whatever you guys don't eat, I am sure one of my toddlers showing up would be more than happy to have instead of Cheerios this morning. So why don't you go ahead and get up and let's get our day moving?" Shelley was starting to get concerned that there was going to need to be some yelling this morning to truly get the teenager motivated. The yelling, of course, was always accompanied with a threat or two, but Shelley couldn't think of anything that her daughter had to look forward to outside of hanging out with her boyfriend and girlfriends. She knew if she tried hard enough, though, she would be able to come up with something. Erin made no attempt at lifting the giant purple comforter from her bed. She swung her legs out sloppily, just barely keeping her balance as she stumbled out of her bedroom. Shelley sniffed in the air, but Erin was never a problem when she went out, like some teens, and her mom's nose didn't smell any booze on her breath. She wondered how she could be so tired when she had done so little the day before. She had to admit she was more than a little bit jealous at the fact her daughter was able to do that. Shelley stood back out of Erin's way and watched as the teen bounced off her doorframe quite hard and didn't even mutter anything about the pain. She looked at her white tank top and shorts and noticed she had really been sweating this morning in bed. Shelley asked, "Erin, honey, are you feeling all right this morning?" The girl proceeded out into the hallway, not stopping or replying. Shelley was thinking there was a strong chance a visit to her doctor was going to be in the very near future. She was thinking of the copay and the conversation, and wasn't excited about either. Shelley would ask, "What's wrong with my kid?" Doc replies, "Oh, they're sick." "Great. What can you do for them?" "Nothing. It needs to run its course." "Oh, great. Anything else we should do? Did you already talk to the nurse at the front desk? Do you mean, did I already pay my copay? Yes, I already paid the copay. Thank you so much, Doctor. I feel so relieved that we came here. Yes, I understand. We'll come back if she doesn't get better, and that's when we'll run the test. I'm sure her being sick and borderline lethargic is completely normal. But Shelley knew in hindsight she would be nothing but respectful to the doctor. It always annoyed her that they garnered such respect when a very good majority of the time it seemed like time and money were being wasted by going to them. Shelley watched as Erin walked towards the hallway. She was waiting for her to turn to go down to her bathroom and hop in the shower, but she must have decided that breakfast before bathing sounded good. Shelley figured maybe she wanted to try and cool off, as warm as she was. She was hoping that once the child cooled off, that she would hopefully regain just a little bit of her color. Shelley yelled from behind, "I'll get those pancakes whipped up in no time. I think we should give Mason a couple minutes to take a shower before I get them going. Nobody likes cold pancakes." Erin went to walk down the steps, and that imperative moment when you lift your leg and take your step down was absolutely missed. She took a single step off and plummeted down the steps, rolling head over feet over ass in the air, bouncing, hitting, and coming to an extremely unpleasant stop at the end of the steps on the marble entryway. Shelley screamed. She could feel her heart in her throat. She yelled, "Mason, get out here! It's your sister. I don't know what happened, and I need your help." The shower that had been on for less than a minute turned off, and a still dry Mason came out of the bathroom. He had a towel wrapped around his midsection and yelled, not used to hearing his mom sounding frantic, and said, "What happened? I don't understand what that noise was. What did she do?" "I don't know. She wasn't getting up, then she just walked right down the fucking stairs, falling face first and rolling and rolling. I'm scared to death. I'm going to need your help with her. Just give me 2 seconds to get some pants on, and we could take her to the walk-in clinic or the hospital, whatever you think." Shelley was going to tell him there was no time for that. But in all reality, there was no way her teenage son was going to leave the house buck naked, all but having a towel wrapped around his midsection. She was glad that he hadn't gotten wet yet, since it would be quicker for him to get dressed. Shelley raced down the steps, keeping a firm grip on the handrail, not wanting to make this a 2-for-1 special on the steps today. When she got down to Erin, she was moaning on the ground, but not responsive or saying anything. Shelley felt her neck and legs and her spine, trying to see if there were any bones sticking out. She could feel a few different goose eggs on the top of her head and realized if she did not have a concussion, that it would be because of the grace of God looking out for her. Although she thought he probably could have tossed a pillow under her path, that would not have hurt a single thing. Shelley could not find anything broken on her, and slowly started trying to roll her baby girl onto her back and try to help her sit up. She realized she was like a sack of potatoes and very well might have knocked herself out and was only groaning from the pain. Mason, true to his word, made his way down the steps only a few seconds later. He already had a pair of jogging pants on, accompanied by a sweatshirt and tennis shoes that he must have had up in his room. He was ready to go if that was the case. He knew his mom all too well and knew that if one of them was hurt, she would move heaven and earth to take care of them. Shelley was getting insane with fear, shaking her, rubbing the side of her face, kissing the top of her head, and dropping fresh tears down onto Erin's cheek. Mason said, "Mom, try to breathe. I'm sure she's going to be okay. Should we get her over to the couch?" Shelley didn't mean to snap at the teenager, but said, "What the hell is a couch going to do when she's unresponsive? We need her to wake up. She doesn't need to be comfortable and incapacitated, Mason Wisecup." Mason held his hands up, knowing that if his mom was snapping at her baby boy, something was most definitely scaring the ever-loving hell out of her. Mason said, "Okay, She stays here on the really comfortable cold marble floor. Hey, Erin, get up. You're scaring the crap out of Mom. What do you think you're doing? You're not going to get any special treatment just because you broke your head." Shelley did not think things could get worse, but as she peered down at her daughter, trying to think of a way she could comfort her and get her back to the living, she watched as her skin tone slowly began to go purple. She put a hand on her neck, checking her pulse and not finding anything. She started to truly freak the fuck out at this point and didn't know what to do for her. She got out her cell phone and called 911. Like many people this day would find out, she couldn't get a ring on the phone to go through since the lines had crashed. Mason said, "Do you want me to call Dad?" "Yes. Give your dad a call. Tell him there's been an accident and he needs to get home just as soon as he can." Mason was already hitting a picture of him and his dad on his phone from baseball season when he had thrown a no-hitter. He waited for the phone to ring, and when it did, Roger answered the phone saying, "Mason, what's up, bud? I'm kind of crunched for time today." Mason tried to repeat what his mom had just related to him. "Erin fell down the steps and broke herself. Mom says you need to come home. We tried calling 911 and no one is answering the phone. We don't know what to do as she won't wake up. And now she's turning purple. She doesn't have a pulse." Roger felt a fear that he had not felt before. Any time anything was wrong with the kids was always the worst thing that could possibly be imaginable. He said, "Okay, I'll get home as soon as I can. Do you want me to meet you two at the hospital?" Shelley yelled since he was on a speaker. "Just start driving back from Ames. If we aren't on the road by the time you are close to Ankeny, we will wait for you. Or we can meet you along the interstate." "Okay. I love you all. I'll see you soon." Shelley stopped trying to call 911 when, after repeated attempts, there was no answer. She said, "Mason, help me with Erin. Let's get her up on her feet and try and get her to my minivan." Mason helped her up to her feet, putting her arm around his shoulder and walking slowly towards the front door. When they got to the front door, Shelley said, "Can you hold her up, Mason?" "Yeah, I can do a lot of things, Mom." "Why? What does it matter?" "I need to get my keys. I wasn't planning on going to the hospital. I was planning on working today." "Yeah, I don't see that happening today, Mom." "I can hold her while you get the keys." Shelley didn't wait. She ran to the kitchen, looking around frantically for her keys. She was throwing papers, realizing her daycare kids were going to be here any second, and she had 4 parents she needed to let know that today was going to be canceled. As she looked for her keys, she swiped up on her phone, going to an emergency group notification. The group included all 8 of her parents texting and mentioning there'd been an accident and no one was going to be here today. She was surprised she didn't immediately hear something back. The kids who came here were like family to her. Mason yelled. She knew worried Mason versus the dramatic teenager versus the one she was most used to, which was sarcastic Mason. This was worried with what sounded like on the verge of tears Mason. Mason's voice cracked, and when Shelley rounded the corner, still looking for the damn keys, she saw Mason kneeling down on the floor over her daughter's lifeless body. Mason, now fully crying, said, "I don't know what changed." Her legs gave out and she fell down to the ground. I couldn't hold her up on my own. She isn't moving, and I think she's dead. What happened, Mom? I tried holding her up. The word dead resonated hard on Shelley. It felt like he had swung a sledgehammer directly into her heart when the words echoed through her ears. She immediately went into denial and said, "No, she isn't dead. She just hurt herself, Mason. Don't ever say that." Shelley ran over and knelt next to her daughter. She put her hand over Erin's mouth and nose and 2 fingers on her wrist. She tried to tell herself that she felt something, that she could feel warm air coming out of her only daughter's nostrils, but she was only lying to herself when she tried convincing herself of those lies. lies that might keep her heart from breaking in two? Shelley began shaking her frantically, not able to mentally deal with this and what it would mean for their family. If they lost Erin, who was the light of their life and always positive about everything, her passing would be something impossible to deal with. Mason asked, "So, what do we do?" Shelley responded, "I have no idea. Nothing about this makes any sense to me at all. Was she acting strange last night?" Mason responded, "No, not any more weird than normal. She mostly stayed in her room. I just kind of thought she was studying." Shelley watched, unsure why her daughter was turning purple before her very eyes. Mason took a few steps back, rightfully scared of her transformation. Shelley was still trying to call 911, but was unable to get through. She knew every precious second the child wasn't breathing and oxygen was not making its way to her brain. Millions of brain cells were being lit on fire, never to be used or available again. Shelley, who wasn't thinking at 100% at the moment, understandably asked, "Mason, do you know where your car keys are?" Mason nodded his head and didn't wait to go get them. He was back in under a few seconds, and the two of them lifted Erin, thinking they could not really do any more harm than what had already happened by falling down the stairs. They had to get her help, and waiting for someone to answer just to wait again for someone to come out was going to be a waste of time. The two started walking, dragging Erin's limp purple body outside and into the driveway. The only focus was on the Ford Escape that Mason drove, and they were not looking around at all the telltale signs of the hell that was taking place on the Sac and in the city today. Mason got the side door open, settling his sister in the passenger seat, buckling her in and reclining the seat so she would not fall forward. Shelley sat in the back, and Mason, who was probably not the one who should be driving under these circumstances, got in the driver's seat and brought the car to life. Shelley said, "Just get us there quickly, Mason. We aren't going to get in any trouble for trying to save someone. You don't stop for anyone unless they have the right of way." Mason said, "Yeah, I got it. Don't stop. Just keep going. I'm not going to get in any trouble. That's my boy." Mason had barely put the SUV in reverse when he looked over at his sister, whose eyes had been closed, but were now open, bloodshot and staring directly at him with a mixture of confusion and hunger. He said, "Mom, oh my God, Erin's eyes opened. How in the hell is that possible?" Erin was very quickly realizing she felt the hunger like none she'd ever felt before, and the meal in front of her looked like a complete stranger. She lunged forward towards her brother. The seatbelt mechanism, thank God for Mason, had done its job and stopped her only a few inches from the seat. Mason jumped back, accidentally slamming on the gas, and took the Escape into a light pole next to Noah and Abigail's neighboring house. The light pole came crashing down onto the Escape's roof. The extension that had the light on it exploded a mess of glass into the street before them and scared the shit out of Shelley and Mason for the second time. Shelley wanted to scream at him, but knew it would do no good. She looked above her head, seeing a crease going across the entire line of the Escape, and was thankful that they had not been hurt by it. The two of them had, for a millisecond, forgotten about Erin and her being awake and trying to attack her brother. Erin had not been injured at all, and when they had slammed back, her hands had, unfortunately for Mason, accidentally hit the release button on her seatbelt, freeing her. Mason looked over, still trying to figure out what in the hell he had just done, and watched as the seatbelt retracted back up into the passenger side door. Mason didn't know and couldn't have known what was going to come next. His sister leapt across the armrest, gripping him with both hands and looking like an absolute psycho at his face and neck. Mason punched and pushed, but her will was unmatched. This was something she wanted, and without a real restraint presenting itself, She was going to get it. Shelley was screaming at her from the back seat. "Erin Weisskopf, get off your brother now! What is wrong with you? Get up! Get moving now! You are in so much trouble, even though I'm so happy you are alive. I am so confused." Erin did not register nor comprehend anything her mother was saying, nor did she care. Mason could feel fingernails gripping skin, making their way into his flesh as he finally was able to move and tearing it away, leaving streak marks of bloody flesh from her nails. He was definitely crying at this point and trying anything he could to protect himself, but there was no protection when there was no reason by the attacker. Mason did not think it possible that things could get any worse, but that was when Erin saw a vein pulsating in the side of her brother's neck. She launched forward for it, mouth open, and bit down as hard as she could. Her teeth could be heard clicking together as the tearing finally connected it through his flesh. Mason's screams filled the inside of the SUV. The only things matching it were her growling and rage. Erin could not get the flesh fast enough. She chewed greedily, not stopping on his neck, and ripped a piece of his shoulder off. The blood was spilling at an unbelievable rate. Shelley watched this horror show happening from the back seat, trying to think of what she could do to try and save her son. But when she saw the blood coming like that, it was too much for her to process. Erin gobbled one last chunk, leaving him to turn into a purple freak like herself, and locked eyes on her mother. Mason began convulsing in the seat as he clicked his seatbelt off, deciding too late that it was time to get out of the car. Shelley put up a foot to block her blood-soaked daughter when she tried to jump into the back seat to continue this smorgasbord. Shelley wanted to help Mason more than anything, and had never felt so helpless in all of her life. It was a normal feeling, one that all parents felt from time to time, but she felt like this was taking on new meaning for the word helpless. Shelley kept kicking, trying to keep Erin from getting in the back seat and watching as her son very quickly lost more blood painting the front of his windshield, a bloody crimson mess. He slumped over in his seat after a few seconds, and Shelley could barely see through the tears she was streaming for each of her children. This was every worst nightmare the woman had ever had in her entire life, all tied up with a bloody ribbon. Shelley got the door open and fell onto her back. It hurt, and she could feel pain rising up through her spine. She made herself crawl to the side, and just as Erin was trying to come out, she kicked the door shut in her face. The girl started slamming her face into the passenger seat window. Shelley got up to her feet, looking at her daughter and knowing this was no longer her beloved Erin. Shelley was trying to think of what to do. She reached for her phone in her pocket and realized she'd set it down on the seat. There was nothing she could do to call for help for anyone, given no one would actually answer. When she looked in the front window, she very quickly saw Mason changing from his normal pale red-head skin tone to a light lavender purple, until it got darker and darker. He, like Erin, came around, and when he did, he felt the same hunger that his sister and so many others would on this day of bloody death. Shelley raced up the street, not stopping until she saw a door just shutting at Molly and Trevor's house. She heard the sound of breaking glass from Mason's escape shattering on their driveway. Chapter 3. Anna was holding on with all she had. She had never been so happy as right now to be someone that was into powerlifting and could hold more than her own when it came to being needed to lift something. Although, at the exact same time, the thought that if she was in yoga pants and on a couch curled up with a blanket and 2 dogs, she would not currently be holding a towel against a bloody face slowly soaking through from this thing who used to be her friend Amy. Brittany and Ashley watched dumbfounded and not quite sure what to do. The two of them both knew that at some point Anna was either going to get tired or the towel was going to rip. Brittany asked, "What do you want us to do?" Anna, who typically did not sound like a sailor, screamed, "How the fuck should I know? She is freaking insane and purple! I have no idea. Knock her out or think of something, I don't know, and I don't care." Brittany looked over her shoulder and saw Ashley slowly backing up towards the door to exit. Both girls screamed at the same time, "Don't leave! Please, don't leave!" Ashley stopped walking backwards, looking like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She said, "I don't have any ideas. My best idea is leaving. I love you both, but I'm not going to get eaten by our crazy friend." Anna and Brittany watched as Ashley turned and ran out the door, the bell dinging as she raced outside. Both girls watched as she sprinted for her small car. She got within about 10 feet when something came out of nowhere, jumping and tackling her to the ground and ripping a chunk of her chest off, followed by her neck, her cheek, and finally her nose. Anna and Brittany looked at each other, and the two of them had never been so determined in all of their lives. Anna was still holding on with all that she had. Anna yelled, "This is fucking horrible." Brittany said, "Yeah, I know. If she had just stayed here, she would only have half a chance at getting herself eat." Anna cut her off and said, "Just forget about that and grab a weight plate. Whatever you can swing. I can swing as much as you can. Just hold her still for me." Anna tried to think of something supportive to say to her possible savior, but the only thing she came up with was, "Would you fucking hurry up? She's going to rip through this towel or get loose somehow. Then you are just as fucked as I am at the moment." Brittany gave a thumbs up as she ran over to the weight rack. She pulled a 45-pound weight from the rack that had hundreds upon hundreds of pounds resting on it. She came over, not really quite sure what she should do to try and help. She thought of how many times she'd seen guys fight and how head hits worked well, but the body shots were the money shots. She held the weight by the outer rim of it and swung it hard into Amy's stomach. The sound of ribs cracking echoed in the small gym. Both girls felt like this was the key to success at the moment. Amy did not so much as bend forward or make a moan or show any pain. She was kicking to get out of the towel as well, and holding her still was no small feat. Anna was holding it with everything and motioning with her eyes to hit her again, but between her arms and legs bucking, it was getting harder by the moment. Brittany asked, "Should I hit her again?" Anna realized the eye motion hadn't helped and said, "Yeah, sure. Hit her again. Maybe this time she'll actually feel something." Brittany took that as a personal challenge, one that she was happy to try and succeed at if it meant that the two of them would be able to escape out of this gym. She brought the weight around, this time doing a full 180 rotation before striking her. She hit so hard that she lost grip of the weight, and as the force hit her square in the gut, breaking the remaining ribs on her other side this time, sending all three girls to the ground. Anna and Amy went the same way backwards, and Brittany to the side of them. Anna screamed, "Ah, fuck!" as she fell backwards, still holding tight to the towel, but was unsure what was going to happen when she struck the floor, and the chances of Amy getting loose would greatly increase. Her worst dreams came true when she hit, and Amy landed on her chest. She slid out from under the towel, rolling to the side and leaping forward onto Brittany's back. Anna, being the best friend a person could have, raced forward, not worried about her own safety, bear-hugging Amy around her waist and using all of her momentum to swing and throw Amy up and into the air. Amy hit hard, rolling, and neither Brittany or Anna would have been able to tell that anything had happened to her, given the fact that she was back on her feet before Anna or Brittany could get any balance between the two of them. Brittany whispered, "What do you think we should do?" Anna said, "I don't know why you keep asking me that. I don't know what to do, and I don't know what to do to her. It doesn't seem like it matters where we hit her. She just keeps coming." "Oh, so it is on me to come up with something?" Anna felt like her head was going to explode if this didn't start going better. She was also thinking that last night she could have had drank out with friends at a bar, and if she had, like her husband, she'd probably be safe and sound and hung over in bed with both her dogs. Anna yelled, "I need to get hold of Colby. He's probably worried sick about me. If he's still alive." Brittany responded, but wished immediately she could have grabbed those words and just tucked them away. She was well aware of how much they loved each other and that it wasn't probably the smartest thing to have said. That hadn't been the right thing to say to Anna, but it did help her realize that she wasn't going to die here with her. Anna scanned the gym. There were safety warnings everywhere, so there absolutely had to be something dangerous here that they could do to either stop or preferably kill her. It was slightly comical, though, that someone she'd been excited to see 10 minutes ago was now someone she wanted to see dead. Anna, who had skipped the warm-up with ropes this morning, thought she might have an idea. She was thinking back to being an elementary teacher and wished that the ones at her disposal were as long as the Dutch ropes she used as an elementary school kid. Brittany was saying something, but Anna couldn't hear anything, and was as determined as she had ever been as she ran to the wall, drawing Amy's attention behind her. Amy took off in a run, not a sprint, after Anna. Anna didn't stop until she got to the wall and grabbed the ropes. She could obviously hear the sound of shoes smashing the floor behind her, and looked over her shoulder just in time to see Amy mid-flight. She held on to the rope as she jumped and rolled out of the way. The sound of Amy hitting the concrete wall was stomach-turning. Anna almost felt guilty if it hadn't been for the whole thing about her trying to kill her. Anna rolled up to her feet. If Amy had felt any pain, then no one had told her. Anna had to bear walk to keep from losing her balance as she raced forward, trying to put a little bit of distance while she got her plan in place to hopefully take care of Amy. Brittany was watching, not sure what she could do, but for the life of her was absolutely not going to say anything aloud. As much as she wanted to help, she even more so wanted Amy to not be coming after her. She did not want Anna to get hurt, but being a meal herself would not improve her circumstances in any way. Anna still only knew that the temporary death of her friend had led to becoming one of these purple dead things. If it was an isolated event just at this gym, she would be ecstatic and pleased. She lost the warm-up jump rope as she was trying to maintain her balance. Anna yelled, "Fuck me sideways!" Anna stopped short and dodged Amy yet again, hoping that her luck was not about to run out. She let her fly past as she raced back, grabbing the jump rope, and immediately went into step 2 of "Don't Let Amy Eat Me." She looked down as she ran, trying to keep her balance while trying to focus, and thinking this would be one hell of a minute-to-win-it game. She looked down at her handiwork and gave it a quick test as she tried to figure out part 3 of this insane idea. She looked around the gym, knowing there was plenty of dangerous equipment, but using it to her needs was not necessarily the easiest thing when this had probably not been thought of when they were designing the workout facility. She saw a fly machine and thought that it was probably the best chance she was going to have. When she ran around it, she could see Brittany slowly backing up as if she was going to head to the locker room and leave Anna to deal with this all on her own. There was no way that she would do this to her also. Anna yelled, "If you fucking leave me, I'm going to follow you and bring Purple Amy with me. Don't leave me!" Brittany put her hand to her chest, acting as if that was the most preposterous thing she had ever heard in her life. That there was no way in hell she would possibly consider leaving her very good friend. Brittany yelled, "I would never leave you. That would be so rude." Anna tossed the jump rope up over the fly machine as she made a pass by it. Anna yelled, "Get on the other end of this rope when I go around. I'm going to get her in the noose that we can hope will hold tight." Brittany gave Anna a thumbs up, and as Anna rounded in her small circle she had been running, to her dismay, she saw Brittany spin and race the opposite direction into the woman's locker room. The distinct click of a lock was the next thing that Anna heard, and while she was not a violent person by nature, she was having some very dark and disturbing thoughts toward her previously titled friend, Brittany. Brittany yelled from the locker room, "I'm sorry, Anna, but I kind of think your idea sucks. Staying in here until help comes might be the smarter move." Anna was thinking the odds of getting Purple Amy to stick her head through her noose, and then for everything else that needed to happen for this idea to work, were probably pretty slim. Anna was confident the door was not going to be unlocked any time soon by Brittany, but she did realize that it was a push-in door from the outside at least. If she could make use of that, then she by all means was going to. Anna gave up on her idea of the rope and keeping her suspended by the fly piece of the gym. On Anna's last lap, she took the gym rope and raced towards the men's locker room. When she got there, she opened the door, standing in the doorway, and let Amy fly past her, shutting the door as Anna pulled with all her might, trying to get the assisted open door to close quicker than it wanted to. A hand came back through the opening just as she thought she was going to be able to get it closed tight. Chapter 4. Molly and Trevor Mucho's house. Molly was sitting on the front step of the beautiful ranch home on the side of the sack. She was sipping a large soup cup full of coffee, and her youngest, Ruby, was sitting next to her, making what she thought was an impressive mess, given she'd only had a few toast squares with purple jelly. Molly thought if she could get going on those, that she could actually get a hot shower before she needed to get moving to her job. She was a dietitian, dealing mostly with pregnant women who had been diagnosed with gestational diabetes. Every woman she saw was almost always freaking out, not realizing it wasn't always avoidable. Molly yelled in the open door, "Penny, are you almost ready, honey? If you grab a hair tie, I can braid your hair before school today." Penny came out, putting her bag over each shoulder, shaking her head. "No thanks, I'm going to wear it down." Molly looked at the child. She was definitely getting better at selecting her clothes. Penny adored the big girls on the block, and even though she was only a kindergartner, it did not make her cut herself any slack about looking cute. She wouldn't let Molly or her dad Trevor help her get dressed or pick out her clothes, but she would compile a million different combinations of clothes to show her parents, seeing if they thought they looked good, once they had passed her strict guidelines of looking cool first. Penny walked carefully down the 2 steps to the driveway so she could walk up the sidewalk for the school bus. She had been begging her mom for days if it would be okay if she could walk with the big kids up to the bus stop. Molly, who loved her baby girls as much as any amazing mom could, had been hesitant about it for the first half of the school year. Trevor had tried to mention at some point in life she was going to have to be able to handle doing some things on her own without her help. Molly had advised him that he typically went to work before the children woke up. She also made it very clear that her 6-year-old daughter didn't necessarily need to do every single thing on her own this early in life. She mentioned how Penny would have her entire life to do things without her mom. Trevor knew when to pick his battles, and this was most definitely not the time to step forth and fight. With him being gone in the mornings, it really didn't mean a whole hell of a lot to him if Molly got to walk up and drop her off, or if she walked up to the top of the sack with the big kids on her own. All of the kids had been little at one time, and they should more than likely understand how uptight parents could be from time to time. He was sure even the big kids on the block still got embarrassed by their parents. Molly felt her stress level rising as she watched the seconds ticking away on her smart clock watch. She said, "You make sure that you look both ways, Penny, before you cross the street. Those cars come down the street way too fast sometimes, and they might not see someone your size." Penny was not necessarily small, but Trevor and Molly were both shorter than 5'8", and Molly was closer to 5 feet. The two were in impeccable shape. Trevor was a long-distance runner, and Molly was an enthusiast of working out and a dietitian, so they had one up on those people about what was actually okay to eat in a society where no one thought they could eat anything without having to try and figure out a way to burn off the calories. The fact that both of them were naturally skinny probably didn't hurt anything either. But genetics were genetics, and that didn't do anything to help the girl's height. Penny was going to turn around and let her mom know she had heard everything she'd just said, but Haley and Nora took hold of her hands. Holding them up, Haley said, "Relax, Molly. She's going to be okay. All we have to do is walk up to the top of the street. If you want, we can yell that we are all alive right before we get on the bus. Do you want us to do that?" Molly did not have the heart to yell at another parent's child just because they were being sarcastic, but she was most definitely contemplating it at the moment. Haley gave a somewhat toothless grin, knowing that she was probably more than likely being a little bit of a shit, but hoped the news might not make it back to her mom and dad. Penny yelled over her shoulder, "I love you, Mom. Thank you for letting me walk to school. Have a good day. Ruby, make sure you watch Despicable Me before you go to daycare." Ruby's eyes lit up. Even at only 3 years old, she was absolutely in love with the minions from Despicable Me. She didn't know what they were saying, and probably didn't really understand the storyline, but could not think the little yellow minions could be any cuter. The child had minion pajamas, shirts, loafers for loafing around the house, and a minion travel backpack for taking to her daycare and back. She looked to her mom, hoping Molly was going to nod that it was okay for her to watch some TV while Molly got ready for the day. Molly could already feel the uninterrupted hot water on her shoulders and was loving the idea of a steady shower. She hoped that the water wouldn't get cold, but she figured hell had to be freezing over if this was actually happening on a weekday, and on a Monday of all things. Molly asked, "Ruby, do you want to go watch your minions?" Ruby's eyes lit up like the 4th of July. No words were necessary. Expression answered everything for her. She nodded her head, rolling over on the step, and started to run into the house to watch her show. The dog Kylie was in front of the doorway, and when she saw Ruby's purple jam-covered cheeks, she blocked her path, backing her up and lovingly tackling the child, knocking her back into Molly, who was trying to take a sip of coffee. Ruby laughed, turning her head side to side, trying to avoid the tongue that was going at hyperspeed. Ruby rolled off of her mom and down onto the ground. By the time she was done, Molly was looking down at her workout clothes, soaked in coffee. Coffee that she had very much wanted to drink. She took a deep breath, knowing yelling at a dog probably wasn't going to do any good, and the 3-year-old child definitely didn't deserve any of her anger, considering the fact that she weighed less than the dog. The chances of her holding herself up were slim to none against the giant Kylie. Molly looked down at her watch and up to the top of the street, seeing the kids still had 2 or 3 minutes before their bus driver, John, showed up. She helped Ruby back up to her feet and gave the dog a very stern look that she almost held for 20 seconds. The 3 girls, or 2 ladies, and the dog went inside, shutting and locking the door behind them. Molly carried Ruby over to the sink, getting a wash rag wet and scrubbing her face down, hoping that the minions would keep her attention. Molly hit play on the DVD player, and the Blu-ray for Minions came to life. They had learned after Penny that it was best to keep the video player where the kids could not reach them. The children had made short work of quite a collection of movies with scratches, breaking, and once they realized they looked like Frisbees, it was not a good day at the Mucho's house. Ruby's eyes lit up when the start of the movie began. Molly, who was happy with any type of shower when she only had 1 kid, wasted no time grabbing her phone, checking her messages from work real quick while she got the shower going. She stepped in, setting her phone down on top of the toilet so she could answer if there were any issues, and set her head back beneath the water. Her long blonde hair quickly took on a darker tint, especially beneath the darker, dimmed bathroom lights, and the water made its way from her head down to the drain. Molly had plenty of time this morning and wondered if a few times a week that Penny truly could just walk up there with limited issues, and she could have a shower every morning. She soaped her hair, putting as much shampoo as she dared to have to wash out, and as the bubbles made their way down her body, the stress did too. She was feeling like $1,000,000 right now. Molly felt behind her, turning the water up just a little bit hotter, and jumping a foot when a leftover cold drip from Trevor's shower fell off of the shower head, rolling down the center of her back, and thank God dissipating before it hit her rear end. Screams came from the living room, followed by a chain of barks from the dog. Molly looked in the bathroom mirror, seeing herself and how much shampoo was currently sitting atop her head. She whispered, "Really? Is this really happening? I'm a good girl. I don't understand. God, throw me a bone. It's a shower. It's not like I'm asking for the cure for cancer. I would like it, just in case you have it. But come on and throw a bone to me." She tried to rinse her hair out as much as she could when her phone started going off. She figured it was Trevor and that she could just call him back. The ringing didn't stop, and that refreshing shower she was taking to help wash the stress away was not working now. Molly waited until she could see well enough to do something and grabbed her phone. She put her finger on it to open it, and nothing happened. Her fingers were too wet. Molly put it up to her face, seeing herself, and tried not to laugh. Even when she was upset, she still tried to put on a smile. The phone definitely didn't unlock as it saw her with shampoo and water running down her face. She dried her hand off enough until she could draw her code on the phone. She always laughed at how sly she was, having to draw an M on it. Her Ring doorbell was beeping, and she said, "Of course, this is the time that a package is coming. God forbid I get to be clean. Is there a reason I don't deserve to be clean? Is it against some secret mom code that I don't understand?" She swiped up on it, and she could hear Kylie scratching like an insane dog on the front door. Molly yelled, "For God's sakes, would you please stop scratching the door? Your daddy is going to kill you if you scratch the door up." Over her dead body was she going to go up to the front door naked, minus a towel, and her hair soaking wet, still full of a very large amount of shampoo. She was trying to push out the memories of single life or even pre-baby life. She would have been in an apartment. She'd missed the buzzer, and the damn delivery man would simply come back. Oh, to think of taking pointless baths just to take them. Ah, the good life, she thought. Molly grabbed her glasses, as she hadn't gotten her contacts in yet today, and hit the Ring app, bringing up the live image that was still feeding to her phone. A deranged man was on their step. She couldn't get a good look at him, and assumed he must have been lost or confused. Their neighborhood was very safe. Everyone looked out for each other. When he backed up a foot and started running into the door head first, she got her first look at the dead. She hit pause on the phone, getting a good picture of him. Molly wrapped her towel around her head and got a second from under the sink for her body. She gasped, taking a step back and slipping, falling ass first into the tub and hitting her head, happy that she had the towel on now. She took a better look, seeing that he was completely purple. Blood looked like it was on his beard and shirt, or what was left of it. After a second, she realized, she just barely recognized the man. He was the serial killer neighbor, or that's what everyone called him. It wasn't that he was actually a serial killer, of course, but they lived on a very social block. There were many driveway get-togethers regularly, and block parties that included live bands, as well as a huge amount of booze and potlucks. Not one said he attended, and he kept to himself and never came outside for anything. It was mostly just a joke, but was strange that he moved into such a big house for just one guy. She turned around in the tub, never feeling like she needed to get out of it faster in her life than right now. She only prayed that Penny had made it to and on the bus safely already. Molly raced out, picking up Ruby and yelling at Kylie, who was barking and scratching at the door like she hated it. She'd protect them until the end, if that was what it came down to. Ruby was absolutely oblivious to the barking and sound. The smile on her young, innocent face was priceless and about to end any moment. "Kylie, come on!" Kylie was not stopping for anything, and Molly loved her dog, but wouldn't put her youngest in any danger. She was about to call 911 when the front door, who had done a fine job of keeping the man out, finally gave in. It could only take so much pressure before it was going to finally give way, and give way it did. The door splintered at the frame's lock, and it swung open. The handle buried itself in the drywall, which held the door in the open position. Molly, for the life of her, couldn't figure out why the man was so upset, or why he looked the way he did. Ruby, who had realized the minions were now gone, had transformed into a demon child, which Molly knew would only be temporary, but would not have happened at all if she would have had the proper time to let her know it was just about going to daycare time. Molly thought about racing to the bedroom, but could not justify that as a good idea, given the fact that the front door, which was much stronger than any of the bedroom doors, was now completely broken. Molly was trying to think on her feet and was in no way a violent person, nor did she typically think about anything violent. But if you mess with Mama Bear's cubs, you are going to get a ferocious bear, regardless of the fact that this bear was not very large. She raced to the kitchen, opening the cabinet under the sink and pulling out the garbage can, throwing it and tucking Ruby under the sink. She saw a flashlight under there and handed it to her, throwing a small box of animal crackers beneath as well, and said, "Ruby, we need to play hide and seek. Daddy is going to be home soon, and he's going to have to try to find you. Can you play hide and seek?" At this, the 3-year-old's eyes lit up. She happily accepted the animal crackers and flashlight and used her tiny hands to give a thumbs up to her mom and put a finger over her mouth, making a hush sound. Ruby, to her surprise, realized that her mom was not dressed and said, "You need to get your big girl panties on, Mommy. I can see your hoo-ha." Molly and Trevor were on their second child, their last child as well. Nothing against either, but 2 nowadays was plenty between daycare and college. One thing that comes with mother and fatherhood is the complete lack of dignity. There was no more being shy or worried about your kids seeing you in awkward scenarios. They could bust in on you at any moment, any time, in any situation, and that could lead to some very awkward conversations. Trevor had mentioned more than one time kids were the biggest cock blocker in the natural world. No one needs a condom when you didn't have to worry about the time to do it in the first place. Molly said, "You wait here and hide. I'm going to go get some big girl panties on. I love you very much, Peanut." She shut the door just as the man was running past the giant kitchen island. It didn't seem to have a clue that Molly had another person there besides herself and the dog. Kylie was racing after the man, jumping and pawing at him, but not really doing anything that was going to save anyone's life. Molly mostly dealt with diabetic pregnant women, but she had studied many different parts of medicine while she was training for her degree. A large part of bad health, typically, to no one's surprise, had to do with piss-poor eating habits. That could also stem from mental disorders, which, gone untreated, she knew could be just as deadly as the worst disease that affects the body, not just the mind. She was wondering very quickly if this man was having some sort of issues with his lungs, given the state of purple, or if he had some sort of mental illness, and quite possibly he had painted himself. She wasn't sure, but regardless, she wanted to try and talk reason with the man first. Molly got up smiling, trying to not look as terrified as she truly was. She would trade $1 million for a bathrobe at the moment. Molly said, "Hey, just relax. We don't have anything you want here. I won't call the cops if you just leave now." The man tilted his head, and Molly wondered if English was the language that he spoke. No one really ever talked to him, and it was a bit of a mystery what he did or why he'd picked this place to live. He looked like your normal white guy, with the exception of a bloody face and purple-tinted skin. She looked down on his abdomen, seeing there were quite a few chunks missing from his stomach. Molly was going to give it one last try before she moved on to other ideas and/or solutions to deal with this man. Molly said, "Do you want me to call a hospital to get you help? I have a feeling that you could use some medical assistance. Is that what you would like to have?" The man did not answer. He just continued staring at Molly, looking angrier and more upset by the second. He lunged forward, running straight towards her, and tripped over the dog, smashing his face onto their stone kitchen table. Molly cringed, feeling bad, but at the same time thankful for that damn dog. Kylie was bouncing on his back, and the man rolled over, gripping her by the snout and chest, and pulled the dog forward to her surprise and shock. It clenched gnashing teeth onto Kylie's neck. Molly screamed when she saw this and let out a shrill scream again when he pulled back, his face now covered with white and tan dog hair and fresh blood dripping from his lips. The serial killer chewed greedily on the flesh, not caring about the hair. Molly cried out, "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Kylie, no! Oh, my God!" Mental illness or not, Molly was done dealing with this guy. She pulled open the drawers slowly, pulling out 2 different cooking knives, and made sure that one was a chef's knife and the other appeared to be a paring knife. Not large, but she knew from anatomy it was more than enough to hit all vital organs that were hopefully imperative to this psycho staying alive. She had never thought in all her life she would end up in a situation like this. She and her husband took great measures to make sure that their children had nothing but the safest environment in which they could grow up in. Molly didn't want to try and provoke this guy any further, so she kept the knife out of his view, but kept the grip so tight on it that all her veins were popping out of her wrist. The man made it apparent for Molly that her choices were going to be slim and that she would not like either of them. She did not like the idea of hurting another, especially if they had head issues, to put it nicely. But she also wasn't going to let any harm come to her baby or herself. The man had answered how peaceful he was going to be the moment his lips went around the dog. He watched Kylie, being held like she was a rag doll, while the man chewed, not sure if he was debating what was happening next or if he was just moving that slow in the head. Molly was thinking that she had absolutely no clue what to do with the knives. She had watched 1,000,000 shows where people didn't know what they were going to do, and she apparently thought to herself that she had learned nothing from any of them. She figured the very least she could do was to try and get the man as far away from Ruby's current hiding spot as possible. She started walking backwards, hoping he would follow her down the hallway. The man didn't so much follow, but began that chase again. Molly wasn't going to try and reason with him any more. She looked over her shoulder, making sure he was coming for her, and saw him tossing the dog against the wall. It was probably one of the worst things she had ever seen, and knew that it was going to break Trevor's heart when he saw that when he got home. The dog fell to the ground in a slump, but not before leaving a long, bloody streak down the lightly painted wall. She had never wished for him to be home so much in all her life as right now. The blood stain that ran down the wall was hard on her stomach, and she did not appreciate it. She wanted nothing but happiness for everyone at her house, and that included the furry monster Kylie. The man didn't slow down. and Molly decided that she was very quickly going to run out of house if she decided to go down the hall as well. Their bedroom did not have an exit, and she was not in any way leaving Ruby in the house by herself with this freak inside of their home. She kept a straight line, and when she could hear the footsteps getting closer and closer to her, she dodged to the side, jumping over the couch. The man ran forward, looking at her as she got up off the couch, and crashed face first into the wall. Molly cringed, thinking how badly that must have hurt. But if it had hurt, no one had told the man. He continued the race, coming at her, and this time instead of running, she waited and prayed. When he got close enough in striking distance, she took the chef knife and lunged forward with it, using what little weight she had to offer to push the razor-sharp blade through his sternum and heart until it pressed up against the hilt of the blade's handle to his skin, and the blade appeared out the other end. Molly said, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you, but you are fucking insane. What is wrong with you? You should have just left. No one invited you in here. There's help for people like you. Now you are going to die, damn it. Molly let go of the knife handle and pushed the man backwards onto the couch, expecting him to stay here and die. She went to wipe at her brow. The shampoo still in her hair was soaking through and coming down in white streaks. It got in her eyes before she realized how much had made its way past the towel. The worst part about this was the initial blindness with which she had not counted on. The man who she had thought was down for the count absolutely was not. He wasn't on the couch for a few seconds before he started to get back up. The wound had done nothing to slow him down, and it was only because he'd fallen backwards that he had fallen on the couch. When he leapt off of the couch, he grabbed onto her arms and forced her backwards. Falling onto the ground, her towel came off, and she could feel the warm blood from his chest dripping down onto hers off the handle of the knife. The idea of it was revolting, and she hated every second of this. Molly used the strength she could offer to keep him from getting any closer. The man's mouth was a brutal mixture of fur, blood, and pieces of their dog still stuck in his teeth. It made her nauseous like she hadn't experienced since morning sickness. She tried her best to try and roll him off, but his power was stronger than her own. She was dumbfounded how the knife had not, at the very least, slowed or weakened the man. There was something more going on here. She just didn't know what it was, and if she didn't get him off of her, she was never going to have the opportunity to find out. She wanted to scream for help, but held back her screams. The idea of Ruby coming out to try and save her would break her heart, and she would rather die 1,000 times over than have one hair on her baby's head hurt. Molly gripped even tighter to the paring knife, and knew this was her last chance, because she wasn't going to be able to hold this thing off for too much longer. She began stabbing him incessantly in the ribs, the back, the lower back, and in the spine. After she could barely keep her hand closed around the knife from plunging it into the man so many times, she realized that this fight was wrong in every way possible. She couldn't figure out why in the hell this knife was not doing anything. Everything logical told her that he should be dead and that she should be thankful that she had not been a victim. But that absolutely was not the case. Molly let go of the knife and put both arms up under his neck, pushing to the side as she had learned in a self-protection, don't-be-a-victim class that she had taken the previous year with some of the other girls on the sack. Using his momentum, not wanting to fall over to the side against him, was good enough for her. It wasn't always about overpowering an attacker, however, but to use their own weight against them, and that was what worked. Her floor was absolutely soaked in blood, and she could only imagine how she looked right now, or how it would look if Trevor came home to this, and it looked like a serial killer had come into the home, and she was missing, as Ruby probably would be as well. when the man rolled over. She took that opportunity to get back to her feet, ignoring her towel, and jumped on his ass, keeping him from coming up. Molly reached around his front and pulled down with both hands to get the chef's knife dislodged from his spine, and brought it down with so much hate and violence that it penetrated his skull. He growled one last time before falling down face first onto the ground, where he lay in a pool of his own blood. Molly was trying to think of a way around all of this and raced back to the front door, slamming it shut, and slid a 6-foot-long entry table next to it. She looked down at herself, not feeling awesome about it, and thinking of what diseases this guy might have on him. She dragged him across the living room into the kitchen and opened the sliding glass door and shoved him outside, and went to Kylie, kneeling down next to her, crying, adding more blood to her fur as she said her goodbyes, and lifted her up and took her outside. Molly had a million thoughts running through her head, and she couldn't prioritize any of them. The list running through her head was spinning in circles. Get Ruby out from under the sink. Make sure that Penny is safe. Get this goddamn blood off of my body. Call Trevor to make sure that he is alive, well, and on his way home. Look outside. Try to find out if this was an isolated incident. Call Emily up the street to check on Penny. Call 911. Call the police. Call the CDC. Call the Army. Call her parents. Molly shut the door and the curtain with a hand towel, trying not to spread blood anywhere else. She couldn't go out covered in this blood, but she couldn't not know what was happening with Penny either. She washed her hands off, looking at them, shaking, trying to calm herself. Molly scrubbed her arms and hands until they were clean, and she opened the towel drawer, handing one to Ruby, and said, "Can you put this over your head and take Mommy's hand? We're going to find a new hiding spot." A little hand reached out from under the sink and took the towel, knowing, as any 3-year-old knows, if she had a towel over her head, that she was absolutely invisible to the world. They walked quickly to the bathroom, where she put her in the linen closet, saying, "Ruby, you are doing so good, honey. You stay here. Mama needs a minute." Molly ignored her hair, but got a fresh towel, soaking it in warm water, and ran it down her breasts and chest. The towel, which would never be used again, went from a beautiful plush white to a light pink color, which got darker as she ran the towel up and down her front. Molly looked at herself in the mirror. She could pass for a not completely gross-looking person at the moment, who was having the worst hair day of her life. She raced to her room, getting a pair of yoga pants, a tank top, and a hooded sweatshirt. Molly traded out her towel for a Nike winter hat that she was able to tuck her soaking wet shampoo-covered hair into. Molly could hear her phone dinging away and hope that there was news, any news, preferably good news. Her heart almost melted from happiness when she saw a message from her neighbor Mike up the street. It mentioned that the kids from the bus stop were in the house, and that when they could come and get them, that would be ideal. Molly looked to see if there were any messages from Trevor, but knew when he was on the production assembly floor at John Deere, it was twice as hard to try and reach him. They'd just come off a mandatory layoff, and that meant it was time to get production ready to go. They had planting season coming up and needed to be sure that everything needed for that season was readily available. She tried calling him anyways and was sent immediately to voicemail. She more than anything wanted him to pick up Penny, because taking out Ruby in this shit was not an option which she wanted to take if it was at all avoidable. She went to the window, waiting to get a message back from Trevor telling her that he was busy, but none came. A few minutes later, a message saying, "I love you. I'll call you soon. Crazy day. Everyone is gone. Those here look like shit. There must be something going around." She didn't waste any time replying. "I don't know what's happening, but you need to leave. You need to come home now. There's something wrong. Something horrible is going on." Molly looked around and called 911. It was going to be difficult to explain a purple man racing in here, eating her dog and trying to eat her to the police. Her phone vibrated in her hand, and she looked down, seeing her messenger showing the ring again. She didn't know if she had it in her to go a second round, and she'd never had so many questions in all her damn life. She swiped up on the picture and saw Shelley Weisskopf from the bottom of the sack, and she was pounding on her broken door frantically. Molly looked at the picture, making sure that she was not purple, but didn't have a chance to verify it. Shelley wasn't waiting and pushed the door open, the 6-foot table sliding shut behind her. Chapter 5. John Deere, Iowa Ankeny Manufacturing Plant. Trevor Macho. Trevor took a long drink of coffee, holding his hard hat in place and already feeling the stress of coming back to work. It had been nice being home during one of their seasonal layoffs. It was only nice because he knew that he would be paid and that he would know when he'd return to work. They were bringing people back slowly, with the exception of Building 40, where he was. They were in charge of putting sprayers together, assembling everything once the mainframe, which was the tractor's heart and soul, the engine, the cab, the metal body, not plastic pieces of crap like some brands. It was 100% American-made, and every man and woman working here could not have been more proud of the work they did from day to day. He went down the checklist, trying to see what was going on. He knew for a fact that there should be 120 people working the line today. There was a backlog of sprayers that needed to be worked on. Trevor had been excited before he started doing a roll call. He saw one of his foremen walking around and said, "Hey, Jerry, was there a meeting I didn't know about? Where is everyone? Did I get taken off the list of text updates?" Jerry replied, looking around, "Beats the hell out of me. I had 15 guys call in sick so far, and I just got here myself. The guys who are here look like shit, and the others must seem to know they are sick and are hiding off the floor until the shift bell rings." Trevor checked his watch. "I don't even know how many people we have on shift that showed up. We can't run the line with this many people missing. Do we have part runners at least to keep things going? I haven't seen Kristen or Harry today. You feel like getting your hands dirty? You mean doing someone else's job and breaking union rules that can't be broken? Is that the dirty work you are thinking about? Do any of the other buildings have extra guys who can do the job? Maybe make some calls and find out." "I can do that, Trevor, but I don't know if it is going to do any good. I've never seen the parking lot this empty. You'd think the layoff was still going on." Trevor took off the hard hat and said, "Those guys who are here can get some parts worked on today. Anyone who is cross-trained could do something. If they don't know how to do it, we can show them. They won't get a quota met today, but I'd rather tell management that we did something in lieu of nothing." "I don't know a Lou, Trevor. Is that a new guy?" "No, that wasn't what I meant. Never mind. Just get on the phone with some other buildings, please. That's all that I'm asking." "You got it, boss." Trevor looked at his phone, seeing a voicemail. His wife usually just sent him a text if he didn't answer. She had left a voicemail, and it was over a minute long. He figured that it might just be as simple as a long grocery list, but again, why wasn't it a text message? He knew he'd be scolded if he got caught on his phone on the floor. It wasn't a difficult explanation why. There were hundreds of people working on machines that weighed 45,000 pounds, and checking what your wife and kids wanted, or what was happening on the social network where they were moving, was a wonderful way to spend your time. If you wanted to be dead, or if you wanted to kill the man or woman next to you. Trevor ducked into the bathroom. He went into the stall, sitting down, and hit the voicemail, listening to his wife's absolutely erratic and insane message. It made absolutely no sense and was barely able to understand the words. He tried calling her back but got no answer. Leaving this place was now his highest priority. Trevor sent a text. "I'll be back soon." Trevor knew John Deere was a family, and that the only thing which came before that was your own. Their union was a brotherhood, and had been for as long as the factory, which had a healthy history of its own, starting small and growing over the decades with Ankeny. Originally a factory for tractors, over time had been retooled in World War II to manufacture 30 and 50 caliber bullets, and while the majority of men had been sent to war to fight the Nazis, those who weren't fit for military duty and the women from kitchens had stepped forward helping to fight and win. Trevor rushed out of the restroom back to the main floor and stopped dead in his tracks. Jerry was there as expected, but he didn't expect to see two guys and one woman surrounding him on the ground. Jerry's legs were flailing, as well as his arms and hands. He knew almost anyone who had been there for more than a year. Those that made a career out of J.D. were there to stay. Trevor knew the workers weren't in any way above jokes and messing around. Trevor approached slowly, not wanting anything to do with it on security cameras if they ended up getting heard. Trevor said, "Hey, you three, let's get going, please. We've got a lot of work to do today, and we are short-handed. Those sprayers aren't going to build themselves." The three huddled over the now dying Jerry. Trevor knew the jokers on the floor, and these three made himself, who was as honest and decent as a Boy Scout, look like a bad guy. The woman, Claire O'Neill, was a mother of two who spent her free time baking and brought in treats regularly when she tried out a new recipe. She currently had something new to her, which looked to be part of Jerry's cheek. Josh Hudson looked up, giving him his undivided attention as well. Trevor looked at the three. They gave Trevor the chills, and Trevor instantly got an opportunity at an education that not everyone would be as lucky as him to be able to observe. He had three choices: learning, dying, or unbeknownst to him, becoming a member of a new, different type of brotherhood, one that unfortunately would have a much bigger number than UAW Local 450. Trevor knew no practical joke would go this far, or be worth this amount of trouble. Anything that got on the floors and made them slick would end up with absolute hell to pay. No one was safe enough there to deal with those repercussions. So what was happening was real, and nothing about it was making any sense to him. Jerry was bleeding, and it was pooling everywhere. None of the three seemed to mind too much that they were covered in it. When one of the men, Josh, who was someone that Trevor knew from church and was a Boy Scout leader even before he was a father, came up, his eyes wild, his mouth filled to the brim with, by the looks of Jerry down on the floor, Trevor could only assume was neck and fat and flesh, and further proof that this wasn't fake. It wasn't a joke, and there was something unexplainable happening. Trevor started looking around. This place was filled to the brim with tools, so many damn tools, but he was wishing this was a carpenter's union and they had the option of getting a nail gun with a few thousand rounds of nails on him. He'd settle for anything at the moment. He saw a torque wrench with a 2-foot handle on it and walked over, not making any sudden movements. Trevor slowly lifted it off its cradle, holding it behind his back. Jerry was a goner, and Trevor knew no amount of help would be able to save him. He looked around the factory, realizing very quickly that there was so much wrong about everything. Jerry's screams weren't the only ones. There was a symphony soon to accompany a temporary death that would fill the factory floor. Trevor felt his pockets, wishing he had not gone to his desk before checking on the floor. It was one of the rare times that he wished he hadn't been so damn punctual about coming to work. His cell phone was the only thing in his pocket. He didn't even have his wallet or keys, just his phone and a small Swiss Army pocket knife. Trevor was trying to see the best way out, wondering if he should go back to his office or just make a break for the parking lot. Claire and Josh rushed towards Trevor with no warning. They appeared to just wait until their mouths were empty and their palate was craving something with more than a hint of Irish in it, something that Trevor did not necessarily want to offer him. He went to run, but the two of them went in different directions, making a V straight towards him. Trevor saw the look in their eyes. It was a hunger that he'd only seen in National Geographic documentaries. Claire, Baker, was worse than Josh, but they both were insane. Trevor knew left or right were his only options, and they both sucked. He gripped the wrench in a baseball bat grip, and when Josh got within a few feet of him, he brought the wrench around, holding on to it for dear life. Its force was trying to pull it out of his hands. The end of the wrench connected with his face. His head spun, and if the hit would have been any harder, would have broken his neck. But it wasn't strong enough, and a slew of spittle, blood, teeth, and small pieces of jerry sprayed the tool bench next to him. Trevor cringed, thinking of how horribly that hit must have felt. Trevor's education was going full bore at the moment. Josh went down from the hit, but only because he'd lost his balance. A guttural growl came from Josh down on the ground, and Trevor couldn't believe that he was trying to say anything. The fact that he was getting up to his feet was even worse and more disturbing. He'd had his full focus until he remembered Claire was still coming at him from the other way. He got ready to swing the wrench a second time, but she looked like she was trying out for the Olympics and leapt up onto a workbench that had to be over 3 feet tall, and with her size, she didn't have a chance at making that leap. Trevor jumped back, taking hold of her back, and slammed her face down onto an opposing bench. Claire growled, lying on the ground, and Trevor saw from his peripheral that Josh was getting to his feet, and the third man, Dustin, wasn't far behind him. Trevor knew when to pick his battles, and right now, 3 flesh-eating freaks versus 1 were odds he wasn't going to wager against, coupled with the fact that Josh shouldn't be getting up, nor should Claire. He took off racing like his life depended on it. When he looked to the other side of the factory floor, he saw bodies racing. They were moving, and Trevor could just barely see them as they were in an all-out sprint. The 3 behind him weren't letting up, and he took off in a sprint of his own. Trevor could run miles without feeling it, and had been a long-distance scholarship runner during college. He could move quite well, carrying his body weight, which wasn't much to carry in the first place. Trevor raced alongside the frame of the sprayers. The sheet metal and engine had been shipped in from another factory, and the Iowa plant in Ankeny was going to be responsible and in charge of doing the finishing touches, making sure everything was tested and immaculate for the farmers and commercial agriculture businesses to purchase. He could hear the footsteps coming close behind him, and was amazed that any of them could keep up. Trevor wasn't holding anything back. His largest obstacles right now were the wing-tip business shoes he was in. His feet were used to the abuse, but he knew if he had to run in these things for too damn long, that he was going to have blisters the size of quarters when he was finally able to remove the shoes. He'd trade 100 blisters, though, if it meant seeing his ladies again. Trevor thought maybe he could ditch the Ford chasing him when he went up and through one of the sprayer's cabs that come out the other side. The windows had not been put in, nor had the sides, and right now was just a shell of the great green machine it was going to eventually be. Trevor got up to the second step, and a hand clenched onto his ankle. He looked back behind him and saw Claire holding on as if her life, or next meal, depended on it. She was a sheet metal welder, and usually a very sweet woman who worked hard. Trevor tried to pull with his leg, but she had both hands on it, and Josh and Dustin were definitely closing in fast. Trevor knew there was no chance in hell he was going to be able to overpower 3 of whatever was happening to these blood-hungry killers. When he looked to see how close Josh and Dustin were, that was when, to his amazement, he saw Jerry. However, this was a new Jerry, and this Jerry was looking solely at Trevor like he was the biggest piece of meat on the barbecue. Trevor didn't really want to indulge any of these people in a taste of himself, and knelt down on the knee that Claire was trying to pull towards her, and did a mule kick with his free leg, digging his heel into her nose. The fact that she did not feel pain was something Trevor was learning very quickly. He kicked her repeatedly, until he finally realized he could kick her until the cows come home and it wouldn't make a bit of goddamn difference. Trevor kicked her wrist, breaking the left one, the bones splintering out from under the skin and turning Trevor's stomach. He wanted to say sorry, but at the exact same time he was thinking, go fuck yourself, because this is not how I am going to die. He had every intention of seeing his 3- and 6-year-old both blossom into young women and providing grandchildren that he one day could spoil. Well, most likely having a son-in-law that he could probably make their life a small bit of hell if they ever did anything not decent towards his daughters, Ruby and Penny. Trevor had no lack of willpower to see them, as well as to grow old with the love of his life. When Claire only had the one hand on his ankle, he was able to shake her loose. She was still trying to grip with the broken wrist, but it did little good, as she couldn't overpower the strength of his leg. Trevor leapt up onto the cab and barely put 2 feet down. He put both hands on either side of the steering wheel and the seat still wrapped in plastic, and launched himself through to the opposite side. Trevor landed hard, bending at the knee to try and reduce the force being placed upon him. He was glad that he still had the knees of a 30-year-old, and did not look like a few of his neighbors, who he knew were in good shape, but were in good shape for their age. Trevor stumbled forward, seeing that they were dead, or whatever the hell was wrong with these people, coming from every which direction. Trevor crawled army style as fast as he could beneath one of the sprayers and did not stop moving. Trevor knew stopping was most likely the best way for these things to catch up to him. Climbing up and over and down was going to wear him out faster than just running and sliding beneath. He looked down at his clothes as he got up, seeing grease stains covering his khakis and dress shirt, and that if he just made it home he could deal with the repercussions from Molly, the one who was kind enough to do the good majority of the laundry. The more Trevor thought about it, the more it actually made him laugh, and he tried making himself stop, but it was difficult. He started running out of breath as he tried to calm himself. He was a big reader, and had seen in stressful situations it was extremely easy to deal with it emotionally in other ways, such as laughing or being sarcastic about it. Trevor knew that he was on the other side, or, more importantly, the wrong side of the plant, which meant his truck could not be further away had he tried to be. When he got near an exit, 3 of the dead came out of nowhere rushing for him. The only option he had was turning around and running back south, which was going to take him even further away from the truck. He was starting to think that going home on foot sounded just damn fine to him. The dead, though, were catching up to him. They did not seem to know how to try and pace themselves. They were in it for the kill. One thing he was wondering about was if their pace mattered. They didn't seem to be getting winded, and from his personal history with all of these people, other than a few health nuts, this wasn't the place to work if you were into keeping in shape. At least not for the old guys, which were most of these guys. Trevor knew he could run a 7-minute mile all day long, but the fact that these things were going all out with no signs of wearing down did little for his faith. He raced down the aisle, praying nothing got in his way. He was running like a son of a bitch, and if he had to try and put on the brakes, he was going to crash right into one of those things. And from what he had seen of Jerry, he did not want to end up like whatever he was. If he could trade $1 million to see a news report right now, he would probably be happy to make the exchange. Josh, who he thought he had lost along with Claire, came out from beside a sprayer. They did not care what their meal was, so long as it was still of the pink and fleshy kind and not one of their fellow purple brothers and sisters. They rushed for Trevor, and he looked down at his shirt, thinking he didn't do dumb things very often, and that this very well could end up being that one thing he could consider was a bad idea, but was the only idea at the moment he had. Trevor did a baseball slide. The grease covering his shirt and pants propelled him forward beneath Josh's legs, and when he cleared them, he fumbled up to his feet and took off again in his sprint, not stopping until he was out the south factory doors where he could feel the warm sun on his face. When Trevor got outdoors, he quickly realized the communication about things happening on the outside were not the best at John Deere. He could remember stories from the 80s when there had been tornadoes going through, and no one had told them anything about it until after they were gone. They had had to let all the men go so they could go home and check on their wives, homes, and families. The wives had been calling business office managers frantically trying to reach their husbands. But if the managers didn't answer, the wives didn't get any information, as this was far before the days of cell phones. Something fancy in a car meant you had a CB radio. Trevor looked around, realizing it wasn't just John Deere going through a personal hell. It seemed to be the entire world, or at least Ankeny, that had gone and taken a giant shit on itself. Black smoke came up in more places than he could count, and he saw that he had not been the only one who thought getting outside of the factory had been a tremendously good idea. Trevor knew a few of the guys running and made his way towards them, until he saw they too were running from something. He thought running to run was just going to get him dead faster. He stopped running, trying to come up with something that he could do to try and figure this mess out. Chapter 6. Coach Matt Ryder. Matt drove to the east side of the city. Prairie City wasn't that large, however, it was big enough that you could tell someone which side of town to go to. He thought getting the country kids where they needed to be had gone quite well. He hadn't run into any of the dead, and all of the parents to whom he had taken them to had a pulse which he chalked up as an absolute win. They had been eternally thankful for him bringing their babies home. Matt had to take a few different streets on the approach to town, given the fact there was no shortage of the dead blocking roadways. They were hungry, and they were taking it out on every one of the humans who hadn't gone purple they could get their hands on. When Matt had gotten the last 2 city students dropped off, he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Troy, Lisa, and Susan Voss, a tomboy that he thought out of the 3 of them probably could hold her own the best. But right now, each of them was staring back at him with fear filling their eyes. Matt hoped that he would be able to get them home safely without any issues. The dead were not picky and seemed to be as hungry as ever. Matt was still trying to figure out what was going on and had nothing but hope that they would burn out or die from something, preferably whatever it was that was ailing them, as well as the hope that this was not in the air. Nothing was known about the disease, at least to his knowledge. Matt got his cell phone, realizing that he was still yet to get a hold of his wife, Amber. He knew that if he had been home with the baby and she had been at work and a zombie outbreak, or whatever the proper name for this was currently happening, and he had not heard from her, he'd be losing his fucking mind. Matt tapped the phone, showing the picture of his daughters together with Amber that he used for her contact picture, and waited impatiently for an answer. Matt, at this point, would take anyone that he loved still being alive as an absolute win, and even more so if he could hear their voices. The phone answered after only 2 rings. The hope that the answer was going to be accompanied with immeasurable amounts of love quickly dissipated. Amber yelled, "Do you have any idea, Matthew Ryder, how scared I have been? I had no idea if you were dead or if you were alive, or if you were trapped. or if you were hurt, or if you were one of those goddamn purple things. I had no idea at all, and you cannot do that to me. What in the hell were you thinking?" Matt, who had been married to her for over a decade, already knew the answer and did not have to think about what he should say. Matt replied, "I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. I know that I should have called, but if you would have seen the war zone that the school looked like, you would potentially understand. I know that isn't any excuse, but I had to get my kids out of that school. There was just too much going on, and there was no way any of them would have made it out there alive if it hadn't been for some help from their teacher. Most of the faculty and students had turned into one of those purple Barney creatures, and I didn't know what to do. I knew that if you were at the hospital and you were with a patient, you would have done the exact same thing, regardless of what it would have meant for your own life." Amber was clenching her fists together, strangling his neck in midair. She couldn't even get mad at him with a response like that. She still was not very happy and hoped that if he got home, when he got home, that he and she could get past this issue. Amber said, "I understand what you're saying, but you just need to remember, Matt, that you have got two beautiful girls to get home to, and only one of them has been lucky enough to have known you for a very short time. It would be beneficial, I think, if you could stick around and make sure that she sees another day. Our block is insane with the dead walking around. Sidney is over at the Evans house, and Mike just drove off on his motorcycle. He said something about having to go and save his parents. He's been sicker than hell, and I didn't want to tell him, but he has definitely looked better. How much longer do you think that you're going to be before you get home, Matt?" "To be honest, I don't know. I still have 3 kids that I need to drop off, and as of right now, I have been having to do more detours than I would like to admit to. The dead are everywhere here in Prairie City and are relentless. As soon as they see something they can eat, they go after it hardcore, not slowing down for anyone or anything. So, on a positive note, the kids that you were able to get out of the school at least are alive, as well as their parents?" "So far, so good. The new girl, Lisa, in my class almost made a fatal mistake taking a ride with that Riviera prick." "Oh, that poor girl. How would that possibly have happened?" "She's a new girl. She doesn't have a clue what to look out for, who to look out for. Unfortunately, a town like this, everyone thinks that everyone is safe, with the exception of him. But with her not living here long enough to know everyone, that wasn't the case, and she was more than happy to accept a ride if that meant getting out of the bloodbath that was the school." Amber was nodding her head and looking at the baby lying in her crib, peaceful and happy, with a full belly of milk. She said, "If you could see Ava Rose right now, I think that would give you a little more motivation to make your way home. I know you are doing what you think is right, but every minute you waste in that town is probably going to be one more that is going to make it even more difficult to make it home later. And with Sidney over at Mike and Emily's, you're probably going to have to be the one to go get her. I wouldn't dare take Ava Rose out in this, and I sure as hell am not going to leave her home by herself. If I didn't come back and those things got to her, I don't think I would ever be able to live with myself. You don't leave the house. You stay there unless there's a threat that cannot be avoided. I'm going to get these kids to their homes, and I'll be home after that. Just be careful and get home. Try to remember, we need a hero. Let some of the others out there fend for themselves. Just get home. Give Ava a kiss for me, Amber, and I will be home before you know it. Give me a call back, though, if you have any updates about what is happening. If something changes, I want to be the first to know. Please? Just be careful and get here. I love you to the moon." "I love you, too, and I will see you ladies soon." Matt tapped the end button on his phone. Leslie asked, "Do you realize you are the only teacher who is doing anything to help the students? You could have left and driven back to Ankeny, and nobody would have been the wiser. Even if they did, who would blame you? I just hope that my parents are still alive, so that you didn't go through all of this just to drop me off and watch me die from there." Matt, who had already made his mind up about it, said, I'm not going to leave any of you anywhere. If there's anyone whose parents didn't survive, then I can take you with me. But I'm going home to my wife and kids, so you would have to be able to deal with them. But outside of that, we could probably offer you as safe of a place as you could hope for. I know that it wouldn't be ideal, but there really isn't anything else we could do given the circumstances like this. Good deeds of others right now might not be enough, unfortunately, after seeing the farmer pulling up with his trailer to load students into and try to get them out of there, and watching the dead go in and make a smorgasbord out of all of the defenseless students. It made me realize the path to hell can be paved with good intentions. Troy, who was not always the most intelligent kid, said, "So, you're saying that you're going to get us home still, right? There is a chance, if our parents did not make it, that you want us to come home with you if our parents aren't available to take care of us? I mean, if something horrible happened to them, I guess I don't know what we would do on our own." "It shouldn't be your job to have to worry about that yet. You might have to step up and help yourself more than you could imagine. However, if there's anything that I can do to assist, then I'm going to. You don't always have to like everything that you are required to do in life, but sometimes it is the right thing to do." "So what you're saying is you don't want to, but you are willing to take care of us?" "I don't know if I would put it quite that way, Troy, but sure, I guess." Susan cut in and said, "I don't care how you put it. If you can get me home, that'd be great. I have a 20-gauge shotgun with my name all over it." Matt knew there was a difference between the kids in Ankeny and the kids out here. The majority of students here probably owned their own shotgun and a .22 rifle by their age. These kids also knew how to clean and load it. It didn't take a genius, but he thought most of the kids on their block outside of his neighbor boy Jake and the Bucks girl Alana down the street, no one would have a clue what to do with one. Matt wasn't a pro with one in any way. He was much better with a golf club than a gun, but knew putting the bead down on the target and keeping it steady would more often than not give you a fair chance of hitting your target. Matt asked, "Do you just have one shotgun, Susan?" "No, my dad's got a couple, and he is saving some that my grandpa Bruce left for me." "Any chance that I might borrow one of those? And a few shells, Susan? I have this 6-shooter, but the guy I got it from doesn't seem to be too sharp. I don't really want to rely on this." "You get me home, and I'll see what my dad has for shells. I can't give you the whole stock, but I'll at least set you up better than a revolver." Matt said, "Beggars can't be choosers, right?" Susan replied, "You can, but you're probably going to get a lot less crap given to you if you're picky about it. You don't have anything to worry about, Coach Ryder. We don't keep crappy guns at our house," Susan explained. Matt believed her and was thankful that she was one of the kids in his first class and that she had stuck around. He was going to feel a lot better driving that far, even if it was on back roads, if it meant he would have some type of weapon that he could rely on to protect himself with. Matt followed to the closest plot point on his Google Map route planner, trying to keep the shortest distance possible between each kid's house to try and save on time. Lisa basically jumped out of the car before he came to a stop. He had figured there was a strong probability that she was under a great amount of stress at the moment, which was no surprise to him. Matt slammed on the brakes, trying to keep her from falling under the SUV or God knows what else. Today, he was confident it would not be the day you want to try and go to the hospital. Matt always laughed on holidays when his neighbor Mike would tell the kids to be careful because only the worst and newest doctors worked on holidays. All the 10-year doctors were drinking martinis and playing golf. None of the kids seemed to understand, of course, and none of the other adults thought like Mike, so he was easy to bring a smile to their face. Matt yelled, "Lisa, you should wait and let me take you up to the house." Lisa didn't wait. She didn't even hear the words as she got up near the window. Lisa had just gotten up to the front door when it looked like an explosion. minus the fire, had gone off, propelling the door outward. Lisa screamed at the top of her lungs, falling backwards with the cheap glass storm door resting on top of her. She scrambled to try and get out until she saw her mother sitting in the doorway, crouching and eating something that she very soon would find out the answer of what it was. Her mother leapt off of the porch, landing on top of Lisa, smashing her face and palms into the glass. If it had not been there, she would have clawed her face off until it was unrecognizable. Matt got out of the car, screaming, Hey, get off of her! Hey, over here, dumbass! Come get a piece of me!" Her mother looked up, and as much as she wanted what was beneath her, the aggravation that she could not get it proved just one of the reasons why she was going to go after the much larger meal of Matt. Matt realized he had gotten her undivided attention, and now wondered if he truly wanted it. Matt turned around, looking behind him, making sure nothing else was coming his way. Her mother came across the yard so fast that he barely had time to react. She jumped up onto the passenger side front tire and used it to launch herself much higher than he had expected into the air, landing on the edge of the hood. Matt got a few feet back, realizing just how shitty of an idea this all had been. He could see the revolver plain as day, but on the wrong side of the windshield. If he was going to survive, he thought, he was going to have to be making sure that he did not leave anywhere without a gun or some sort of weapon. Lisa's mom was growling on the hood, and the only thing louder was the sound of Lisa crying her eyes out, screaming in pain and fear under the glass door. She strained her neck, making sure the monster that once was her loving mother was preoccupied before she slid out from beneath the broken storm door and got up to her feet. She looked like she was going to race into the house, but the answer to the earlier question of what she was eating was quickly answered. Lisa this time had no door to protect her and did not have the foresight to think of what else or who else could be in the house. Lisa came flying back, her long blonde hair blowing in the wind, and her dad was only a second behind her and was on top of her in a millisecond. He only had one arm, which is all that he needed to keep her tiny frame pinned to the ground. When he landed on top of her, he took a handful of her hair in his hand, holding firm and keeping her head held down to the ground. He leaned forward, not wanting to waste another second before being able to feed himself for the first of what would be many times if he was not stopped. Lisa would not stop crying and frantically was kicking and trying to punch to get away. She could feel the warm blood dripping down on her arm from her dad's missing limb, and it rolled her stomach. Her dad wasted no more time, reaching in, biting onto the middle of her neck and tearing a chunk directly from it, and chewed away greedily and as happily as someone who was purple dead and a zombie could possibly be. Leslie looked at Troy and Susan and screamed, "We need to do something. What can we do to save Mr. Ryder?" Short of giving him a time machine so he could have never left the car, or probably even better, could have called in sick today, Susan said, realizing the man had saved their asses and that they needed to do something for him now. Leslie reacted, speaking before she could even catch the words coming out of her mouth. She was considered one of the good kids, the Bible readers, the thou shalt not sin kids at school. Leslie yelled, "You need to shut up, ass-face. He saved our butts, and now we are going to save him. Do either of you know what to do with this pistol? And if you do know how to use it, and if the bullet is going to, ricochet off the glass and come back and shoot us in the head, because that doesn't work for me either." Susan crawled in between the two seats, grabbing the revolver, giving it a once-over, and pointed the pistol point-blank at Lisa's mom's face and pulled the trigger twice in a row. The glass shattered into small pin-sized holes and buried themselves through her jaw and neck. Susan took it as a personal victory and said, "Well, it didn't ricochet. That's good to know, right?" Leslie said, "You didn't know if it was going to ricochet, you idiot?" Susan said, We don't have time to wait around trying to think on our feet. We need to bust a move, and we don't really have any other option than that, sorry to say." Matt jumped a foot when the shots rang out. He looked inside the SUV, seeing Susan confidently holding the pistol, but apparently not really understanding the logistics of what she needed to do to hit the target, which, at this point in time, seemed like a very important thing to do. Matt screamed, pointing to his own head. "The head! Shoot her in the damn head!" "I did shoot her in the head, right in the damn skull! How much more of the head can you shoot her in?" Troy was plugging his ears with each side of his hand, trying his best to get the insane ringing to stop. He finally said, "The brain, stupid. You gotta shoot them in the brain. That's how you get rid of them, is shooting them in their brain. And then they, will die and stuff. Hopefully once that happens, they won't come back, and we can leave and go home and just wait there for, the Army or, the Marines or Navy SEALs or something. I really don't care who, to be honest. It could be somebody bad that comes and kills all those things if it means that they are dead." Matt watched Susan trying to get a decent shot on her, and she was already bending, looking like she was going to jump again. Matt reached forward, to all of their surprises, gripping onto her ankles, pulling them out from beneath her, and letting her slam down onto the hood. He could see the dent she had just made, not being all that small of a lady to begin with. Matt said, "Right in the head, Susan. Do it now." The girl slowly pulled the hammer back one last time, having one hell of a lineup this time, and fired the pistol. She wasn't a big horror fan, but had watched some popular movies, and remembered one zombie cardinal rule that she agreed with was the double tap. She tried to fire off a second shot, and the hammer clicked on an empty casing. Obviously, nothing happened. Matt looked at her. There was a raging fire in his eyes, but realized there wasn't anything he could do to fix the situation that he had not created, so there was really no reason to look at Susan like he was going to tear her head off. He realized that clicking meant there weren't any options for her, and nothing else he should expect from her. Matt said, "Good job. You got it right in the head." Leslie was trying to multitask between the dead on the hood and the dad over on the front porch, tearing apart his daughter's face and neck, chewing like he'd never eaten before. At least he'd never eaten a human before. Leslie said, "Hey, he's getting up. Coach Ryder, he's getting up. Move, get back in the SUV. Move!" Matt saw that she was absolutely not kidding and didn't have any reason why he needed to stay where he was. He pulled Lisa's mom off of the hood, letting her fall to the concrete, no longer caring about being a gentleman, as this thing had no feelings of her own. Matt hopped back into the driver's seat and revved the SUV, sticking in reverse and punching the gas all the way down. He hoped that the last 3 drop-offs would be a little smoother than this, and really hoped that he would not have to see anyone else, especially this young, pass away. This day, he thought, was going to be filled to the brim with heartache and tears. Matt floored the SUV, not slowing down until he had backed over the curb of the yard and into the street. The dead seemed to be coming from all around now. Apparently the gunshots were not ideal for trying to stay incognito with the dead. Lisa's dad was no longer the biggest concern. A group blasted out of one of the windows, rushing across the small yards. Matt could only assume it was a family by the looks of them, and they rushed straight to Matt's vehicle. The first of them jumped up, landing on the side of his SUV, and began trying to eat Matt through the window, not realizing the bites of flesh that it craved were nothing but smooth glass. At least, smooth glass for the moment. Matt didn't let off on the gas and kept the vehicle rolling in reverse. To the reverse, clinging Dad's credit, they were not going to let go unless force made them come off the side of the vehicle. Leslie was beginning to get more upset than sad at the moment, and was pretty close to losing her shit. She said, "Is there a reason we can't get rid of these damn things? They're going to kill us if we don't get out of here. Why don't you stop going backwards, Coach, and go forward? Maybe you'll have a little better luck with navigating the vehicle. Do you think you could do that?" Matt's eyes said everything, but he was still thinking of a few choice words he could tell Leslie with colorful language painted into it, but realized she was just being a kid, and she was having to deal with a lot of shit at the moment. He did realize going backwards when he did not actually need to was a little bit stupid. He'd always been of the firm mindset that you stop backing up as soon as you can. Even with the invention of the backup camera, people still somehow were able to cause traffic accidents just by backing up. They had not made the people smarter. They went after the cars, making sure the dumb always survived. The "only the strong survive" had recently, over the last 30 years, gone to hell in a handbag. The main priority of even keeping the stupidest person alive in a car wreck at any cost was worth it. Matt didn't even wait for the car to come to a complete stop before he shifted it into drive. He could feel the gears grind as the transmission made them slam to a sudden stop, sliding backwards, and he punched the gas, turning the all-wheel drive on, and pushed the accelerator until he felt the floorboard. He watched as two more of the dead flew off from the jolt of the truck, sending them down. He smiled, thinking there was only the two on either side of him, trying to get in the front, and just as that small feeling of hope hit was when Lisa's dad jumped as his truck approached him, clinging on to the hood where it met the windshield, and pulled himself up with an inferno raging in his eyes. Leslie tried to look past the man clung to her window like a Garfield suction cup, and saw that Lisa was already attempting to rise to her feet. She definitely had seen better days. Lisa looked around, and seemed as if everything snapped into place for her at once when she heard the sound of the engine screaming underneath Matt's abuse. She raced straight for the street, tripping on the curb and sliding face first, grinding away at what was still left of the pretty little girl. When she rose to her hands and knees, Leslie could see she'd left a lot of that pretty on the rough street. Matt didn't do anything to make this better, as the truck jumped up in the air off of a pothole on Leslie's side, and then crashed back down after he crushed her skull. Everyone seemed to know what that horrific sound was, and nobody wanted to know what that horrific vision was going to appear like. Everyone kept eyes forward, with the exception of Leslie, who was quite interested in the man trying to use his face as a hammer to make his way inside the car and eat them all. Leslie asked, "Mr. Ryder, do you have a knife or anything in here?" "No, I don't have a knife in here. I haven't had this very long and haven't acquired a bunch of crap as of yet. Why, what do you plan on doing with a knife? There's a window in between the two of you, at least for now." Leslie looked around, not answering because he didn't have anything minus the safety of his car to offer her at the moment. When she looked down on the floor, she saw the best chance she had at getting rid of at least one of these things, preferably because it was the thing closest to her. She reached for the ice scraper, something Iowans kept in their car until the grass turned from brown to green. She cracked the window the thinnest slice that she could so that she would be able to fit the scraper through, and lunged at the thing's hands. The sharp plastic began to cut them, but it was not nearly enough by any means to remove his hands, which would have been ideal, but not her overall idea. She put the window down just another inch, and turned the blade around, using it as a self-made pry bar. She pushed until the giant man let go with his fingers, not able to hold on with the blade wedging itself between the car and him. When she got the first hand loose, it seemed to be a surprise to the man, and with his weight, even with his zombie strength, that never got tired. He let go, bouncing off the passenger side until he fell on the ground, rolling beneath the truck. Susan smiled, clapping her hands, and said, "Well, aren't you a resourceful little effer, Leslie? Coach, why don't you try that?" "Susan, that would be a fantastic idea if I wasn't using my hands on the steering wheel. If you'd like to try and do that, you have my blessing." Troy, who was actually the one sitting behind Matt, shook his head no, and Susan climbed over him, pushing him out of the way. She said, "Okie dokie, here goes nothing. You put the window down just as far as you want to." Matt, who absolutely did not want to put the window down for anything, knowing that that was how the dead got in if they broke the window, just kept his thoughts to himself and put it down the 2 inches, which was hopefully would be more than he would need to be able to get rid of the dead. By now, everyone was watching Lisa's dad, with the exception of Susan, who was busy trying to wedge her ice scraper zombie remover blade through the window without hitting Matt in the head with the other brush side. Lisa's dad, unfortunately for them, was probably not actually any smarter, but seemed smarter because he was using his head much like the rest of the dead had. While he held on to the vehicle, he was aiming those hits, or so it seemed, towards the small bullet holes. The small holes, of course, did not add any extra strength or durability to his windshield. Matt knew that if he was able to rip this windshield off, it would be a definite clusterfuck after that. Susan yelled, "Take that zombie bastard out!" Everyone looked back at Susan, and she pointed to the window where the zombie was, or had been, before he'd gotten him removed. Matt sped down the small side street, swerving the car left and right, trying to get the man to come off of the hood. But his fingers were either holding tight or wedged in so tight that he couldn't let go if he wanted to. Matt was hoping it was the latter. Her dad was making a bloody mess, quite literally, by using his face to attack the windshield. If it wasn't for the sounds of the kids freaking out, trying to think of what they could do, and secretly being annoyed that the last bullets had been shot, they would have heard the horrible noises of Lisa's dad breaking his nose and cheekbones on the windshield. It would have been something that would probably be on a long list of unforgettable sounds and experiences. Matt checked the rearview mirror, making sure that all of them had their seatbelts on. Matt said, "You guys hold tight and don't take off those seatbelts for anything." Leslie, who could sense it, asked, "Are you going to do something dangerous? Is there any chance that you could do it once you are done with me? You know, like dropping me off at my house first?" "Sure. I'm sure it'll be really easy to get him off the hood when you are running up to your house." "Is that what you were thinking, Bryant?" She opened her mouth, not 100% sure if he was kidding or not. Matt tried to calm her down and said, "Relax. I'm not going to use you as bait yet. I will be able to sleep better at night if Troy or Susan was the bait." Matt looked in the rear view, seeing both sets of eyes now had the same look that Leslie had, which was pure nervousness. He realized the kids were going through some serious shit today, that they, much like probably millions of others, were not inclined to deal with. Troy said, "So, you're smiling, right? That means that you know you're just kidding and you're not going to use us as zombie bait? I'm like almost 80 pounds soaking wet with clothes on. There's not much to me. Susan over here would be a much better distraction." Susan, who didn't appreciate him calling her big, regardless of if she was a tomboy or not, did a cough noise, filling it with a "fuck you, kiss my ass, and blow yourself." When Matt could tell their minds were off the idea of being bait, he slammed on the brakes just as hard as he could. Lisa's dad was mid-strike of his forehead for what had to have been the millionth time, it seemed like. Matt thought, to the Chevy's credit, that the SUV's windshield was holding up wonderfully. Lisa's father flew back when he hit the brakes. The 4 of them all looked down where the windshield met the hood and could tell that his fingers were not as strong as the metal. Between the force of the hood and the backwards propulsion from the force, it ripped his fingers from their sockets. Matt felt a sigh of relief as he saw the confusion and anger in Lisa's dad's eyes, and he gunned the engine, taking the bumper directly over his head as he was still falling down to the ground. A satisfying thud made its way into the SUV. As the front then everything beneath as the carriage of the SUV struck him across the face. Matt was used to working out, but this racing of his heart now was something he was definitely not used to. Matt let off the gas, slowing down a little and trying to do a better job of keeping control of the vehicle. He took a left, getting back to paying attention to the Google Maps, and just tried to keep everything steady. He took his hand off the wheel, trying to wipe at the sweat on his brow, realizing his hand was trembling, and figured it was probably best to remain looking cool and in charge and to just put his hand back on the steering wheel. Leslie said, "Well, so that just happened. Do you think when you drop me off next, Coach Ryder, maybe we could, honk outside of the house first? I love my parents dearly, but if there isn't anything that I can do to try and help them, and they are already dead, then I think I prefer to just remember them the way that they were. Besides, I've heard good things about Ankeny. I've never been much of the farm girl type anyhow." Troy laughed and asked, "Isn't your dad like an accountant lawyer or something?" Leslie replied, "Yeah, he is. But luckily for me, the hot and humid smell of crap from the farms still has absolutely no issues making it all the way to my house in the city." Troy, who had been a lifer, also said, "Yeah, I guess that I can understand where you're coming from with that." "Don't worry, kids, there's still plenty of shit in the Ankeny. It just isn't from cows and pigs. This is just from the stuck-up yuppies that live around us. Not so much on my block, but a few of the other ones further down. The Sack is filled with pretty cool people, but why don't we just cross our fingers that all of your parents are still around and kicking?" The kids weren't quite sure what he meant, because there weren't really any yuppies in Prairie City. The three of them looked at each other and then out the window. Each of the three could not be more curious if this was a one-day thing or if this was long-term. The only thought more important to them at the moment was if their parents would be there when they got home, and if they were going to be alive. Matt pulled up outside Leslie's house. He thought about how poorly Lisa's had gone, and wanted to see different circumstances happen at Leslie's, regardless of if they were alive or not. He wanted to make sure, and keep the girl that way, as well, of course, as the other two. He went slow down her street. Matt was looking around a bit more diligently this time. He saw the dead everywhere when he really looked. Leslie was in one of the nicer houses in town, but as Matt got closer, he could see husbands assumingly eating wives and children, and vice versa. Everything about this day pretty much sucked, minus them not being zombies. Matt rolled to a stop, being as hyper-aware as he could, checking his rear view, side mirrors, and the distance in front of them. He didn't want to stop completely, but he also wasn't going to send an 8th-grade girl up the long brick sidewalk that led to the house. When Matt thought about it, he decided her dad would forgive him about leaving tire tracks in his yard. Matt stopped just outside of the window. He looked around the car and opened the change compartment. Matt grabbed a handful of quarters and flung a few at the window. They waited a minute or two before they weren't sure what to do. No one came to the window, and after a minute Matt had the horrible idea of ringing the doorbell or possibly just entering. Matt said, "You two lock the door after I get out. Don't drive my car. Do not, and I mean do not, forget to unlock the door when I come back." "What do we do if those purple freaks come up to the windows?" Troy asked. "I'd suggest you'd be smart to stay down in the seats. If someone walks up to the car and doesn't see anything, I'd like to hope that they start to walk off and don't bother you two." "Right. And if your total guess isn't how it goes, what do we do?" Troy responded. Matt wasn't sure exactly what he should say. If they attacked the car and no one knew how to drive, and they couldn't get in Leslie's house, then they were screwed. He didn't know if taking them inside her house was any safer at the moment. The only thing that Matt could think to say was, Why don't you just hope it doesn't come to that? That makes me feel a lot better. Not sure what to tell you, Troy. Today isn't about life being easy. You want to make it through, then you're going to need to think on your feet and either hide or fight. Or, if you can do both, it might be your best damn chance. Now, the longer we sit here shooting the shit and not getting to it, the worse it is going to be for us. I can only imagine this thing is spreading like wildfire, so why don't we keep moving? There's only 2 of you left once we get Leslie inside. Matt didn't say anything else. The 2 did a look around the neighborhood, and Matt got Leslie's door open and walked her up to her own. He was going to knock, but Leslie pulled the key that she had around a chain under her shirt and around her neck. She took it off, sliding it in, knowing to be quiet. She was terrified to know if her parents were alive. He went in first, looking around, listening, thinking, and praying. Leslie wanted to yell at her mom, but didn't want to draw any attention. A woman that looked like Leslie plus 20 years walked out from the kitchen. She had a cast-iron pan in one hand and a chef's knife in the other. The relief that Matt felt couldn't have been better. Matt did a quick sign of the cross, happy as hell that there would be one less person he was going to be responsible for. Matt asked, "Are you going to be okay, Miss Bryant?" "Oh, honey, I can't believe you're alive. This is amazing. God is definitely good." Leslie pointed to Matt and said, "Not saying anything bad about God, but I'm not sure he is around today. Have you been out of the house, Mom, or is everything you've dealt with from the bedroom window? God is always good, even when your day is going badly, Leslie Bryant. You remember that, and you will do well in life. I haven't been outside yet, but I did hear from your father, and he said that the day is not going very well for him at work. He is locked up tight in his office, he said, and isn't coming out for anything until some sort of news comes through that it is safe." Matt realized this more than likely meant these 2 were going to be on their own, or if not that, it was going to be a bit of time before her father was actually going to be able to have the opportunity to get here. Matt didn't want to, but he offered. "Do you 2 want to stay here and wait for your husband, or do you want to come with me? I'm going to Ankeny, though, and I can't imagine getting there and then coming back is going to be overly simple." "My husband asked us to stay here, and I don't want to let him down. We have a pretty strong house, though. I think that we will be okay." Matt wasn't sure if he agreed, but trying to talk someone into leaving their home was not his job. He also knew if he had asked Amber, or vice versa, that they would be livid over the fact that they were putting themselves both in more danger than they needed to, with no real promise of the outcome ahead. "All right, you 2, then be safe, please. Leslie, you're a good kid, or young lady. I hope that you guys continue not being purple. Thank you for being such a good kid in class. I really do appreciate the ones that don't contribute to my ibuprofen supply going down." Leslie ran up, giving Matt a hug, and said, "Oh, goodbye, Coach Ryder. Be safe out there, and don't let Troy and Susan do anything stupid." "Oh, don't worry. My first priority is getting those kids dropped off." Matt turned around, not saying anything else, and headed back to the SUV. Matt walked out the front door of the house, shutting it quickly behind him. The door was solid oak, designer fancy and expensive. The only thing the door had been missing was a window to look out to the front with. He realized when he was walking out to the front that he probably would have just stayed in the house. Chapter 7. Emily screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw Mackenzie staring back at her through her rearview mirror. Emily yelled, "Fuck me up a tree sideways!" Emily tried to jump forward, but her seat belt held her to her seat. Emily attempted to get a good look at Mackenzie, but was too busy trying to put any distance possible between the 2 of them. She hit her seatbelt release, still having the car in drive and rolling forward slowly. She turned around in the driver's seat, flipping over the armrest and into the passenger seat. From there, she thought it couldn't get worse, but when she lost what grip she had, Emily fell down in front of the passenger seat on her ass, half on the seat and halfway towards the floor. Emily took a good look at Mackenzie, trying to figure out if it was Iowa pale or pre-zombie purple that her skin tone currently was. Emily yelled, "Are you okay, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, can you hear me?" Emily brought her feet back, ready to kick her directly in the head if she had decided to turn into one of the purple dead. Emily waited a second for a response, watching Mackenzie. This was definitely uncharted ground, and she really didn't know quite how to react. Mackenzie took a good 5 count looking around and finally seemed to see Emily and the seat looking like she was losing her shit, which she kind of was. Mackenzie said, "What the fuck happened? I feel like someone drugged me." Emily's chest felt like it almost collapsed when the relief was let out. She fumbled, trying to get up to her knees, doing an embarrassingly bad job. Not necessarily her fault, given the compact quarters of the SUV. Emily finally got to her knees, leaned forward and gripped Mackenzie in a bear hug so hard that she squealed from the pressure. "You got zombie blood in your mouth. You saved my life and helped me, and then I thought you were going to be one of those purple fucking zombies. I am so happy you are okay. Are you okay? Oh, God, please tell me you're okay." "I feel like a bag of crap, but other than that, I have no idea. I would definitely like to hope so, though. You realize no one would have blamed you if you would have left me in that alleyway, right? I would have blamed myself, and it wouldn't have been a blame I would have easily been able to get over. I love you Petersons way too much to go and leave you guys like that. Well, thank God for being liked. I think I'm going to just lay down for a few more minutes and get my bearings back. Are we almost home? Where the hell are we? Probably 5 minutes in the pre-zombie world from Ankeny. In the new purple world, I have no idea. We are really close to the Polk County Sheriff's Office, though. I was thinking of stopping. It looks like we need to get around whatever is going on up there first, though. You should probably get back into the driver's seat now that we know I'm not going to eat you. The road isn't looking like we're going straight any longer." Emily wiggled, trying to get up onto the seat, and looked around. They were just barely crawling along, but within another few seconds were going to be off the side of the road and headed directly into the ditch. Emily knew if she told Mike that she'd crashed 2 cars, one that was and one that wasn't theirs, that he was going to be grumpier than he'd already was when he felt like hell. She at least realized she had some ammo to back up her anger, considering that she had caught him leaving the kids at home when the dead were everywhere. The only issue with that was he was being the best son a couple of parents could ever ask for. Emily put a hand on the wheel as she got herself back up to the passenger seat. Mackenzie said, "You probably need to sit in the driver's seat." Emily was going to give her a hard time about giving her shit, but she could tell if she'd ever seen a woman looking a little loopy that was this time now. "Okay, I'll do my best that I can. Thanks for the driving tip." Emily pushed up on the seat and got over into the driver's seat. Once she got herself situated, she put her belt back on, looking around the area. Emily said, "We just keep driving home unless there's something horrible going on up there. Maybe they'd let us stay there for a minute or two until things get settled down. You don't think they'd shoot first and ask questions later?" "I have no idea. Right now, if we can just get around that semi, then I'll feel a lot better about things." Emily said it aloud, but was more just thinking to herself, and said, "I'm sure the police won't shoot at perfectly good non-purple humans, right?" Mackenzie, who typically was more kind than anyone either she or Mike knew, said, "I don't know. I just say that after the day that we've had, there's a pretty good chance they're going to shoot you twice in the head and ask questions later. I say if we get around this truck and they don't look too pleased with us when we go by the sheriff's office, then we just keep our happy asses going." Emily thought about the police firing at the two of them and could not agree more that there would be very little reason to stop if that was the scenario playing out. "I can live with that," Emily replied. Mackenzie did as she had promised and lay back down on the seat, trying to get her world to stop spinning. Emily hoped that she would be doing fine by the time they get back to Ankeny. If this was the zombie blood flu and it only lasted for less than an hour, she could live with that, so long as Mackenzie did not end up turning into one of the dead and trying to eat her. Emily got as close as she dared to the burning semi. People were honking and waving, trying to get others to move so they could get out. They were crammed ass-cheek to ass-cheek, as her husband would say, into the area, and no one really had any options. The only way they could move through is if someone pulled forward, but with the truck on fire and more than likely filled with gasoline, there was no way in hell anyone in their right mind would attempt to get any closer to the fallen semi. Emily looked, trying to see if there were side streets, and as she looked down them, she could tell that either the dead were in the street, or as she could see people with arms loaded full of crap walking around that did not necessarily appear to belong to them, that she probably didn't need to go down those streets either. As she got closer to the semi, she got to the shoulder of the road, trying to keep from going into the ditch. Typically, she wouldn't worry about being in an SUV. However, this SUV and the ditch would not be friends. The ditch she was looking at cut straight down and had to be at least 4 foot deep. If this thing went over, she would not want to assume there would be any way to tip it back upright and drive out. She also knew the idea of any help coming for her this far out of town would probably be more than slim. However, she did know if she did call Mike that he would go through heaven and hell to get to them if he could. Given he was still alive, something she was definitely praying was the case. Emily whispered, "We're going to make it. We're going to live. The fucking truck is not going to blow up because we would be crispy mamas if it did." Emily ignored the people waving their hands. She unfortunately was not going to pick up any stragglers, and some of the people looking like they needed help did not necessarily scream trustworthy to her. Emily started to gun it when the truck, unfortunately, finally went off. As she had been getting close, she could see the gasoline sweating out of the fuel tanker as the paint bubbled from the extreme pressure and heat. It seemed like it was in slow motion, but the entire process had probably taken less than 1 second. Emily watched as the fireball erupted, going higher than a football field stadium. Emily screamed, "Holy fuck!" as did Mackenzie, and the ground beneath them shook violently. A line stretching in the asphalt in front of them appeared, going 5 feet deep. Emily saw that there was no chance in hell they were going to be crossing this part of Highway 69. Going by the police would no longer be an issue unless she could figure out a way to get over this newly formed ravine. Emily slammed on the brakes and turned the truck around, looking down into the new line running in the ground. And she saw that there was a sewer system running beneath it, and that must have been the reason why the split was so deep. Mackenzie said, "Is there a reason we are turning around? I thought Ankeny was the goal, Emily." "Yes, it is the goal, sweetheart, but we can't go forward unless you know a way to jump a ravine. That big-ass bomb just screwed up our path home." Mackenzie said, "So, you mean all those people that were probably flipping us off when we went by, now we have to go by them a second time?" "Yes, that is true, and for a second time, I'm also not going to stop. If those people need help, they're going to have to rely on each other and work out the details. It isn't anything personal. I mean, I guess the people are going to take it personally, but if they were in our place, they would probably just keep going too." Emily was hoping that her good deeds today would outweigh the sins of leaving people behind. Her husband almost always would make a joke about God, hoping that he had a sense of humor when his time, which he would say as a rich old man, finally came. Emily said, "So do you want to deal with rednecks or zombies?" Mackenzie, who realized sitting down and laying down were two different things, and that as much as she wanted to lie down, it was not an option at the moment, and readjusted in her seat. She looked at the roads that were an option to turn down and realized everything sucked for options for them. She said, "Honestly, I think I'll take the zombies over the rednecks. They all look like they have shotguns, and none of them look overly friendly. What good is shit when you don't know if you're going to be able to stay at your own home?" "Well, again, Mackenzie, I can only assume that these people don't have the highest amount of intelligence. I'm sure there's some good people, but they don't appear to be making fantastic decisions at the moment. And to some people, stuff is worth more than their lives. I mean, not us, but some people. Yeah, these people do not look too bright. But the problem with rednecks is the son of a bitches can shoot like there's no tomorrow." Emily turned down the first zombie street she saw. She cursed watching the purple dead again taking over the majority of the street. She was having déjà vu flashbacks like nobody's business, and the idea of having to go back into this scenario was not one she was in love with. Mackenzie, who was still talking a little bit less politely than her normal self, said, "Is it a bad thing, you think, that I am happy the zombies ahead of us look like skinny little crackhead zombies?" Emily wasn't quite sure what she was talking about, and realized skinnier zombies would be better for knocking out of the way. Emily replied, "Absolutely not. The skinnier the purple zombie, the better, so long as they don't break the car." Mackenzie asked, "So do you know how to get home once we turn, get past the purple zombies, and eventually get back on a road that will take us home?" Emily said, "Fuck if I know. This is a normal road back there. I know that Mike takes me on the bike, but it's typically when we're going to bike night, and not to lie, I've usually had a drink or two, so I'm mostly just there for the ride at that point, and to walk around and talk to the other wives I know." "But you at least know what direction, right?" "Yeah, it's that way," Emily said as she pointed north to the right. Mackenzie smiled. She definitely was not herself at the moment, but Emily thought she would take this over Purple Mackenzie any day of the week. "Do you think I should gun it? Or how do you think we should try and approach it?" Mackenzie replied, "If it was me, then I would try and hit as few of those things as possible, and go as fast as you can while doing it. You never know if the entire block is zombies, or if it's like half zombies and half shotgun-toting rednecks." Emily was thinking these might be more white trash than rednecks, but she wasn't really sure if it made a bit of difference. Emily replied, "Fast and on the outside it is. We are rebels." Emily assessed what she had going on. She realized she had 5 of the purple zombies to deal with right off the bat. The idea that there could be many more in the long row of houses that were close together did not do much for her peace of mind. Emily flew down the road, feeling the Toyota's engine kicking in and setting her back in the seat a few inches. She liked the power, and she hoped that the little SUV had enough to outdo the first one that was running directly towards her, mouth agape and covered in blood from the chin down. Emily realized this one must have eaten quite recently, especially by the looks of it. Emily swerved at the last second when it jumped for the truck. She caught it on the shoulder, hitting hard, going almost 40 miles per hour, and made it spin, looking like it was from a kung fu movie doing a 360 in the air. It showed her side was impaled and smashed beyond all recognition. It got up, to no one's surprise, and when it did, she could see the difference between the damage. Emily did a fist pump, and Mackenzie said, "Okay, so kill us 5 more of those things, and we are right as rain." Emily was doing her best to try and keep as much distance as she could between the dead. This only worked for so long as she got past 2 more with no issues, but when she got to the last 3, they spread about keeping an even distance covering the entire road. They seemed to jump in unison, and the 3 landed on the hood. Emily took the car left and right, doing her best to try and refrain from crashing the car. They pulled themselves up, and with the 3 of them pounding their faces and fists on the windshield, it did not last for more than a moment before they had to come up with a better plan. Emily realized where they were finally and hoped that her next idea was not an absolutely shitty one. Emily said, "How much do you trust me, Mackenzie?" Mackenzie waved her hand side to side, giving a 50-50 response. Emily said, "Okay. We can keep driving with those things on us, or you could put your seatbelt on and I can try something that's probably going to be a fucking horrible idea, and we definitely might hurt a little bit." Mackenzie said, "I'm probably going to be hurting for a few days, but I know that when I get home, regardless of what is happening, my happy ass is having a drink because it's 5 o'clock somewhere, bitches." Emily kind of liked drunken, post-purple zombie blood Mackenzie a lot. She loved her anyways, but this was pure comedy. She wished that she was getting some of it on tape because she knew damn well that the girl would not believe how she was acting when they got home. Emily said, "Seriously, though, what do you want to do?" Mackenzie said, "So what's this shitty idea?" "We are going to crash your SUV." Mackenzie said, "Right. So once we crash the SUV, do you have a new SUV that we can get into?" Emily said, as she pointed to the left and forward, there was a giant-looking Morton building, which was not actually a Morton building. "I think if we crash near there, we can run over to that building and get a new ride." Mackenzie, who was not quite as big of a fan of the motorcycles and whatnot, when Michael had been looking as Emily had been, said, "And what in the hell is that over there?" Emily said, "That is my husband's playland." Mackenzie, who wasn't quite sure what that meant, and apparently didn't know Mike as well as she thought, she did say, surprised, "What is it, a strip club?" Emily laughed and said, "My husband is way too cheap for a strip club. He's like the only man I know who has never been to one. That, my friend, is the Kawasaki Suzuki dealer, and I have been dragged there more damned times than I could possibly imagine with Mike." Mackenzie said, "I didn't know you knew how to ride a bike." "Oh, I can't ride a bike to save my damn life. I don't even know how he turns the fucking thing on." "We are going to find a 4-wheeler, or a side-by-side, preferably automatic, and we're going to get our asses home finally." "Mackenzie? Yeah. Well, here's to shitty ideas, motherfuckers." Emily drove the short distance up to the building, and they got close enough just as the windshield was being torn away, quite literally. She ran the SUV, going 30 miles an hour into an oak tree that had been more than a few decades growing. The zombies tried to fly backwards, but their heads were very much stuck inside of the windshield. When the truck came to an immediate halt, their bodies pulled so hard that they were immediately decapitated. The heads came loose, falling inside of the cab, and one of them landed on Emily's lap, still trying to chomp. Against everything in her body, she reached down, grabbing it with index and thumb with both hands by the ears, and picked it up, throwing it on the passenger floor with the other 2. She did not like touching bugs and gross things in general, but this was a new low for what she'd had to deal with, and that came from someone who had to deal regularly, as in daily, with a projectile-vomiting baby boy who had blown milk shots in every direction imaginable. When she saw Emily, Mackenzie said, "Are you okay, Emily?" Emily said, "Fuck no, I'm not okay. Going through a goddamn purple zombie apocalypse with you, and we don't know where we are. We keep getting lost, and I keep fucking up vehicles every time I drive. However, before you ask, no, you are not driving. You are absolutely in no condition to drive. You drive, I drive. I feel like we just keep going the wrong way. Do you think we actually have a chance of getting home? I wish I could see Marin one more time to tell her I love her. You'll see Marin again, or I'll die trying. I need you to get over your crazy talking shit, though, please. Let me get us home first, and then you can lose your shit. I need calm, cool, and collected, for the love of God. I'll do my best. Now we probably should get out of this broken-ass car. Can we maybe make sure Michael knows I didn't crash this? Even with a zombie apocalypse, he is going to be heartbroken if anything happens to it. The only thing worse for him would have been if something went on with the truck. He really loves that thing. He waited almost a decade to buy one. Nothing would make me happier than to take the blame for ruining not just my own vehicle, but your vehicle, too. I'm sure I won't get crap about that. You know what the good thing about that would be is that if you get crap about it, that means you will continue being alive. The two girls got out, looking around the 4-lane highway running along 2nd Avenue in front of them, and walked slowly alongside the steel sheet metal tan building, staying close to the walls. Emily wiggled the door, but it was locked, and when she looked at the door and saw Monday, the day for riding, she felt a bit relieved, knowing it meant they were closed to the public that day. Mackenzie, who was almost always graceful and used a bit more tact, bent down, picking up a rock the size of a softball, and smashed the glass. Emily said, "Jesus, you need to warn me next time." "Did I scare you?" "I'm not sure, but I'm pretty confident I just peed a little bit." "You couldn't have waited until we got inside? I'm going to try and go before we head out of here. I guess until you smashed that glass that I didn't know. I don't know if coffee will work, but we are going to get you a cup." "Right, because a cup of crappy coffee is going to make everything better. I'm sure that'll be the cure to all this zombie shit going on. Well, I sure as shit don't think a cup of Folgers as the answer would be such a bad thing. But I'm sure you're right, and I could use some too. I want to push something in front of this door. I don't want anyone thinking that this place is open for business. I just want to pee, grab a cup of Joe, and take something that we can take safely home. I'd really like this to be the last thing that we drive until we make it home." Mackenzie held up the rock, giving Emily a little more notice this time, and used the rock to clean some of the glass off so she and Emily could crawl through without needing to put their hands down into the broken shards of glass. They entered the building, thinking that no one else was in there. But those not working in sales were Monday through Friday, and like the rest of the world, these people had been no luckier, and not all who showed up to work on this day had showed up healthy. Mackenzie said, "Please tell me we did not just make things worse by coming in here. God, I hope not. But it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I feel like that is the kind of luck that we are dealing with today. I don't know where else to go from here if we don't try and snag something to ride." Mackenzie looked around at all of the motorcycles and said, "You know, if you could ride one of these, we could bust ass home. No luck, sorry. The idea of controlling one scares the hell out of it." Emily was doing a spin, looking around the giant showroom floor. Motorcycles as far as the eye could see and a few wave runners. Mackenzie said, "Scares the hell out of what?" "I'm not seeing any of those side-by-side vehicles. Fuck, I don't know what to do then. This was like my whole plan." Mackenzie did a look around and saw a 4-wheeler, and had no clue if she'd know how to run or start one for that matter. Mackenzie said, We need better plans, like having a new vehicle before we go and demolish ours. You think there was a possibility for us to do that going forward?" Emily didn't say anything as she walked up to the same four-wheeler that Mackenzie had been looking at. She said, "So, it is a four-wheeler or a motorcycle that I can't drive. Do you think that they have gas in them?" "I would say that we should probably check before we leave." Emily looked at the tank, unspinning the gas cap. Once she opened it, she realized it was much like any other gas tank. Once she got inside it, there was no way to see anything. Mackenzie was getting back to her old self and started firing a little brighter in the head. She twisted the key to the on position, and the dashboard lit up. The gas gauge went to full, then empty, back to full when it all lit up. The two girls both felt the relief that there was gas in it. Emily looked around the store trying to make a few decisions. When she saw what she was looking for, she started grabbing small, full-faced helmets and threw one over to Mackenzie. She said, "They can't eat our heads if we have helmets on." Mackenzie took her hands up and down her body, signaling it very well could be a lot of real estate left to eat. Her nurse scrubs did little for protection. Emily didn't have the layout of the store memorized like Mike and Lily, but could see with the open floor plan that it didn't take a genius to find the leather armored coats and gloves. The girls started trying to find coats that fit, and a few minutes later were donned in riding pants for motocross and leather jackets for cruisers. The dark brown leather and the nuclear yellow pants for the motocross definitely left something to be desired. There was a good chance that James Dean and Marlon Brando were rolling in their graves. Every attire rule was being broken, but in the women's defense, they were geared up like nobody's business. Emily said, "You know, if we can just make it a few miles over, my mom and stepdad, Jim, don't live very far from here. They are a hell of a lot closer than my house is." "Right, but I thought getting home was the plan of attack." "It is. I was just thinking that they might have an extra car that isn't being used. Jim has a huge diesel truck that he uses for car repairs. I was debating that they'd probably want to use that, and I could snag their crossover SUV. Why don't we try taking second home, and if things go to shit, we can go to Two Madres and call it good to go. Who knows? Maybe they are far enough out of town that they are okay. They live on the outskirts of town. I thought you mentioned that once, right?" "Yep. Technically they are, but only by magical redrawn lines. They are closer to Johnston than to Ankeny." "Maybe we should get going. You're going to be the one driving anyways, right?" "Yep, pretty much." A racket came from the back, followed by a thudding and what sounded like a tool cart being knocked over. Mackenzie said, "Can we please get out of here before there's any other issues?" Emily was already nodding her head yes, when to neither of their surprise, a man dressed in oily mechanic clothes came running out onto the showroom floor. Emily realized they hadn't even figured out how to start or put the thing in gear yet. The man came across the showroom so fast they didn't even know what to do. The two girls made eye contact, which, considering they were the only two in there, didn't really make a difference. The open floor plan made hiding damn near difficult, if not impossible. Emily said, "Seriously, could we not run into a fucking zombie at least one place we go to?" The man came sprinting through a clothing rack, knocking over a row of coats. Emily and Mackenzie looked around, weaponless, filled with a bunch of 5 to 2,000-pound vehicles, none of them running, and nowhere good to run at the moment. Mackenzie pulled off her helmet, forgetting about the "at least they can't eat our faces" statement made earlier. She ran straight for the man as he was trying to get up to his feet, and brought the helmet up and swung it down with all she could muster. The helmet crashed into the top of his head, sending him back down to the floor. No pain, no idea of what was going on, Only rage and hunger made him get back up. He took the hits. 1, 2, 3. The helmet finally cracked in two. The pieces of the helmet landed on the floor. The man went to run into her, and she stepped to the side. Emily, who'd spent some time with Mike and the kids at Taekwondo class, did a front snap kick, sending the man to the side and unintentionally towards Mackenzie. She was thinking on her feet by now, and jumped, letting him roll underneath her feet. She'd never wanted to stay high so much in all of her life. She tried to come down gracefully, but at the last minute did a near split, putting her arms up in the air, trying to not fall. If she had a schoolgirl uniform on, someone would have mistaken her for Mary Catherine Gallagher from Superstar. The man tried to reach up and grab her, and she fell to the side, rolling away. Emily was trying to think of something else useful from Taekwondo she had learned, and there was zilch coming to her head at the moment. Emily screamed, kicking the man as he fell back to the ground and changing his mind on Mackenzie, and thought that going after Emily was better. "Get up to your fucking feet!" Mackenzie pointed at the man rolling up to his feet and took off in a race for Emily. She turned and sprinted off down the hallway. She wasn't curious if the man was following her. She could hear the footsteps coming behind her. Emily hoped for a movie magic miracle. She slammed the gumball machine down to the ground, watching it crash down, and the gum rolled everywhere. Emily did the sign of the cross, watching Mackenzie pointing to go outside. Emily couldn't hear what she was doing, but figured it out when she heard the sound of the ATV come to life. She saw the exit sign on the wall and raced for it. The man, to her movie prayers, ran directly through the gumballs and never stopped running. Emily started her run, again wishing that this day was already going to be over, but in a living kind of way, not the dying and being eaten alive by this prick. Emily made it up to the door, seeing there was a chain wrapped around it. Emily's hopes sunk as she saw the links that might as well have been her handcuffs locked around the way out. Mackenzie came racing by the window on the four-wheeler, something that she wasn't sure she should be on. But in hindsight, her staying in here and not getting out was probably not ideal. Emily was trying to think of what she should do, how she should keep this thing from coming after her and not killing her right here. The purple freak didn't waste any time debating because food, hunger, and anger were what controlled him. He rushed towards Emily, who knelt just a little. When he got close, he, like most, jumped forward, unable to use tact or planning. If he would have just closed in the gap, she would have had no options and nowhere to go. Emily tried to melt into the wall, and as he sailed past her, she wasted absolutely no time running back the way she had come from. When she saw the gumballs, she jumped over them herself. She knew if someone was going to fall on their asses because of a stupid movie antic, it was sure as shit was going to be her. She felt like Michael Jordan, but probably looked like something a bit less graceful in real life. She landed, keeping her balance, and made her way out the doors, which appeared to be propped open. Mackenzie was bringing the four-wheeler that made her look like a midget back around towards the doors. She was screaming something, but between the helmet and the sound of the engine couldn't hear a thing. Emily didn't care what she was saying or the fact that she was currently the one who would be driving. If they could get the fuck out of there, it would be an amazing thing. Emily climbed on, tapping Mackenzie on the shoulder as the man came racing out the door. Emily rested her head on Mackenzie's shoulder, and she could feel Emily shaking as she held on to her for dear life. The man jumped at the last second, gripping onto the luggage gear rack in the back of the machine. Emily felt a hand grip onto the back of her pants, gripping tight. She could feel his dead, cold hand against the middle of her back, and she screamed. There wasn't any way to hold on to Mackenzie, and get his hands quite literally out of her pants. She was thinking about the zombie flu that Mackenzie had had, and didn't want to have the two of them driving around crazy with the post-effects. She let go of her friend and pulled his hands out of her waistline, only for him to replace it and grip onto her coat. Mackenzie looked down, seeing Emily's legs that had been resting behind hers, coming up and disappearing over her head. Chapter 8. Hillbilly Zombies. Frank had never wished to have left the keys in the truck more than right now. Earl saw the tweakers coming and tried to see if he was imagining it or if there was something actually going on with them, and they were really purple. Frank and Colby had been trying to take slow, cautious steps backwards, adding distance to a situation neither man had wanted to be thrust into. They both realized those steps were pointless because the five of them raced towards Frank and Colby, making that distance disappear immediately. No discussion was going to be had, no reasons to be given. Colby had never seen anyone look like this in his life, and he wondered if it was going on elsewhere. More than his own safety, he immediately wondered about Anna. A call to her was going to be next if these people didn't kill him before he could make it. Colby realized that they had different degrees of wounds on their body. Colby said, "What in the hell happened to them? It looks like they were torn open." Neither of them had seen anything. Frank gripped the hammer tighter. He didn't know the answer and turned to run, leaving Colby a foot behind him. Colby figured that out quickly and didn't let him get too far ahead of him. Jenkins seemed to be the slowest and fell behind. The two women in the flannel shirts seemed to race past the men. Their bare legs left nothing to imagine. They had bare feet and raced along the gravel, not even grimacing at the sharp rocks that had to be digging their way into the bottoms of their feet. Colby looked behind him, trying to see what was going to happen as he caught up to Frank and took the lead. Both women, out of nowhere, leapt into the air, diving straight forward and tackling Frank to the ground. Colby wanted to help him, but he was on his own. There was nothing he could do against five people, and as bad as he felt, he would feel even worse if they jumped him. He figured once he got to the truck that had no fucking keys, he thought. Colby now didn't have a choice but to help him. Frank looked at Colby in shock as he ran away, and then felt relief as he turned around, never stopping running. Earl screamed from the truck, "What you want me to do? Help! Or if he doesn't come, we don't have any keys. We are way too fucking far out of town to make a run for it. Whatever is going on with them isn't wearing them out or down." Earl looked around the truck's toolbox and pulled out a pair of 10-pound chain cutters. He, against all wants and any amount of common sense, raced toward his two partners. Colby got within a few feet of the women and put up a foot, kicking one in the head and knocking her off Frank. The second one bent down, wrapping her lips around his shoulder, but his thick Carhartt coat wasn't weak enough for her teeth, as hungry as she was, to bite through. She looked like a puppy trying to play tug-of-war with a rope. She was unable to do anything to get the flesh to tear away. Unbeknownst to her, it was made of a material strong enough that it didn't snag or rip. It was a working man's coat. Frank had never loved a coat more than at that moment, right then and there. Something else that Frank loved was when he saw the giant wrench that Colby was swinging with a hell of a lot of force. The wrench connected with the side of her head, and that anger in her eyes didn't so much as flicker. The only reason she fell off of Frank was because of the pressure of his hit. Frank rolled to his feet, getting his bearings back, and picked up the hammer. The two men and Jenkins were closing in, and the women weren't done. Neither of them was. Earl was running down the driveway just as quickly as he could. Earl ran into the two women just as they were getting back to their feet. He looked like a pro wrestler with his arms out, and clotheslined both of them, sending both back to the ground. Colby watched, terrified, and wishing that something they were doing was going to be enough to keep them down. Colby was more scared after he had put everything into his head and had received nothing from it. The wounds and blood were still a mystery to him. Earl brought the bolt cutters up as he got to the first man. He brought the cutters up, clenching the man's neck, and swung him around in a circle. Earl lost his balance as the man's jugular tore from its place. He fell backwards, and Colby and Frank both were about to get a look firsthand at what today was going to be about. Earl yelled, "It didn't have to be like this, man. You could have been all right, but then you went and did that. You couldn't leave my compadres alone, you dumb shits." The man who'd lost a vital body part used for living didn't so much as raise his hand to his neck. The two women he had clotheslined both made it to their feet. The three, all at once, bum-rushed Earl, tackling him to the ground, and unlike Frank, didn't have any issues finding fresh flesh on the man. He felt the pain of hitting the ground, and that was washed away just as soon as the teeth bit into Earl's neck. Any help now was going to be too little, too late. The women each tore off an ear, and the guy took the side of his neck and his double chin, pulling off a very large piece. The blood from Earl's neck gushed out, soaking his shirt and chest hair. Colby and Frank felt their hopes diminish because neither of them knew what to do to save him, and that would only be if they could get rid of these 5 in total. Colby was looking down at his wrench and really wished that he had some sort of a gun or something with a spike coming out of it. He couldn't figure out why there wasn't a chance that these things were staying down. Blood filled the gravel below his neck, winding its way through the small rocks. When Colby realized that they were chewing the flesh and swallowing it, he finally realized that they weren't attacking them. They were eating Earl. Earl began to shake on the ground, and the 3 that were happy for just a second decided to grab a second bite. Jenkins, the second man, rushed towards him. Colby had all but forgotten about him and the other. He couldn't wrap his mind around what was happening. Frank said, "What in the fuck are they doing?" "They look like they are eating him." Jenkins rushed for him. Colby snapped back to the side and had a brand new fear installed in him, one that he wasn't going to lose a challenge like this to. Colby brought his wrench up, looking like it was a kettlebell exercise. The wrench caught him under the chin. The sound of bone on steel was gut-wrenching. The second man jumped, knocking Frank off of his feet. He lost his balance trying to swing the hammer before he gripped onto him. Frank caught him in the shoulder, but he used his hands to still get a hold of him, and the two did a 360 down to the ground hard. Colby watched, ready to assist, but it was hard to move as he watched Earl getting up from the ground. His face and neck were almost looking purple. Frank saw him from the ground, feeling hope that maybe he would come after and help him. Earl did come over, but he practically knocked the other man out of the way, ripping his nose off, looking like a wild dog. Everything hit home for Colby at that point. The 5 had turned into 6, and he was now one of the worst things that he could be, he thought, alone. Colby looked at Frank beginning to shake on the ground. Deja vu struck him hard. Colby stared at Frank on the ground for a second time. This time he realized that if he got back up, he wasn't going to be the same Frank. Those keys in his pocket were not going to get in his hand. He was all alone. And as soon as Frank got up to his feet, now there were 7. Colby wasn't a huge fan of running, but right now he was set to run with everything he had. Colby raced towards the truck. He hadn't a clue how to hotwire a car, and while he thought that he could possibly hotwire it from a YouTube video, he knew that these trucks were about as anti-theft as they came. Colby raced, throwing shitty aimed tosses of tools, trying to do anything he could to slow them down. The last thing that Colby wanted to do was trap himself. He was also not a large fan of losing his shit, or in this case somehow it had gotten to the point where he had to worry about losing his life as well. He wanted to get a hold of Hannah, but this didn't seem to be the ideal time to do so. Calling her in his last seconds before he turned into whatever was happening to Frank and Earl would take place if he got bit as well was not how he wanted to use his last words. Colby scanned the area where there was nothing, as it was as desolate as the definition could be. Colby realized he had one option, and it fell back to him, and he was trapped all over again. He wasn't sure if it would be something these things could do, but he sure as shit figured it was going to give him a better chance than if he just stood there and let the 7 of them catch him. Colby made a straight line for a power pole. He pulled off 2 spikes from either side of his belt, attaching them as quickly as he could, and started climbing, not even putting on a harness to put around the pole. He got 6 feet up before the first person made it to him. Earl was jumping up in the air, waving his arms and swiping, trying to get Colby in his grasp. Luckily for Colby, as he climbed, the dead fought over who was going to jump and not reach him, giving him more and more time to climb higher. Colby, once he felt he had a safe distance of almost a school bus on the dead, decided that it was an ideal time for him to place his strap around his waist and the pole. He had seen many videos of people falling and meeting their untimely demise. Once Colby was up and safe, he looked around trying to figure out what in the fuck he was going to do. He could call for help, but he didn't quite know what he was going to tell someone. Better than good chance of someone thinking he had lost his fucking mind if he did call. Colby looked at the house, thinking they still had the power, and now was just trying to debate if there was a way for him to use it towards his advantage. Once the dead had made it clear who was going to climb the pole, not through words, but what he could only assume was some sort of barbaric alpha leader that had been decided, Colby was dumbfounded at the fact that Frank was holding on with nothing but boots in his bare hands to the pole, pulling himself up, leaving skin and blood running down the pole. Colby knew that you could only climb so high, because of common sense, that eventually you would run out of fucking pole. Chapter 9. 3 by Tractor. Mark held on tight to the top of the tractor. He had a sinking suspicion that if he fell off from the roof of this, that Brent was not in the mood to stop and pick anyone up. They got closer by the second to the main road that would lead them to the side street that cradled the sack. Brent had the tractor bouncing along, not slowing down for anything. His only thoughts now were getting Haley and Rylan. Karen said, "You think we should slow down before we get up to the main road?" "Probably, but we don't know if those things can climb or if they can jump. Probably having Mark up on the roof isn't a real great idea. But we don't have a whole lot of options, do we?" "Are you okay, Brent?" "Me? No, I'm not okay at all. My wife's dead. The world seems to be fucked, and my 2 kids are hiding out at a neighbor's house that I don't know all that well. I can only pray that the 2 of them are still alive, because if they aren't, then you 2 need to move on, because I'm not going to be the guy anyone wants to be around." "I'm sure those kids are okay. I'm sure your neighbor's doing everything in his power to keep them safe and sound." "Yep. Guess we will see in a minute or 2. Brent made it to the crossroad that would take him home. There were plenty of the dead. Mark was looking around. The number of dead standing on the coming road was more than disturbing. Mark wanted to do something, to not worry about what was happening. When they got to the point that Mark knew he wasn't going to have a chance in hell that he would make it, at least not driving through that horde. Even with his back the way that it currently was, he thought that he'd have a better chance on his own than sitting up here waiting for someone to eat him. Mark got up to his knees, then to his feet, surfing on top of the roof. He was feeling like Michael J. Fox from Teen Wolf at the moment. He realized that his balance was not what he had thought it was, because that was when he fell from the top and into the ditch below, 10 feet down. The ground was being set up to develop, and there were plenty of spots in the ditches for trucks and heavy equipment to cross over from the main road to the development site that had been filled in. Karen jumped a foot, grabbing onto Brent's shoulder as she saw Mark fall from the top of the tractor. He hit hard in the ditch, but the tall overgrown grass gave him a small amount of padding. She screamed, "Stop the tractor! Stop the tractor!" Brent looked over his shoulder, seeing Mark's feet at the tail end of his plummet to the ground. Mark hit hard, making an sound. Mark, after a moment, put up a thumb, not sure if he actually believed that he was okay. The sound of the tractor coming took many of the dead's attention. They were seeming to be looking for the undead, but when they saw the tractor, decided, or were drawn to the only thing moving in the vicinity. 4 of them saw Mark's thumb and raced towards the ditch. Mark looked up, seeing them coming for him, and did his best to make it to his feet and climb up and out of the ditch. He raced towards the construction site, looking around for anything he could find to use as a weapon. The only things he could find were scraps of buildings not yet completed. Mark found a 2x4, wishing it was a machine gun. Unfortunately for him, weapons weren't just lying around in Ankeny, or, for that matter, anywhere. Mark gripped on tight, trying to think quickly. When he saw the frames of the homes, he could only pray that they had steps and a floor at the top of them, and if they did have steps, that maybe, just maybe, they would have a hiding spot somewhere. He raced for the house, his back feeling like somebody was digging a dagger through his spine with each step. He knew if he stopped, he was as good as dead. However, there was a good chance he would not see another day, and he knew that. Mark was ready to do anything he had to try and continue surviving. Staying on top of the tractor roof at this point seems like it might not have been the worst idea. Getting off in the middle of a cornfield that had not been planted yet, where there was nothing around for miles, seemed like a heavenly bliss to him now. Mark raced into the framed house. It did have the steps and floors, and no walls. Mark scrambled up the steps looking, seeing that the 5 had turned into a dozen. The tractor apparently did not seem as easy prey as he did. Mark couldn't help, unfortunately, but agreed that he was definitely the easier to go after. When Mark made it to the top of the steps, he held tight to his 2x4, trying to come up with a plan to see another day. The first of the dead came into the framed house, looking around and not seeming to know to look up. Mark was praying that these things were too stupid to be able to find him. Mark rested, trying to stay out of view, but at the same time not trapping himself somewhere that he wouldn't have an exit plan. He wished that the house had a second set of steps so he could draw them up and then head down and out and either back to the tractor or head back to the middle of the field, where he could just lie down and wait for a day or two before trying to have to figure out what was going to happen next. Mark walked backwards, trying to be as quiet as possible and not seeing the paint can behind him. Given the house had no walls, it was not something that he had been on the lookout for. Mark kicked it over, and a healthy amount of yellow fluid came from the can spilling over the edge of the steps and drawing the dead's attention as the liquid dripped onto their heads. Mark tried to figure out what in the hell kind of paint it was before he realized it was a construction worker's porta-potty. It was easier for them to piss up top than it was to stop their work and come down, go outside, and use the porta-john. The dead didn't seem to mind so much that there was a steady stream of urine pouring down on its head, because it was a dumb purple zombie, but when it realized it was coming from above, it looked up, seeing the steps, and raced past the rest of the dead, throwing them out of the way, and raced up the steps. Mark heard the thud, 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 thud of steps as it progressed up and towards him faster than he could have imagined. Mark thought about jumping off the second floor, but knew his body was only going to take so much more abuse today at his age. Also, the fact that there were no walls also meant there was no division from himself and the dead. They would see him. They would come for him, and against everything he wanted in life, they would catch him. Mark caught the first of the dead as it raced up the steps, swinging the 2x4 like a baseball bat as it made its head level to the top of the steps. Mark hit it perfectly with his swing, catching it under the jaw and sending it up and back into 3 other of the dead that were following it. The dead fell backwards, growling and screaming in rage. The only emotion besides hunger, of course, they would ever feel again. Anger was running strong, especially for those falling backwards down the steps. Unfortunately for Mark, there were 8 more in their place, and they did not slow down for their fallen purple brethren. They came quickly up the steps, jumping and trampling the dead who were in their way. Mark wound up swinging a second time, but this was not going to end well for him. As he started to swing, he saw 2 of them jump from the stairs up onto the level, not slowing down or worrying about their balance. One of them missed the jump, falling down, catching its chin on the ledge. It fell onto the floor below. But the other ones made it perfectly and continued their forward progression, missing catching on to Mark, but nevertheless getting very close to him. Mark put the 2x4 up to block them from getting any closer, but the dead had no issues with going after whatever piece of him was available. Both of them gripped onto his wrists, not pushing him backwards, but lunging full force and biting onto his fingers, tearing away at them and eating greedily as Mark's screams filled the shell of a house. Mark looked down at his fingers, or the 6 that were still left, and began to feel faint. The others by now caught up, coming around Mark, circling him like a pack of dogs, and unfortunately for him, treating him like a steak in a butcher's shop. The dead jumped him, taking Mark down to the floor, tearing apart his neck, his face, his stomach, his thighs, chewing until there was nothing available left to turn. Mark's blood-curdling screams made it to the tractor, and Karen could only imagine the horror that he was suffering. She vowed to do whatever she could if it meant she would make it to see tomorrow. She had never wanted a Monday to be over so badly in all her life. Karen said, "I can't believe that just happened." Brent, who usually told it as it was, but at least tried to put a little bit of kindness into the truth, said, "There's going to be a lot of heartbreak going on today. Maybe consider him one of the lucky ones for not having to suffer." "Is that how you feel about Marcia?" "Honestly, at this point I don't know. I just keep thinking about the kids and the fact that they are still young and are going to have to deal with this going forward. Kids are pretty damn delicate nowadays. I'm pretty sure this is going to fuck them up for life." "If it doesn't, I'd be a little bit worried about those kids," Karen replied. Brent was going to say so would he, when the dead who hadn't been racing across the field saw the 2 of them and their giant green tractor cruising across the street. The dead were on them like a spider monkey, Brett thought, except he had a Will Ferrell voice in his head telling him that. Brett was getting a much deeper fear of the pain threshold that they seemed able to handle, given they didn't seem to feel anything. Those that couldn't hold on to the door were resting on the engine that was hot enough you could fry an egg on it. Brent had seen new guys at work who didn't know a tractor from their asshole, who had gone up and made a one-time mistake of touching the tractor engine when it was hot. Their skin, or what used to be their skin until the tractor adopted it as its own, would sizzle under the heat, and the only thing worse was the sound of their pain echoing. Brent knew, aside from antibiotics and some really good drugs down at the hospital, there wasn't much anyone could do for them but give them time. Brent's stomach turned, hearing a constant sizzling from the tractor on purple zombie skin. There was a sound which couldn't be ignored coming from it, and he hated it almost as much as them. Karen said, "That's about as horrible as I would have expected it to be. We can at least see if frying them on an engine will kill them." It was almost as if it could hear Karen's words. One of the dead stared directly at her. Its clothes had been burned from its body. Its chest, stomach, and nipples were charred black. It began crawling forward on the hood, pulling its skin from its body. Karen said, "Where are your kids located? Are we close?" "Very close, but we aren't going to get them." "Why in the fuck not? Wasn't that one of a few reasons why we came all the way back here?" "It is. But how do you propose that we put them in the cab? There's barely enough room for you and me. We need to get rid of some of these dead also. They're going to eat us and my kids if we don't get rid of a few of them." "Oh, so that's your plan. We just get rid of some of them. Is there a reason why we didn't do that already?" "Yeah, we haven't been close to my house." "So, are you trying to say that you were okay with all the zombies until we got close to your house?" "No. What I was saying is once we get to my house and I can get inside, I'm going to put a bullet through every single damn purple zombie that we run into. I'm not leaving a single one of them alive, and I am fucking all of them up." "I like the way that sounds. So, just out of curiosity, how are we getting from the tractor cab into the house when we have a shit ton of zombies on the vehicle?" "I don't really know 100% yet, but I assure you we are going to figure it out. I'm getting us safe out of the John Deere, and then we're going to get armed up, and I'm going to have a quick hit of liquid courage, and we are going to go get Rylan and Haley. If you want to stay at the house, you obviously can be my guest. They aren't your kids. I'm more than aware of the hell that is going to be waiting for us. So, like I said, it's up to you." Brent drove as fast as the tractor could go. He was starting to worry about how much gas he had left. One thing he had not considered was leaving his pickup at work, and the fact that Marcia had, of course, taken her car to work as well, leaving them no cars. He didn't think his riding lawnmower would be the best thing to cruise around town on. However, he also knew he didn't have any diesel to fill up his tractor with. Today sucked, Brent thought. No, today was the worst day of his life. But he would get through it because as of now, he didn't have any other choices. He was the only thing those kids were going to have, and he wasn't about to let them down. Karen, one who did not just stand on the sidelines of life, regardless of what was going on, said, "If you think I'm staying home like the little woman while you run off and risk your shit after getting us here alive, then you, my friend, are fucking crazy. I don't care what kind of day you had. Your kids are awesome, and they need all the help they can get. If you give me any more shit, your heart and your balls are going to be hurting because I'm going to kick them in. You get me?" Brent said 10-4 and kept driving down Briarwood, not slowing down for any of the dead attached to the hood. They were still trying to get in, but with limited options to hold on to, they were falling off and under the tractor. Karen, who had been to his house before for a block party, asked, "Is there a reason we didn't turn down the road that you live on? That is the easiest way to get somewhere." "I feel like your sarcasm is quite deep, Karen. The reason I didn't turn was in front of the Evans house. They had a shit ton of the dead roaming around in his yard and street. Just one more reason why I would like to go grab a few guns, and hopefully I can pick some of them off before we go up to get the kids. The only thing I question is if anyone else on the sack is home. I'd love to have someone let me borrow their car to go up to his house. I'm sure we could take the tractor up there, but I have a sinking suspicion that a car or truck, or even a four-wheeler, if our old neighbors still lived around here, would be more useful in this thing. If we were going to go off-roading, I sure as hell would like to keep this handy. Of course, But this isn't the ideal situation to keep it as the main vehicle. It also doesn't help that it is slow as fuck." "Amen to that. Did you want to start making some calls to see who's around?" "No. Let's make sure that we don't die first. Be ashamed to ask somebody if I could borrow a car, and then I go and get eaten by a zombie. Don't you agree?" "I thought we weren't going to get eaten by zombies. I'm pretty sure we already had that conversation, that it wouldn't be good for anyone if they ate our asses." Brent smiled and gave a thumbs up that the two of them would survive better than Mark. Chapter 10. Marin was in her dad's arms and holding on tight. She didn't seem like she was going to be letting go for anything. The two stared out the window for a moment. Michael was trying to get ready to go down and get the garage door back on track. The call that he'd had from Emily had shaken him up just a little. The idea of Mackenzie not doing well, mixed with the fact that everything was going to hell in a handbag, did little for his anxiety. Michael was thinking about popping a couple extra pills, but realized if he did, the idea of his reaction time being just a little bit slow did little for his peace of mind. Marin saw Brent go across and yelled in excitement at the green tractor. Michael, always proud when she recognized one of his race car driver's main sponsors, smiled and said, "Who's a good little NASCAR girl?" "Marin is, yes, and she's an awesome little baby girl." Michael realized she did see a green tractor in the middle of the damn city. Michael, who typically tried not to curse in front of Marin, said, "Well, fuck me. There's a tractor driving down the middle of the road with a ton of zombies on it. Who would have thought you'd see that?" Ryland, not one who was calm or very tame about anything, punched Michael directly in the ass cheek. The 6-year-old had quite the hook for being his age and as small as he was. Michael jumped, holding on to Marin, making sure not to drop her. He said, "What the hell is that for?" "That was my dad. He plants like a farmer without a farm or something. He does a lot of stuff with tractors. I'm pretty sure that was him going by. How come he didn't stop here?" Michael said, "I have no idea. Maybe he's going home to get your mom or get something else." "My mom's at work." "Understood. But like I said, kid, I have no idea. I'm not friends with your dad on Facebook, and I don't have his number. What are the chances of you having a phone on you?" "I would say none." "Exactly as I thought." "So what are you going to do to call my dad?" "Kid, I can't. Trust me, if I could make a call and have him come get you and leave, I would. There's not a lot I can do. I doubt your dad can make smoke signals." "Why would he do smoke signals?" "I don't know." "I don't know either. Weird old guy." "I'm only 30. "Yeah, I'm 6. That's like 100 years older than me." Lily poked her head around the corner and said, "Michael, you're never going to win. If I were you, I would just let him be." "Noted. Thank you. And you're right. Lily, do either of you have his dad's phone number, out of curiosity?" "Nope, we don't have any of the adults' phone numbers. I have my mom and dad's, and my grandma and grandpa's, and my other grandma, grandpa's, and my other grandma and grandpa's, and I have my Aunt Butthead and my Aunt Shauna, and I think that's it. Do you want to talk to any of them?" "I'd love to talk to your dad right now, but I can't see what good it's going to do. Your mom did say she was getting close, but she still wasn't 100% sure how much further she had to go. She had said that traveling was going somewhat slow for her." "Hey, at least she hasn't been eaten by a purple zombie yet," Lillian said, always trying to take the bright side of things. Michael said, "Yeah, she has that going for her, doesn't she?" Ryland cleared his throat, making sure that Michael knew he was still very much there, and said, "I still need to know how I'm going to get a hold of my dad, dude." Michael realized his solution didn't take a genius, and looked at Lily and asked, "What's his dad's name?" "It's Brent Carr, like a car, but they spelled it wrong." Michael was already typing in, hoping that by some chance it would be an easy find. He hit pay dirt when he saw Ryland's picture pop up on the phone for his Facebook profile picture, along with another blonde-haired child he was yet to see, which was his sister, Haley. Michael smiled, hitting the message on his Facebook application, and typed in a quick one letting him know that his son and daughter were all right, and that they were safe up at the Evans house. He knew that it went to request if they weren't friends on Facebook, which they weren't, but hoped his dad would not be ignoring messages on a day like today. Ryland said, "Did you find him? Did you message him? Hey, are you hearing anything I'm saying?" Michael was taking long, deep breaths and said, "Look, kid, I sent your dad a message, and hopefully, God willing, he's going to come get you very soon." "You sure you found the right guy?" Michael actually didn't mean to say it aloud, but said, "Yeah, unless you're the milkman's kid." Ryland scratched his long blonde hair, saying, "What's a milkman, and why would that have anything to do with my dad?" Michael patted the kid on the head and walked downstairs to get the garage back in working order. Jake was down there looking out the small slits of daylight to the outside, trying to assess how bad the back and front yards were. The dogs were past losing their shit at this point, and the two of them had both settled for immeasurably large amounts of belly rubs. Both dogs appeared to be in a state of nirvana, and could not be more pleased about having company if it was going to be like this. "Jake, do you think you could help me get the garage door back on track? It wouldn't break my heart to have somebody that knows how to use a gun who can keep an eye out." "Yeah, I can do that. Hopefully we can get the garage door fixed. I have never thought of something for Mom and Dad's house to ask for Christmas, but I think this year I want a new garage door opener, or maybe even better. I like a zombie-proof house that will keep me safe forever." Michael said, "Yeah, there's a good chance that I think everyone is going to want that. But after what you've done for me today, I can't see the fat red man doing anything but delivering the goods to you and your sister." The two went into the garage, flipping on every light in the place. Jake sat on the step to the garage and watched Michael looking up at the garage door. He thought that he very much resembled his dad at the moment, who knew absolutely nothing about garage doors. Jake would cringe when he thought about the winters where the door didn't work. His dad would go out at the mention from his mom that the door wasn't working. He'd mention regularly that, to his knowledge, he'd never gone to garage door repair school, and after doing everything that he could try on YouTube, then he typically would mostly just curse under his voice about the garage door and how you can't fix something that is broken. After a minute, Michael went up to the electronic eyes mounted on both sides of the door and spit on them, cleaning them off with the end of his sleeve. Jake, who couldn't help the Evans in him, asked, "So is that the technical way to do that?" Michael laughed. He was more than used to Jake's dad Mike's sarcasm, and actually didn't mind it at all. Half the time, Mike would say something so nonchalantly that it took a minute to catch that he'd even made a joke, which typically just made it that much funnier. "This is the zombie apocalypse way. We need to get this thing opened up. I'm half tempted to put your dad's car in reverse and let it go out into the street. It'd clear up more space in the garage if we did." "That's fine. Dad is always hoping that someone will crash into it so long as none of us are in it, and he can get a new car on someone else's dime." "Does he want a new truck?" "My dad? Are you kidding me? He's too cheap to get a truck. My grandpa Evans gets a new truck every other year. He brags to Dad how it was getting 20 miles per gallon on a good day. Dad always tries to not mention that his Hyundai got 40 every single day. Dad always said that if he hit it big writing, they'd never need to worry about gas again. Jake was too young at this point to have a preference about cars, but his dad always preached about how he needed to go to college or a vocational school if he wanted to have a good living and options after school. Jake was more of the economical type himself, never wanting to spend a dime of his own, hoping that if the car his dad has was that cheap to drive, that he'd be happy if he could get it when he turned 16. Jake had always joked if his dad would hit it big in writing, then maybe he wouldn't need to pass on that car to him when he turned 16, that a Lambo would be more his style. Mike had told him the same thing that his dad had told him, except Denny was always talking about the lotto. Mike would mention, if I make it big, that means I've made it big. With the exception of college and maybe a house, you'll still be a working man. Jake would always say, I love you too, Dad. Mike would mention if you knew what a house and college cost, you sure as shit should. Michael pulled back the hook to the cord and reattached the chain. Jake knew that typically was when his dad wanted him to give it a try, but obviously under today's circumstances did not want to assume. Jake asked, Do we want to give it a shot, or what are you thinking? Michael said, I'd say we need to know if there's anything outdoors. If this thing for some reason goes up and doesn't let me stop it, we're going to have a hell of a mess on our hands. Do you guys have a system set up to let others know it's safe to go? Yeah, we do, but it's a crappy one. Give me like 2 minutes. I have an idea. Jake didn't give Michael an option but to wait and disappeared inside for a minute. He sprinted up the steps and tossed Lillian her cell phone. He hit the on button first, making sure that she had power to it. She was infamous for it always being dead because most of her friends were too young to have a cell phone. Or at least that's what their parents told them, ignoring the fact that Lillian had one and was the same age. Previously, she had gotten home and had a 5 or 10-minute window where she was by herself. Since Emily had started working from home, they had not been nearly as concerned with her keeping it charged. Jake said, Okay, I'm going to call you, and you let me know when it's safe to come out of the garage or to put the door up. We're going to move Dad's car out into the driveway. Lily said, Are you sure that's a good idea? I don't know if it's a good idea or not, Lily, but Michael thinks that it is. He thought it would free up some room for when people came to get the kids, or for when Grandma and Grandpa and Dad and Mom and Mackenzie get here. Right. But what if, unfortunately, none of them come? Lily asked. I'm just saying, what are we going to do at that point when we don't have any car? You're kidding, right? There's no way that Dad's car would fit all the kids here. I mean, if you're looking at the worst-case scenario, then yeah, it's probably a bad idea. However, if no one shows up, we don't really have any reason to leave anytime soon, do we? I suppose not. Just put me down on record that I think it's a crappy idea. And if Dad is pissed that you wrecked his car, you make sure and tell him I had nothing to do with it. You understand me? Hell no. I'm telling him it was Michael's idea. 100% Michael's idea, and I mentioned to him how you never touch another man's car. Dad said that it's the radio. If Dad is pissed about his car getting crashed, then I'm going to not bring up useless details, Lily. I'm not as big of a fan as you of tossing someone under the bus, but if it comes to Dad's car or bike, I guarantee I'm not going to be the one taking the tongue lashing. Lily yelled down the steps to Alana, yelling for her to come upstairs. The 10-year-old came up quickly, and Jake was somewhat confused why she was yelling for kids to come up when she thought they were all ready. Jake said, There isn't time for a girl party, Lily. Go downstairs, give me a few minutes, and shut up. Thank you. Lily usually was quite a bit kinder, probably the nicest one out of the 5 of them, or 4 of them, since Tony was almost never there at the house. Jake turned around, realizing he didn't really have anything you could add to that, and figured Lily probably had a good reason if she was calling someone else. Lily said, Hi, Alana. This is pretty messed up, isn't it? The girl nodded her head and said, "I wish that I would hear from my mom or dad. I'm kind of freaking out about everything. What's going on?" "So, I don't want to assume, but I figured you or Madison were probably my best bets. Do you know how to shoot a .22 accurately?" "I prefer a 20 gauge. My dad got me one to learn pheasant hunting." "Okay, well, Jake has the 20 gauge and we only have one. Jake will not give that thing up. I was kind of hoping that if I got you my dad's .22 that maybe, just maybe, you might be willing to stand at the window with me and pick off anything coming up to the house. Jake and our neighbor Michael from behind us are going to try and get the garage door fixed. I was just hoping for some assistance. If you can't do it, I can do a lot of things, Lily, including answering your many questions. Yes, I'll help. Go get me a gun. Make sure you have plenty of bullets and that they're the right kind. We have a ton of .22 bullets. Dad said that he might suck at stocking up for a zombie apocalypse with other useful supplies, but that we could eat squirrel and rabbit until we hated with as many .22 bullets as he has stockpiled over the years. Yeah, just go get it so we can get going on whatever this is we're supposed to do. The block looks pretty filled at the moment. I feel like they probably should wait a little bit before they try to open the door. I'm assuming if they're in the garage, that's what they're doing. Yeah, you'd be right. Just hold on a minute." Lily ran to her mom and dad's closet, grabbing one more brick of .22 ammo, ensuring they would have way more than they would ever need. She got her dad's Ruger semi-automatic rifle, knowing it was about the easiest thing in the world for anyone to use. Alana was tall for her age and would be able to hold and shoot it without any issues, whereas Lily was still growing into the larger rifles. Alana's dad was practically a giant, standing at 6'4", and she had no clue how much he weighed. But any time she thought of what a professional wrestler looked like, Alana's dad, Sean, kind of fit the bill. Lily handed the rifle to Alana after showing her how to clear a jam on the side, which happened from time to time, and where the button was to drop the magazine so that she could reload. She kind of laughed when she had told her that it was only a 10-shot, knowing that they had magazines in movies she'd seen that held hundreds of bullets. But she figured those bullets and those guns probably weren't the ones that everyone and their mother had. Her dad had told her that if you lived in America and were from America, you had a .22 rifle and a shotgun, and you probably had seen The Karate Kid. The two girls lined up next to the window, looking around, and Lily hit the answer on her phone. Jake said, "Are you guys ready yet?" "Yeah. Elena's going to help out with some of the Purple Dead." Jake wasn't quite sure, but he knew what she was talking about. He said, "Is this really a good time to give it a try?" Lily said, "No, I mean unless you want to get eaten alive. Not particularly, no. We'll tell you when. If it stays jam-packed, then maybe we can try and figure out some way to distract them and get them to go down the street. Sounds like a plan. Let's try and do a better job than last time, okay?" "Totally not my fault. You cut out the middleman and we can cut out the mistakes along with it." Ryland stood behind Jake, watching as Michael was putting the finishing touches on things, trying to be ready for what was going to come next. Jake said, "Ryland, why don't you head inside, man? See if you can keep Marin entertained. That'd be a big help." "Do I look like a girl?" "No, your hair is too short." "Exactly, and I don't babysit either." Michael, who was only trying to make light of the situation, said, "Look, Ryland, you aren't going to ever get anywhere with girls talking like that. You need to be more open-minded. I never thought I'd watch kids, and now I watch Marin every single day." "Right, but you are like really, really old." "You do remember me telling you that I was only 30, right?" "Right, and I remember telling you that was old. So what's your point?" "Just that I think it would be better for everyone if you headed back inside the house. They could use a big, strong man inside." Rylan laughed. He was too smart for his own age, and reverse psychology did little for him. He could smell it like a fart in the wind. "Sounds like maybe you ought to go inside." "Kid, I'm not your dad. I don't have to put up with this shit. Get inside now." Rylan was not listening any longer. This conversation had stopped being interesting to him the moment they said something about him going inside, and that he couldn't do what he wanted to, which was staying out in the garage with the rest of the menfolk. He was focusing on something when Michael had hit the switch on the cord to reconnect everything. Jake was listening to Lily's small chat about something, and was trying to ignore Michael and Rylan's conversation. He was used to little kids on the block and didn't care for listening to them if he could avoid it. It was always amazing how quickly the older or big kids on the block could forget how much the younger kids idolized them, even when they weren't being the best role models available. Rylan took one step down past Jake, bringing him back to the world. Jake watched Rylan. No clue what he could be possibly doing. The reason he couldn't figure out what he was doing was because in a million years he would have never thought of climbing on his dad's cars. He knew that even though he wasn't a huge car guy, that anyone scratching, spilling, or basically doing anything to mess up one of his cars was enough to warrant a foot in the ass. Rylan was using one of the small 16-inch tires as a ladder. Michael wasn't looking at him in the moment, and had been hoping that he would just leave if he ignored him. When he got to the hood, Michael finally turned around in horror, watching the kid jump up on the windshield and then onto the roof of the car. Michael always tried to exercise patience, being a security guard. It was a big part of his job to stay calm because it helped to keep others calm. Michael was used to dealing with all different sorts of people. They had many homeless in Des Moines that lived on the streets and tried to use their parking ramp as shelter. It was something he could obviously understand. But at the same time, the people that worked there did not deem it a safety aspect they were willing to deal with. So more than once he had to escort them out, and it did not help that some of them dealt with serious mental disabilities. Michael also had to deal with something worse than the homeless, who at least treated him with respect. He had to deal with VIPs in the upper class. People coming to Nationwide who had a stick so far up their ass the longest set of pliers that Home Depot sold would not be enough to get to the tip of the stick. So in this one case, Michael could not hold back and screamed at Rylan. "Rylan, I don't know what the fuck you were doing, but get off Mike's car. He'd kill you if he saw you up there." Jake, who was completely on board because on more than one occasion had seen his dad getting mad at him just by watching other kids be bad in a store. Jake screamed, "Yeah, listen to him, Rylan. You're going to get hurt worse when my dad gets home and sees dents in his car from you." Rylan, who was more than ready for anything coming his way today, said, "Oh, yeah? And I guess you forgot. You aren't my dad. You aren't here to help me, and neither of you are being all that nice to me today. I'm totally telling my mom and dad when they come pick me up." Michael was trying to refrain, but couldn't, and said, "Rylan, I can only hope your parents get here sooner than later. Nothing would make me happier than helping you get into your parents' loving arms and making you their issue again." Rylan turned around, shaking his ass in Michael's face, and then jumped up, pushing what he had originally been looking at. A blinking light that said Tester on it was blinking green, then red, then yellow, and it was like a crack pipe calling to the young boy. Had the young boy been addicted to crack, which of course as a 6-year-old he wasn't, but nonetheless Rylan did the worst thing that he could possibly do hitting that Tester button. Michael had never wanted so badly in all his life to have not fixed something correctly. The angry grind of the gears started to echo in the garage as the opener began to shake. Ryland's eyes went wide as they saw dozens of feet coming across the garage entrance. Luckily, none of them seemed intelligent enough to get on their knees and crawl beneath the door. Michael yelled, "God damn it, kid, look what you did!" Lily was screaming over her phone, "Don't open the door! Don't open the door! Stop the door now! Push the button now! It's not safe! What are you doing?" Jake was going to respond when a slew of gunfire started to erupt from above them. He knew that the two girls were going to do their best, but just by the mere number of feet that he could see from beneath the opening of the door, it was not going to be enough. Jake didn't so much as even pull up his gun. He yelled to Michael and Ryland, "We need to get out of here now. We need to get inside. This test mode is just going to go up. You can't stop it. The electrical outlet for the garage is connected to the roof. No one's going to be able to reach it." Michael was already running towards the door. He yelled to Ryland, who was only 50 pounds soaking wet if he was wearing a 10-pound towel, and said, "Come on, buddy, let's go in the house now." Ryland watched the door as it got waist level, and the dead finally realized they could bend. They looked beneath the door, staring in, and Ryland realized just how horrific everything was looking. At least 20 of the dead were staring beneath, their faces grisly with blood. There was gore mixed with their hair, torn faces and lips, noses, once in place, now removed. Ryland stood frozen in place. Michael yelled for him, but it was already too little too late. Ryland hunkered down on the top of the car, clinging to the sides of it. Had he just turned around and ran and jumped off the hood to Michael, he would have seen another day, and unlike his sister, would have had the option to see his dad again. The dead raced into the garage, filling the small space to the brim almost instantly within seconds. 4 of the dead raced up to Mike's car, crawling for Ryland, who was screaming bloody murder, piercing ears at the decibels that he was able to produce. Michael was still screaming for him to come, but there wasn't anything he could do. He pulled his pistol and started firing, but didn't have enough bullets in his gun to even take care of the first wave of the dead. Michael could see on the driveway there was a growing number of those purple freaks, not able to get past Lily and whoever the hell was shooting with her. Jake put a hand on Michael's shoulder and whispered, "There's nothing you can do." If Michael didn't have Marin in his life, he would have stayed in the garage firing until his gun clicked empty. But that wasn't the case. Jake pulled back on Michael, making him lose his balance, and slid him across the wood floor. Jake kicked the door shut, putting on the deadbolt lock to it just as the first thud slammed onto the door by those that weren't fortunate or quick enough for the only meal, however small it was, in the garage. Jacob screamed to the kids in the hallway who had been listening to the yelling match between Michael, Jake, and Ryland. Jake said, "Go get me a chair. Give me a chair now. Do it. God damn it, now." Madison, Alana's sister, turned and raced. She was probably the biggest kid in the group because she was Jake's age. But as everyone knows, girls grow just a little bit faster than the boys. Madison returned in less than a second, and Jake slid a chair up under the doorknob. He was praying to God that the thing would hold, and that the house, which was currently the only sanctuary he had, would not become overrun with the dead. The children had begun crying again, at least the little ones, and Jake said, "Guys, if you can't handle it, go in the other room and cry into the couch or a pillow. We don't need to make extra noise. I don't think it'd be a good idea. We have a basement where you can go down to that muffles noise really well." Harley and Rusty were no better. Both were barking like they were losing their minds at the sound and smell of the dead. Ryland screamed on the hood of the car, trying to make his way from the dead. 2 of them that Michael had missed with his gun fell down off the car's roof and on to the small boy. His tiny stature was completely invisible after the 2 fell atop of him. His screams ended quickly, but not before they drilled themselves into everyone who heard them, including his big sister, Haley. The dead tore the boy into enough pieces there would be nothing left to turn. The screams and growls that came second were those fighting to get what was available to eat, regardless of how little it was. Michael tried to get his shit together. It wasn't easy in this case, and he couldn't be blamed for it. Every sound he heard of bones snapping and their teeth hell-bent on not leaving anything was horrific to hear. Jake put a hand on Michael's shoulder and said, "We need to get those things out of the garage or come up with another plan." "What do you mean?" "Michael, anyone that drives by here is going to think we are dead. No doubt about it. They'll just keep going." The repercussions of what he was saying were hitting home. He didn't like that idea, and didn't want Mike, Emily, who had his wife, or any of the parents coming for an endless amount of kids to just move on. "Okay, anyone. We don't have the resources to get those things out of the garage. I don't think that they're leaving any time soon. I think if maybe we can try and be quiet, that we can get lucky and they will not try to enter the house. Does anyone have any ideas about how we can let people know that we are here and alive?" Nora leaned over, still holding Marin, and whispered something to Madison, who was nodding her head. Michael said, "Not the time to be shy, kid. Right now there are no bad ideas." Nora said, "I'm not being shy. I just didn't know if it was a good idea. Why don't we just get a bed sheet and we can hang it out of Jake's window, and we can write, 'We're alive, zombies in the garage'?" Michael couldn't think of a reason why that was a bad idea. He asked, "Do you guys have any paint, Jake? I know your parents were busy working on the cabinets and bathroom this year. Did they have any leftover paint?" "We have more paint than you could possibly imagine. We just need to get the lid off, but we should have a flat tip in the junk drawer." Michael looked at Nora, and she was already following Jake to go get paint. Chapter 11. Molly took a defensive stance when Shelley raced through the door, knocking the only thing she had keeping it shut out of the way. Molly screamed, "Holy fucking shit! What happened, Shelley? What is happening? Did one of those things come after you, too?" Shelley was full-on crying at this point. A mixture of confusion, sadness, and being scared for her life was coursing through her veins. Shelley said, "I have no idea what happened. I tried to get Erin up this morning for school, and that was when everything went to hell. She bit Mason after she fell down the stairs, stopped breathing, and came back. I honestly don't even know how to explain it." Molly was trying to figure things out and said, "So you said that she bit Mason? Where is he now?" The door began to slam repeatedly. It sounded like a rock band drummer going crazy on the other side of the door. Shelley said, "If I had to guess, I would probably say that's my kids. I don't know what to say. I can't figure out how to understand what is happening. Roger isn't home. I can't go home because they are out there. Your door was shutting just as I was falling out of Mason's car. It was literally the only thing I could think of was to run here for safety. I'm so sorry that I brought them with me." "It isn't like you had very many options available, Shelley. We're going to be okay. We're going to get that door to stay shut, and then we are going to figure out what is next. I sent Trevor a message. I can only assume that he is going to be on his way home soon." Shelley was looking around the house and saw the blood and asked, "So I take it you've already met one of these things? What happened to it?" Molly pointed to the deck and said, "It was the serial killer at the end of the street. He got the dog, but I got him before he could get Ruby and me." Shelley said, "Oh, bless the Lord. Where is little Ruby at? Is she okay?" "She's playing the longest game of hide-and-seek in the closet, and I don't see any reason to interrupt that so long as that door is unstable." keep your weight against the door with this side table. I have a quick idea we can do. Hopefully it will be enough weight to stop your kids or anyone else coming this way." Molly ran to the kitchen, pushing the island, which had a heavy marble countertop that weighed hundreds of pounds. She put her back and legs into it, pushing it as quickly as she could. Shelley didn't mean to sound like a smart-ass, but asked, It's on wheels. Doesn't that kind of defeat the point? We are trying to keep it shut, right?" "No, it does." Shelley was going to ask how that in any way helped their plans to keep it closed. Molly slammed it into the door and knelt down next to it and flipped 2 switches, making the wheels disappear inside of the heavy frame. It fell to the ground hard. She missed getting her fingers broken by inches. Molly nodded her head, giving 2 thumbs up, and sat down on the floor for just a second, trying to catch her breath and get her thoughts in order. After only a few more minutes of pounding, the 2 purple teenagers raced off or stopped knocking. Molly wasn't quite sure. When she checked the Ring app on her phone, she ignored all of the notifications of people at the door, skipping to the last one, and saw that they indeed had run off. Chapter 12. Roger raced down Delaware, heading home. He had never been so terrified in all of his life. He had just missed a fire truck pulling out with people galore racing around trying to seek shelter. He did not want anything to do with what was happening. He was an accountant, not a Navy SEAL. But he realized there was probably more than just him having to deal with something much outside of his comfort zone today. Their trip from Ames had been gut-wrenching. The waiting, the not knowing, the thoughts of his babies at home sick. It was all too much for him to handle at the moment. He had been unsuccessfully trying to call Shelley back and the kids multiple times, but to no avail. No one answered the phone. He had sent text messages, done FaceTime, done instant messages, and had got nothing for his trouble. He had been swerving his tiny car in and out of the dead, doing his best not to slow down, knowing that if these things, from what he saw, got into his car, that he would be fucked. He didn't keep a gun in the car door or at home, and at this point in time was wishing that it had been an investment he would have taken up in life as a hobby. When he rounded the corner, like any parent would, he noticed his 2 kids racing up the street. What he could have noticed with the sun in his eyes was the amount of blood that each of them had covering their faces. He peered left and right, looking everywhere, wishing that he saw Shelley so he could put all his worries aside. He hit his window as he pulled up, feeling a temporary relief, but that faded away quickly as he got closer and realized his kids looked like the 2 of them had both been in a war zone. Mason and Aaron had never slowed down as they raced towards him, not seeming to recognize him in any way, but he had never seen his daughter run so fast. Mason was the athlete of the family, and the little shit could run, and at this point in time, Aaron was even outrunning him. Roger came to a stop, not wanting to run into the kids, who were not slowing down for anything. Mason jumped in the air, and Aaron went out wide, coming in through the passenger window, surprising her dad. When the sun was no longer in his eyes, he saw what his little baby had become. She fought her way over the seat, grabbing him by his necktie and pulling Roger against his will. She tore into his cheek, and he screamed as loud as he could. Mason had not slowed down and went through the windshield head first, breaking the economical car's crash and stall-styled windshield, knocking it out of the way, and scrambled forward, face bloodied, to his dad, ripping out his Adam's apple and chewing greedily. It would seem the 2 dead were more than happy to feast on the neck alone. They ate greedily, tearing away, chewing and eating only half of what they had until Roger's head fell in his lap. The 2 kids only lasted another moment or 2 before they moved on, headed straight for the Evans household. To be continued. This has been Zombies on the Block. Survival Isn't for All. A gripping survival thriller adventure. Zombies on the Block, Book 5. Written by Mike Evans. Narrated by George Kutch. Copyright 2020 by Mike Evans. Production copyright by Mike Evans.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Zombies on the Block, Bloody Monday. A post-apocalyptic zombie survival thriller. Zombies on the Block, Book 6. Written by Mike Evans, narrated by George Kutch. Chapter 1. Mike thought he was feeling better as the fire truck raced behind his dad's truck. Mike was hoping once they got back to the house, he would have time to try and eat something and get some fluids in his body so he could continue to try and be helpful today. The fireman, Chuck, was saying something to him, and Mike was nodding his head, but realized very quickly that it seemed as if he was stuck in some sort of a tunnel. He couldn't hear anything that made sense, and when Mike started looking around, he realized things were starting to get blurry. The fireman saw Mike looking paler by the second and said, "Hey, buddy, you doing all right? Do you need anything?" A man sitting next to Mike, just a little over an arm's length away, said, "Hey, you're okay, right? You aren't going to be one of those things, are you?" The fireman snapped, "Give him some space. Just relax. Stop saying stupid shit. I'm sure that he's okay." Mike tried to say something, but the view of the man was all he could focus on, and Mike could not think clearly to save his life. The view of a man in a dress shirt slowly transformed into a clear blue sky, with clouds rolling over his eyes. Mike tried again to focus on the man, but the only thing he could see was clouds. Mike realized, just as he was on the verge of passing out, that he was on his back and looking up. Mike could hear the words, but he couldn't figure out where they were coming from. He could lightly feel the bounces of the fire truck as it raced across the field, but it was about the only thing that he could feel, and he knew that his body was lying to him. This path was probably much rougher than what his body was telling him. Voices were all around him, were muffled, and he couldn't understand what any of them were saying. Mike realized he might still be sicker than he thought he was. The only voice that really made any sense were the two closest to him. The first was saying adamantly, "Shoot him in the head now, before he turns into one of those things." The second voice, Mike had no clue who it was because he could barely see anything at the moment, responded, "This guy and his family just saved our asses. He could have happily gone on his way and done nothing and left us for dead. You really want to shoot that guy in the head? If it means that I don't die, then yes! God damn hell yes! That means that's what I want to do. He hasn't even tried eating anyone yet. Look at his skin. Does it look purple? He looks pale. He does look like shit. He's passed out. I guess what other things do you need to know before you take care of him? How about the moment he comes up and decides that he's going to try to eat us is when I will give you the okay to take his gun and shoot him in the head. You can also tell his parents that even though you weren't 100% sure, that you still decided to shoot their son, the guy who saved us, in the head." One other small thought you might have forgotten was the two of them shot those things in the head from 200 yards away. If I had to guess, his dad is going to shoot you first and ask questions later. Probably wouldn't be concerned that you aren't purple at all. Mike tried sitting up, but he was just barely able to make a coherent sentence. When he attempted to say, "Don't shoot me," he realized it was definitely not coherent at all. The man who was all up for shooting Mike in the head said, "Look, hey, he just said that he wants to eat us." Chuck, the fireman, said, "You really are a fucking twit. He tried to say something, but they don't talk. They growl, they scream, they chase, They sure as shit eat, but they do not make words, even though I would just barely classify those as words." Mike realized that he wasn't going to be saying anything too intelligent for the time being. When he realized his hand and arm were able to move, he decided that, more times than most, action spoke louder than words. The man who seemed to have a hard-on for shooting him said, "He's going to eat us. It's going to be all your fault, and we're going to sit here defenseless while he has all those guns on him. If you hold him down, I'll pull the pistol. If you're that worried about shooting him, we could just toss him off the side. We could tell his parents that he fell off." Mike opened his eyes, seeing a daze. A man leaning forward towards his waist where the pistol was. Mike pulled that pistol out seconds before he had his hands on it, and the man said, "Oh, shit! They are learning how to use guns!" Mike leveled the gun where he thought the man was and finally got out a sentence that made some sense. Mike whispered, "I'm not a fucking zombie, you idiot. Get the fuck away from me, or I'm going to put a bullet right through your fucking skull. I'm sick, you dick fuck. Get back now." The man stared down the barrel of Mike's barrel. When he saw that Mike was not screwing around, he raised his hands slowly and scooted back with his feet, trying to put a little distance between himself and the very serious end of the pistol here. The man said, "I was just kidding. I really wasn't going to take your gun. I'm not a zombie. You can't shoot me." "Well, that's about the only thing we have in common, isn't it?" The fireman patted Mike on the shoulder lightly as the fire truck bounced up and down on the golf course and said, "Hey, it's okay, buddy. Everything's gonna be just fine. Why don't you take it easy with that pistol and just lay back and relax? You need to get your bearings back about you. Everything will be okay, and nobody thinks you're going to turn into one of those zombies." Mike wasn't quite as confident and pulled the hammer back and rested his finger on the side of the pistol, leaving not much distance for his finger to have to move before this guy would have a new way for his brain to see daylight. Mike replied, "Just keep that asshole away from me. The only way you're taking the gun from me is out of my cold, dead hand, not to sound cliché or anything, but I'm not giving this pistol or any other weapon up without a fight. You are first, I assure you." The fireman said, "Yeah, whatever you want, buddy. Just take it easy, okay?" The fire truck was bouncing wildly as it made its way across the golf course. Mike closed and opened his eyes, seeing they were getting a little bit better with each time that he did it, and could see just a little bit more clearly. His eyeglasses were going to probably need a good washing when they got home. Mike saw his dad's truck going up and down and could only imagine the earful that his mom was giving him at the moment. Denny was not letting off the gas at all. He grimaced with every single bounce that truck made, feeling like somebody was twisting his spine like a wet towel. He had a shit-eating grin at the same time, though. He thought of one of his best friends, Lonnie Mishler, a lifelong farmer who was the same age as Denny. He and Mike had been fishing at his properties for as long as Mike had been able to cast a line, and the only thing which Mike had done longer and been taught earlier than shooting was fishing. There wasn't a winter which went by that the Evans household did not have an entire deep freezer filled to the brim with bluegill, bass, and crappies, and occasionally some turtle meat. Lonnie would never take gifts, wouldn't take money, and didn't accept thanks. One thing he would accept was help on Mondays and Saturdays. Mike and Denny would help him move cows. When hay needed baled, a much younger Denny would sit in the tractor until it needed the headlights turned on to see, while Mike would walk with some of the other local kids that Lonnie would hire from a dell and pick up the 40-pound baled hay rectangles until they couldn't open their hands. But the reason Denny was remembering him at the moment was because he'd vowed after the first time riding with Lonnie, who used his truck like he was a cowboy bouncing along the grounds he owned, chasing after cattle, that he'd never do that. Then he had fond memories of it and realized at this moment he was driving like Lonnie. He had broken trucks to the point that he had to call a tow truck out to the middle of a field to tow it away. It almost hit his cows, and one time, to Mike and Denny's surprise, realized how much focus he put into those animals, because he had been approaching a cliff at his property and hadn't a single clue that it was coming his way. It was not a happy memory when Denny thought about it. He was smiling, thinking about how, at the time, he'd made his daughter call up to the truck dealer. They'd ask what Lonnie had, because they sold him every truck, and once she verified it was the one he'd already had, they would take the lowest price in the book, cut that in half, and send someone in a tow truck to pick it up and drag it to the back of the lot and send it straight to auction, happy to get whatever they could out of it. Diane said, "Evans, would you slow the damn truck down? The fire truck can't even go that fast to be able to do that. You're going to get Mike in an accident because you're driving like a madman. We are all well aware how awesome your truck is at driving. You don't need to kill us to prove how manly you are. You're not going to do anyone any good if we have to get all this stuff out of the truck because you crashed it." Then he replied, "It isn't my fault that this superior machine is doing so well. I'm not in any hurry. I just don't see any point in seeing how long we can take to get over to Mikey's house. Just remember, it's going to take twice as long if you crash the truck. We also won't have a truck. The only thing Mike sounds like he has at his house is the Hyundai, and I'm pretty confident that his 4, plus the 2 dogs, plus us, are not going to fit very well in there." Denny, who obviously was not focusing 100% on what she was saying, replied, "What are you talking about? The grandkids can sit on our laps and the dogs can sit on the floor." Diane laughed and replied, "Are you delusional or drunk? Jake and Lily each weigh 100 and some pounds. You must be thinking of 2 small lap dogs and not Rusty and Harley. Those dogs aren't going to fit on any floor unless we have a stretch van to drive around in." "Well, Diane, it isn't always about comfort when it comes to driving, is it? Plenty of car dealers in town, and there's a good chance we could probably make ourselves a hell of a deal on a new car. We could be up and moving again in no time. I also don't plan on crashing this here pickup, so you rest assured, dear." So now, the most honest man in America thinks he should start his zombie days off by stealing a new car? "That's a ridiculous idea," Denny replied. Diane felt a small amount of relief and said, "Well, at least you're still thinking a little bit with the right head." Denny had not finished talking and replied, "We shouldn't steal a car. That'd be stupid. But if we got one of those commercial-sized vans, now that would be smart. We could haul damn near everyone in the house somewhere in one of those, and we could have the middle stuffed with all the gear and under the benches. Diane, whoever said that you don't come up with a good idea?" "I don't think that anyone ever said I come up with bad ideas. Thank you very much, Evans. So, now we need to get to Mike's house, then get everyone, then get back into his car, crammed all to hell, and drive out to the car dealers?" "It sounds like you're listening, Diane. We'll go to Carl Chevrolet. We didn't like him anyway. He isn't going to miss one van out of the thousands of Chevys that he has out there. We just need to make sure we fill that fucker up, because those things get probably about 10 miles to the gallon, and that's going downhill with the wind on our asses." Diane replied, "Oh, right. Because it would be stupid if we got something that got good gas mileage, wouldn't it?" "Well, we can take everyone with us and get bad gas mileage, or we can pick and choose and leave people behind. I thought we were trying to be the good Christian types right now." "I don't know what we're trying to be right now. But leaving people behind definitely doesn't sound like a very wise idea. It might be the only chance that they have, and leaving them behind would break my heart. There are too many people that the family is close to on the block. I don't think we should do that." Denny lit off the gas, realizing his wife was re-guaranteeing that he also wasn't going to tell her that fact. He let the fire trucks catch up. Then he watched in the rear view as the fire truck was able to shorten the distance between the two vehicles. Diane was looking in the rear view more closely for Mike than for the truck. Denny was looking around, seeing that at least right now there didn't seem to be a lot of the purple dead running around the golf course. Diane said it aloud, not really expecting Denny to have an answer, or at least one that would not be infused with being a smart-ass and sarcasm. I thought Mike was helping the people on the fire truck. Then he said, "You mean outside of setting an entire parking lot on fire and taking out a bunch of purple zombies? Then, yeah, I would have to say he is definitely helping. Is there a reason you sound like you're confused?" Diane replied quickly, "Okay, smartass. All I wanted to ask was if they were so happy that Mike was helping as well as you were, then why is it he is pointing his pistol at someone in the truck? He doesn't look like he is joking around in any way at all." "Mike never jokes around with guns. If he's aiming it at someone, it's because he intends to pull the trigger, or he definitely feels threatened." "Well, who would want to look a gift horse in the mouth like that when they have Mike and you helping them out? We could have just driven on. We didn't have to stop. We were trying to be nice. Where does that get you nowadays?" Then he knew his wife could go on a rant for a bit, so decided to cut her off, not wanting to listen to it, and try and figure out what was going on. He slammed on the brakes. As soon as the truck was at a stop, he slid out a .357 lever-action rifle, holding it up at his shoulder. He inwardly cringed at the pain from his back, but with the thought of Mike being in some sort of a threat, he would not show his discomfort or weakness to anyone that was a stranger, which, of course, in this case, was everybody. Then he walked right past the fire truck to the side of it, ignoring those that were driving, motioning for him to get back in the truck. The man who had his arms up apparently saw Denny with his rifle and looked like he deflated. The man fell backwards, seeming to have fainted. Then he yelled up to Mike, "You doing all right up there, Luther?" Mike saw that the man had fallen and set the pistol on his chest, using his other hand to push himself up with some assistance from Chuck, the fireman. The fireman said, "Just to be clear, friend, I wanted to make sure you understood that this disagreement was just one guy saying this kind of thing, right? No one else on here has got any issues with you whatsoever." "I promise. I'm not turning into one of those things. I guess if I was, how would I know, right? I just think that everyone I've seen so far that was going to turn already has, or is going to, because they've been bitten." The fireman gave Mike a handshake and a pat on the shoulder as he stood and went backwards down the short ladder. He went slowly, not wanting to see what it would feel like to fall on his ass from that high up. The fireman waved at Denny, who had not rested his gun yet, and sat back down, finally turning his attention to the man who had started all of the drama in the first place. Then he looked to Mike, seeing he looked even more pale than he had before, and said, "No offense, but you do look like shit, Mikey. Are you good to walk?" "I don't know if I was good to climb, Dad. I can hobble up to the truck and get in there just fine. Don't freak out, Mom. She'll worry. It's what she does. I feel like she enjoys it." "It's been 50 years, and she's worried the whole time. It's hard to say. I would have to assume that if she didn't have kids, she would probably be a worry-free woman." Mike laughed as he walked by his dad and said, "If you guys didn't have kids, then she'd have to worry about you even more than she already does." Denny didn't reply. He walked backwards, holding up his rifle, and when he got to the truck, slid in quickly, putting it in drive. The three headed north, trying to find a spot that they would be able to cross to get over to Mike's house. Diane said, "Well, what in the hell was all that about? You do know it's impolite to point a gun at people, right?" "Not if they want to take it from me, it isn't. We could talk about all this, Mom, once we're happy and safe and know what's going on." Denny said, "I'd like to take a left, but the 4-Mile Creek seems like it has a lot more water in it than it usually does." Mike said, "Yeah, well, that's going to happen when you have as much snow as we did this winter. It's still draining off. There's not a lot we're going to be able to do about that, so you might have to go all the way down to the highway and then backtrack across." Denny said, "Yeah, we could do that. And maybe we can be just as lucky as we were having to deal with 36th Street. How does that sound?" Mike replied bluntly, "Sounds like shit, Dad." Mike got the response that he was expecting when his dad simply said a phrase he'd heard more times than he could count. "Shit in one hand and wish in the other, and see which one gets full first." Diane smacked him on the shoulder, saying, "Oh, would you two stop? You sound like a couple of kids." "Shit in the hand and wish in a hand? That's just lovely, Dennis. Just because the world is going to hell doesn't mean we have to drive around like a bunch of rednecks sounding like morons." Then he laughed and said, "Yeah, well, outside of the military, the rednecks are probably going to be about the only ones left after today. There's going to be quite a few yuppie zombies walking around. Damn shame, if you ask me. Perfectly good waste of all kinds of gear in their houses for food and pantries, I bet." Mike said, "Just because they're dead doesn't mean their food went bad, Dad. But I don't feel like going around and looting just right off the bat. I can't say that it would break my heart if we all could find a way to get to the Walmart in town. We could probably hold out there for quite a while, but unfortunately, I would be surprised if we weren't the only ones thinking that same thought. Anyone with sense would probably already have that place locked down tighter than shit if the employees haven't already done the same thing." Then he said, "Right. There's guns, ammo, food, and all kinds of equipment for working the store. I can only imagine how many things we could get done if we had that store to ourselves. They have all those garage doors and fences that go down. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to shut everything down tight and try and make a go of it. I would give a chance for some of these people to try and get their families to come there, too. It's going to be slow going, if I had to guess, for everyone coming back from Des Moines or for anyone that's trying to meet up who lives out of town. But their parents could come here, or other family who might have something to offer the group." Mike was kind of debating all of this at the time, still thinking going to Missouri was not the shittiest idea anyone had had. Mike wasn't much better than his dad when it came to the sarcasm, or, if he wanted to be honest with himself, he was probably much worse. Mike added, "Dad, you realize you're almost sounding like someone that wants to help all the strangers. You realize you might end up with a few yuppies in the group, right?" Then he didn't have to think about it and said, "Well, with as old as I'm getting, it's probably good to have a few of them around. They can help carry crap, and if they get left behind, at least it'll slow down all those zombies running around. Give them something to eat. So long as they don't eat brains, Sid won't realize those yuppie fuckers don't have any." Diane rolled her eyes and looked around, praying there would be somewhere that they could get across soon. Mike was in the back seat, and he had his wits back about him. The quick issue scenario in the fire truck had been a sobering experience. He knew he didn't have to worry about his parents prematurely wanting to shoot him in the head, but nonetheless, he was back and he was awake. He still felt like shit, and probably hadn't been this tired since Tony had been born, and fatherhood had been a rude awakening to just how easy life had been prior to babies and their little Evans household. Diane turned around, seeing her son's fingers were moving faster than she could comprehend for someone as sick as he was. Diane said, "Don't you think you should be resting right now?" "Mom, I'm sitting on my ass, I'm swiping on my phone, and yes, I should be resting. However, I decided rescuing my parents was more important, and then made it worse by rescuing a fire truck full of people who, in hindsight, weren't quite as grateful as I had hoped they would be. Well, I guess just one wasn't quite as grateful. Diana rolled her eyes and said, "You know that isn't what I meant. Who could you possibly be sending messages to at a time like this?" Mike knew more people had Instant Messenger from Facebook on their phones than any other app, more than likely. He said, "Honestly, I'm sending everyone I know a message." She said, "Are you just trying to see who's still alive and who's a zombie?" Mike hit send on his phone, setting it down, and said, "No, it's a little easier than that. I told people, don't get bit. Keep your distance. If you have a gun, then shoot them in the head if they're purple. If somebody looks sick, passes out, and turns ghost purple, then shoot them in the head. I told them I don't know about saliva or if they scratch you, but I did mention it would probably be best to try and avoid that in all cases." Diane was nodding her head slowly, realizing that was probably a message people who were yet to deal with any of this should probably read. Denny, who didn't realize the lack of empathy in his voice, said, "You know, you could have just saved yourself a lot of trouble and let God sort out the stupid, Mike." Mike replied, "Sure, Dad. And if you hadn't gotten home when you did, would Mom be sitting here right now?" Denny was trying to think of something that he could say, but realized it was a moot point and his son was right. Diane laughed, clapping her hands, and said, "Hey, Dennis Lee Evans quiet? Nothing to retort with? Wow, mark the day down. All it took was a zombie apocalypse for him to run out of things to say." Then he was tapping his hands on the wheel, trying to remain calm, and whispered, "Just give me time, Diane. Just give me time, Bertha. I'll come up with something." Diane couldn't stand it when he called her Bertha, but right now him being quiet was just fine by her. Chapter 2. Camp Dodge Army Base outside of Johnston, Iowa. Sean Buck walked into his classroom filled with his new class that was supposed to be full of brand-new students straight out of their basic schools. He was less than 5 years from retirement and joked regularly with the other guys on the SAC about the reason you only had to work 20 in the military was because you looked like you had done it for 40 years by the time you retired. Sean had wanted a few different positions, but politics had kept those from panning out. Not really politics so much as the fact that he was the best teacher they had on base, and replacing him had been a difficult thing for upper brass to do. Their inability to do that, unfortunately for him, had kept him from being chosen to get the promotions. After having more than one not work out, he had advised his wife, Elisa, a children's ER nurse, that 5 years was 5 years, and he was retiring regardless. She had mentioned to him if he just kept trying, he would probably get one of the promotions that he wanted and deserved. Sean had advised that there was a very strong chance, if too many more promotions passed him up, the field of give-a-fucks he was the teacher of getting to be slim pickings. Sean ignored the students as he put his materials down on his metal desk before looking up and around his classroom. He realized that this might be the smallest class he had ever had. Sean looked at his roll call roster going down, seeing that he had a mixture of Air Force, Army, and a few Marines. Sean did a quick count with the numbers, guessing at best that he had probably less than half filling his seats. Repeating himself wasn't something that he wanted to do, and unlike college, you did not send students home just because not many showed up for the day. These guys were being paid to be here, and had taken an oath to do so. He was being paid to train them, and starting his Monday morning off like this after working a drill weekend was not ideal for his temper, and even worse for the students that got to deal with him. Sean checked his cell phone, seeing if he had any messages about a reason why some of his students might not be in participation or in class today. Most instructors didn't give anything personal out, but he did take his work seriously. And if someone was going to call in sick or not come in, he wanted to make them accountable for it. He didn't realize till he got there the thing was on quiet, and noticed that he had quite a few missed calls from numbers which he didn't recognize that were in his list calls. It confirmed his assumption that, indeed, half his class was sick. When he looked around at his students, he had a sinking suspicion that the half that did come in, that half of those should have just stayed home as well. He knew that it only took one guy coming in with a fever to ruin an entire class of new students, getting everyone and himself sick. The unfortunate thing for the teacher is unless you needed to have surgery, then you didn't get to have a sick day. Sean had been all over the world, and every place he had visited seemed like it had its own party spot to enjoy. Over the years, he had learned to stay out of them. These guys at least should have known better, given the fact they had gotten through boot camp. So Sean could hope that he could give them just a little bit of credit that they were not complete idiots, and if they were going to go out partying the night before, they sure as hell could assume they were going to work the next day. Sean always said, if you can't drink with the big dogs, go piss with the pups. Sean didn't care to wait any longer, and without really caring what their answers were, he more stated than asked, "Good morning, recruits. I am Sergeant Buck. Is everyone here ready to learn?" The ones who looked like they had stayed in the night before gave a Marine's worthy "Hoorah!" Sean was pretty sure he knew which few of the guys had stayed in the night before. Sean had been all over the world, and every base seemed like it had its own party spot to enjoy. These guys, at least, had already graduated out of boot camp, so Sean could give them a little bit of credit that they were not complete idiots. But he was going to lose faith fast if they were going to go out partying the night before class regularly. He would put them in their place quickly if they were going to assume that they weren't going to work at 100% the next day. The ones who looked fresh gave a second Marine's "Hoorah!" Sean was pretty sure he knew who the guys in his class were who were jarheads. Sean smiled, pointing at Ed, and said, "Well, I don't have to worry about any Marines calling in sick. You guys get sick, you just come in anyways, don't you?" The younger soldiers were nodding their heads, looking like they were ready for a battle. No one apparently told them that it was just going to be Chapter 1 of diesel mechanics. Sean said, "Do any of you guys have any experience on diesels?" When two of the men raised their hands, Sean said, "Apparently you don't know what a rhetorical question is. Congratulations, you just encountered one. I don't give a shit where you're coming from, how many wrenches you've turned, or what you think you know. If you haven't been through a military class teaching you exactly what you need to know, then you don't know shit. If anyone is sensitive in here or has a problem with how I'm teaching, you can feel more than free to go tell my superiors. I'd just like to let you know that my superiors love me. But far be it from me and military code to tell you how to live your lives. Now let's try this again. Who here knows how to work on a diesel?" This time around, no one lifted their hands. Sean said, "See? You guys aren't quite the dumbasses that you thought you might have been when you got up this morning. Shit. You're getting smarter just walking into my class. One day, after about 3 months of trainings, you guys might be able to work on some of the easiest shit the military has to offer. Over time, if you stick with it, you might just move up to the big rigs, and might have a career when you get out of the military, unless you are like myself and are planning on retiring at a brisk 45 years old." Sean noticed a man with his hand up in the air and said, "Put your damn arm down. You don't have a question yet. We haven't learned anything. I haven't taught you anything, so that means there's nothing for you to need to talk about. In my class, if I'm talking, I'm the only one. If you have a question, you could wait until I'm done talking. As you can see, my lips are still moving, and I'm not done talking. I can understand some of you from the other branches might not be quite as bright as Army boys, but Sergeant Buck is going to get you just as smart as I can in the time that I got with you. So, I guess when I clearly said to put your damn hand down, there was some confusion. Congratulations. If they sent me a deaf kid, then you made it through a rigorous progression of military training without anybody catching on to the fact that you have a handicap. Sean turned around and began writing Chapter 1 on the chalkboard, and felt an instant distaste for this group. The very good majority of soldiers came through, listened, learned, asked questions, and left a better, more educated soldier. Some groups, possibly like this one, were more like having to walk across Legos, barefoot, for a month, which was just about how long he'd have with them. The recruit cleared his throat, sounding like it was painful doing so, most likely because he was smarter than he was letting on, and that didn't prove good for him. Sean set the chalk down on the ledge. He spun around to see the young private still had not put his arm down. Sean said, "Listen here, troop. You and I are not going to be friends if you're not able to take orders. If you need to take a shit, or you need to take a piss, you need to do it when we take a break. Getting here and then wanting to go and making me wait until you go and have a beautiful movement in the restroom is not ideal for the way that I do things. You're kind of starting off on a bad note there. You must be from the Air Force, or maybe the Navy." The kid didn't want to do anything but crawl under a rock at this point, and he kind of wanted to punch the guy next to him directly in the face. But he knew that if something bad happened to this guy that he didn't know, and he was sitting here letting him just die in front of his eyes, that he would probably get some shit about it in the end. Sean was cracking the book on Chapter 1, ignoring the hand, and he was already giving up on the idea that any more privates were going to be showing up. The kid cleared his voice a second time and said, "I'm sorry, Sergeant Buck, to interrupt, but I think there's something wrong with this guy next to me." Sean pointed to himself and said, "Guess you don't know this, but I'm just a diesel mechanic instructor. I know how to stop a bleeding bullet wound, but outside of that, I don't have a lot going on in the way a medic would have training for. Can you describe the symptoms?" The kid started to say that the man looked like he passed out on the desk, and Sean said, "Go to the sick bay, tell him we need a chair, tell him to get the guy out of my fucking class so I can get what little time you bless me with your presence to start learning a thing or two about diesels. I'm feeling like hands-on training this morning. My overall idea about how much I like your class is getting smaller by the second. If you guys can't handle going out and having a drink at night, then you'll need to just keep your asses in the barracks." The man said, "Sir, this guy is Mormon. He wasn't out drinking with us last night. Actually, there were very few out drinking last night." Sean looked at the man unresponsive on the desk and said, "Yeah, he looks like a moron." The private said, "Sir, I said Mormon, not moron." "Thank you very much for correcting me, moron. Go get this Mormon some help on the double time. You're pissing away good daylight." The private was going to say something, but there wasn't much he could say that he thought his new instructor was going to care about hearing. Sean watched as he raced out of the room. Sean was thinking there was a good chance the guy wished he'd never taken a seat by this guy in the first place. Sean walked over slowly when he noticed the guy really was out for the count. A loud thud struck next to his side. Sean looked over, seeing the man was not alone in those not doing so hot today. Chapter 3. Trevor ran out into the back lot where they kept machinery that had been finished, inspected, and was ready for shipment to the dealer, or in some cases directly to farmers. He surveyed the area, realizing this was not going to be a typical Monday. He looked down at his phone, and it was buzzing like crazy. Group text messages normally didn't come to him. If a prayer request or a forward this to 10 people message, or basically any message that didn't have a subject, came to him, then his inbox was where it would die. Trevor saw that it was from Mike and scrolled past an entire block worth of prayers, thanking, thumbs up, and scary shit going on outside replies until he finally found the route of the message. Mike had a simple way of putting things, and Trevor realized very quickly what he was talking about, as everything that had transpired already was a rude awakening to what was going to be happening today. Trevor wished he had his pistol or any of his guns with him at the moment, but there was no such luck. He thought of every zombie movie he'd ever seen and how decked out they were, and looking down at himself realized he was not dressed for this, and felt very, very alone out in the middle of a huge parking lot. Trevor saw the dead were racing around on the inside of other buildings whose doors had been put up. He was looking in the distance and could see there was going to be a serious fence for keeping people out, which unfortunately might be what was going to keep him in. If the guys could have outnumbered these freaks, he would be thinking this facility and land might have a chance at surviving. But the dead definitely appeared to outweigh those who were still alive. Those who had not lost their fucking minds and began craving the flesh and blood of the living. Trevor thought about climbing into one of the machines and bringing it to life, taking it and plowing through the fence and driving it home. Unfortunately, they didn't keep gas in the tractors until they got to the dealers. They had all the other fluids necessary for the tractors to work and run properly. Trevor ran to one of them, trying to think ahead of the game, and cut off a huge piece of wrapping plastic with a small pocket knife that said "World's Best Dad" on it. He kept it from wrinkling into a saran-wrap nightmare and raced towards the fence. The dead were coming out in droves now, and the living had either found a place to hide, a place to die, or had become one of the purple dead. Trevor wasn't the only one, though, who had realized the fence was the only way out. The guards had shut the gates when they had seen what was going on, and he could see that just as they finished closing, the guards had run through the other side, leaving the facility behind. They probably, in all honesty, thought they were doing what was best for the town, but at the same time were screwing over every single one of their fellow John Deere brothers in their union. Trevor was glad he did not give the security guards a Christmas thank-you card. Chapter 4. Ames, Iowa. The Tunnels. The group made it down the steps to the tunnels. Johnny pulled the door to get it open, and nothing happened. Tony was looking at the door anxiously, never wanting something to open so badly in his entire life, and that meant a lot for a guy who had just lost his virginity a year ago. Holly screamed, not having quite the patience. "What in the fuck are you doing? Is there a reason we aren't going in the tunnel that you told us about that leads us to, hopefully, a safe, happy place?" Johnny shrugged his shoulders, pulling and yanking, but the door was not opening for anything. He turned around and said, "I don't know why it's fucking locked. It shouldn't be locked. Nobody goes in here except for the engineering staff and maybe a couple of really stoned students that get lost on the weekend. I don't know what to fucking do." Chad screamed from the back and said, "Are you kidding me? We will die if we stay here. Do you realize that, nerd? If we don't get out of here, they're going to eat us, and then we're going to go around and eat others." Johnny examined the lock. Seeing that the heavy-set door didn't seem to have too much going for it in the way of keeping anything out, he pushed past the rest of the group, reaching into Rita's golf bag and helped himself to an iron. Johnny asked, "You don't mind if we take this and use it to keep ourselves alive, do you?" The yells echoed down from above them through the stairwell. Their screams made it to them before Rita could answer anyone. The dead were quickly coming their way. Rita had no reason to answer in this case. Live or die didn't give too much question to anything. Anyone with any common sense wouldn't say no at a time like this, and anyone with any amount of intelligence wouldn't wait around for an answer to the question when precious seconds were melting away. Tony yelled, "Would you fucking hurry up? Those things are coming. They're not going to stop, and they're going to fucking kill us. Get the fucking door open now!" Johnny didn't need to be told again. He wedged an iron in between the lock and the door and pulled back with everything he had. The group looked like they were going to shit themselves if the door did not open in a few seconds. But luckily for them, it started to give way. Hope raced through all of them, excited to get into the tunnel that they didn't have a freaking clue where it was going to take them. Tony was realizing very quickly that he was ignoring one of his dad's very important rules, which was trust was earned, and you didn't just assume that every person in the world was good. He hadn't been screwed over many times in his life, but he said in most circumstances that he had, it had come down to the bad people acting like good people in life. Chad could hear steps echoing as the dead came flying for them. They did little to hide their footsteps. Chad didn't know if they were following where they thought that they were going, or if they could smell the fear and adrenaline in the air. Either way, they were coming, and it was fast. The lock finally snapped, and Johnny threw the door open, and being a man lacking even a little chivalry, raced through the door first, not worrying about Holly or Rita. Tony was going to yell at him, but Stephen, the kind Canadian, beat him to it. He yelled, "Hey, dickhead, you're supposed to let ladies go first. What the hell is wrong with you?" Johnny yelled over his shoulder, "You know, that'd be a great idea if any of you guys had any fucking idea where we were going to." "Do any of you guys have any idea where you're going to?" The group realized that, no, they absolutely did not. They also realized, like everything today, it was based around time, and saving it and not wasting it were by far the most important things that they could possibly do to stay safe. Chad realized that he was in the rear of the group and that he was going to be the first thing that they made it to. He had never been so in love with an object as he was right now with his aluminum bat. He thought that one day it might pay the bills, but he had never assumed that it would be something he would use to save his life. Johnny raced ahead of them, the only one who had any idea what he was doing down there. When he made it around the first of what would end up probably being many corners, he came to a fast halt. Holly, who had been right on his heels, smashed into him, sending Johnny right into the wall and making him draw his sword. Holly said, "Is there a reason we're stopping now, that we have zombies in between us and—" Johnny, who might regret it later, snapped, "Would you shut up? Look right there." Holly pushed him to the side and saw two of the dead hunched down next to a stranger who appeared to be their meal. And from the looks of their overalls, it probably had not been their first meal as one of the dead, unless, of course, it was damage inflicted on them by another. The two patrons of this guy's stomach and flesh didn't give anyone much time to consider what was going to happen next. The clatter of his sword striking the ground and echoing up to the two dead, who were mouth-deep into this man's innards, was enough to ring a dinner bell. Johnny had already been kneeling down to pick up his sword and was thankful right now that it had not slid in some direction or hole which he would not be able to recoup the sword from. He held it with both hands, but realized that two of them were coming down towards him, and they had a gap in between them of about 4 feet. The holes were large enough that you could run a golf cart through them if and when you needed to, or in the more likely circumstance, something to get from point A to point B that they could haul gear on for the engineers and custodial staff. Something, most likely, like a gator. Holly looked down at her current weapon of choice, which had been picked out of a lack of options. She held it tight and looked down at her knuckles, seeing them go white, trying to think of what she was going to do when the dead got up to her. She could probably hit it as hard as she wanted to, but what difference was it going to make when they felt no pain? Tony didn't want to tell her to get out of the way and be the little woman because he knew exactly the remarks he was going to hear if he had given that idea out. He looked at Johnny, seeing that he seemed to have his stance and appeared to at least be ready for one of the dead coming his way. But the small, pudgy boy, who was almost a man, did not nearly look big enough to be able to take care of multiple at once in less than a second's notice. To Tony's surprise, Holly, who should have been scared to death, screamed, "Come on, you motherfucker! Why don't you try and eat my ass? Come, get a big old bite, you piece of shit!" Chad whispered, "Are you trying to get them to get here faster? I don't think that is what we want." Holly said, "The quicker they get out of our way, the quicker we get the fuck out of here. Did you think that those dead were up on the main level have left? Those things haven't gone anywhere. They're coming this way, and they have one thing in mind, and that's a big old chunk of your ass." Chad wanted to ask why it was his ass they were after, but decided that the strange girl had a point. He didn't say anything else, and she gave the dead her full and undivided attention. They raced towards the group, and the group got ready for the attackers to make it up to them. Johnny lunged with his sword, bringing it up under the dead's chin and letting it impale itself, pushing the blade up and out the back of its skull. Johnny didn't hesitate, putting some extra leverage and pressure on his blade, making sure he cut through as much of the brain as he was able to. Holly was thinking, "That's one. Just one more to go." When the second man in blood-soaked overalls made it to Holly, she was swinging at the perfect time to catch it at the side of its head. She hit it with every damn ounce of strength she could muster, and if it hadn't been for what happened next, she would have been the next of the dead's meals. It gripped the side of the club and yanked it away from her grip, tossing it behind itself, not caring where it went. The dead leaned in, mouth open wide and drooling. It didn't grip her by the shirt. It missed and got a handful of her long hair and pulled her forward so hard that it almost ripped it out of her skull. Holly screamed in pain and heard a whistling sound as she could feel the hot breath on the side of her face from her pursuer. Before she was able to figure out what that sound was, the dead's head jerked to the side. The glistening silver of an axe blade dripped off of it. The blood came out around the wedged-in axe head, and its eyes went dark as it fell down against the side of the tunnel. The moment of relief that was going to come was laid to rest, as so many would be today. The screams echoed down the hallway, but this time it was not from in front of them. It was those that were in pursuit, but now that the two were dead, the group's noise traveled. Chad yelled, "Johnny, where are we going?" He pointed forward and said, "I think we need to go this way." "I thought you knew where we were going," Holly asked. "I do. I mean, once I get a map, I will. I just need to find a map, that's all." "I'd like to hurt you right now. You are the one we are putting all our apples in the basket for. I'm starting to wonder if that was a very intelligent idea or not," Tony said, thinking that he was now really appreciating trust being earned over given. Johnny snapped and seemed like he had a fair bit of reason why he could. He said, "I didn't say that any of you should follow me. However, if I did and you listened to me, then that is on you, not me. You are grown-ass adults or teenagers, whatever floats your boat." Tony, who wanted to snap his neck, yelled, "Floats are boats. I'll tell you what floats my fucking boat, God damn it!" Chad put a firm hand on his shoulder, letting him know what was happening here wasn't going to be right now. He said, "We don't have the time. If you want to kick his ass later, I'd probably be inclined to help. Unless, of course, this little prick goes and saves us, and then I think we probably need to keep moving before they make it here." "I agree with Mr. Baseball," Johnny said, trying to smile through the awkwardness. "It's Chad, asswipe." Rita was peering around the corner, praying she wasn't going to see any of the dead. She hoped the echoes coming in her direction were further away than they sounded, that she had time, that they all had time, but that wasn't the case. She knew lying to herself would either leave her as a zombie or a meal, or in so many cases today, both. Rita said, "Guys, they are getting close. We need to move, or you need to get the hell out of my way and let me run it on my own." Johnny took off in a sprint. They followed behind, not slowing down for anything. He took the first left that he could, and ran with his sword in his hand and in its sheath. He wasn't going to trip and impale himself with it. Rita was pushing Chad in front of her, trying to get him moving. Chivalry wasn't something she was seeing too damn much of today. At the same time, the woman's right side of her was wondering why her life was more important than his. She could only think that there was little chance that the baseball boy could add more things to life than she could. He was going to peak. She could go on to graduate and do amazing things with her life, given anything was ever normal again. She did her best to keep up with him, but he could run. She ducked, leaping forward with a few long jumps, not slowing down as she finally passed him, partially helping him by pulling him backwards with a tug. If she was going to go to hell, she hoped she was doing something to buy herself some time. Chad felt the tug, and it scared the hell out of him, given the fact that there were zombies galore coming, and they might have caught up to them quicker than he could imagine. Chad jumped, looking down, seeing the petite golfer race beneath him. He felt better about it for a moment, but that moment was fleeting as he still heard the footsteps, which was bad, but the fact that Rita, Stephen, Holly, Tony, and Johnny were all in front of him. It didn't leave much in lieu of what was behind him. Chad heard the growl almost at the same time that he felt the hand on his shoulder. Chad looked like a kung fu master, gripping the thing's arm and spinning. Rita looked behind her as she sprinted, seeing Chad spinning off the dead and throwing it forward because it was the only way he was going to be able to keep his balance. It wasn't necessarily the prettiest move, given the fact he was still holding on to his baseball bat. Rita should have put on the turbo, but instead she ducked down. Had she kept moving, she would have just been an onlooker, but instead she was collateral damage. All she did was take a perfectly thin moving target and hunch down, making herself slower and bigger. Once she had hunched down, she realized two things. The first, she shouldn't have stopped and ducked down. The second, that the distance she needed was not far enough away, and by all means pretty much just decided that she absolutely believed in karma, and there was a big dose being served up right now as it grabbed her, tackling it to the ground using its own forward momentum. Rita screamed for help, but it was too little too late. The dead took her head in both hands, pulling her screaming face up and reaching down, clenching onto her tongue. It pulled back until it stretched out 2 inches past her lips and bit down with enough force to tear it from her mouth. Chad brought his bat up, but before it had time to chew the tongue delicacy, it was already bending forward, ripping into her neck. Rita screamed in agony, trying to close her mouth, but there was so much blood coming from it that she had the distinct look of a vampire, with her face going paler by the moment, and the plethora of blood coming from her mouth. Chad hesitated with the bat, wanting to swing it, but knowing deep down it would make little difference and that he didn't have the time to waste to beat this thing to death. A second death. Her neck bled like a stuck pig as it chewed happily. Stephen pulled him by the shoulder, yelling, "We got to go! We got to go now! I know we do!" Chad yelled back. Leaving her behind, even though he knew she was going to turn into one of those freaks, didn't make it any easier. If she had not ducked beneath him, there was a strong probability that he would be the one on the ground flailing and bleeding everywhere. He kind of owed her his life, even though he knew deep down she was only trying to save her own ass. Chad realized that he was right and followed as closely as he could. The screams from Rita subsided very quickly. Chad wasn't sure if he would ever be able to get those out of his mind, though. It was the only thing he could hear, even though deep down he knew she was no longer screaming. It was like a phantom leg syndrome for somebody who had lost a limb in duty. They could still feel it, even though it wasn't there. Chad was having the exact same issue in between his ears, hearing those horrible screams. Chad's shoulders sunk when he looked behind him. The one who had been chewing on her was in the lead, and he could see a bloody Rita running behind him. Her head was hanging to the side. She no longer had the muscle necessary to keep her head up. Those had been torn and chewed from the side of her neck. And just by looking, he could tell it was extremely evident that that was the case. Chad was thinking he should have used a bat on both of them and then started running. Chad knew he could run like a son of a bitch. He had the stopwatch numbers from spring training to prove it. But these things didn't seem to understand that at some point, if they were not well conditioned, they were supposed to get tired. He wished he could bottle this and stick it in a jar. It would be better than any of the enhancement hormones that he had been asked to take by certain team members. He was glad at a moment like this to have his head and to have turned down their horrible ideas. Johnny sprinted for all that he had. He knew that he was probably slowing the group down. All of them seemed to be a little lighter and a little quicker on their feet. As he raced past a sign on the wall, he reached out, gripping it, and was reading the map as he was running. Holly yelled, "Okay, so do you have some idea where we're going now, Johnny?" "I have a hell of a lot better idea of where we are now than I did a second ago." "Well, that's fantastic. But do you know where we are and what direction we're going?" Tony questioned. "It looks like we're going south. Are you guys okay with that?" Tony had been wanting to go that direction the entire day. Of course, neither of them nor Holly had made it much further than the bottom floor of the dorm. This was by far the worst Monday and the worst hangover he had ever had. "Yeah, I want to go south, we both do. If we can get out of the campus, maybe we can score a car or something, and we can make future plans after that. I know that getting out of Ames is my highest priority." Johnny said, "So you're going to take us with you, right?" "Well, Johnny, whatever I take probably isn't going to be mine, so I don't have much more right to it than anyone else does." "Anybody that wants to go south towards Ankeny is fine with me." "I can't promise where my family is going after that, but at the very least, I would like to think my house is safe and locked down." Stephen yelled, "I'd be more than happy to go with anyone that knows where they are going. I don't get out of town much. I don't have a car here, so other than this town, I really only go other places when the hockey team travels." "The bus takes us to all of those places." "That's a great story, Stephen. I'm really glad that you told it," Holly said. Stephen didn't get the sarcasm. He was Canada nice and had not picked up the ways of Iowa sarcasm. It took sarcasm and a strong ability to brave the winters where the cold made your face and lungs hurt all at the same time to survive here. Minus the sarcasm, the cold had not been much of a change for a lifelong Canadian such as him. Johnny ran for a few more minutes before he took a left turn. He pointed ahead, yelling, "It should be a straight shot to the end of this tunnel. All we got to do is run." Everyone took their left turn. Chad, who was still wishing he was anywhere but here, or even at the front of the group, was getting more nervous by the second. Each time they turned, the echoes of the footsteps behind him seemed to grow. But they still had not caught up to them. It was a thankful blessing, he thought. that it didn't mean they could run faster just because they were dead. The walls were smooth, and there was nothing that he very much was looking for on them. If there was a ladder or bucket or anything he could toss into their path, he would happily do so. The dead, he knew, would catch up eventually, and when that time came, it was going to be his undoing. Chad thought about throwing the bat towards them, but if he missed, then he was as good as naked running through the tunnel, and if he struck, that just meant he hit one of them. Best-case scenario would be that he tripped them all, but he didn't think he had the luck of the Irish on his side today. Once they got on the straightaway, he knew there would be no judging how far back they were. It would be plain as day to see. The dead were gaining, and while he was used to running for miles, running under extreme stress was not a great concoction for longevity and speed. He knew that at some point he would get tired, or, just as bad, that those in front of him who probably had not just finished spring baseball training would definitely be getting tired. He actually hoped that maybe they were in better condition than he was, and he would not have to worry about them slowing him down. He could see the distance shrinking until the dead, which from his count were 5 total, were getting within a reaching distance. Chad screamed, "We need to get moving faster! These things are on top of us! We don't have any more time to screw around!" Stephen responded, "I think he's going as fast as he can. I don't think that this is on purpose. It does seem like the tunnel is getting a little bit smaller." Holly was going to tell him he was being an idiot, but when she looked at the walls, she could tell it very much did seem like it was shrinking. She thought at first that maybe she was dealing with claustrophobia, but that has never been the case for her. And once she looked behind her and saw the dead and how wide the tunnel was, she realized he probably had a very valid point. Holly said, "Johnny, why is it getting smaller? I have no idea. I've never been in this part of the tunnel. Maybe this is just where they run the pipes for the heat. They didn't consult me 100 years ago when they built these, believe it or not." Holly, one never shy to express her opinion, said, "Well, fuck me very much, you little midget. I just wanted to know if we had any more surprises ahead of us." Tony was going to tell her to maybe take it easy, but realized she had every right, just as he did, to be perturbed about the situation at hand. Johnny replied, not knowing better, "Hey, it isn't my fault that I haven't been down here. None of you guys have been here either, and I'm the only reason that you are probably still alive." "Well, if you keep it that way, then we can start talking about congratulations and attaboys," Tony replied. Johnny was going to say something when something came out of the side tunnel so fast that no one saw what it was until the combined bodies rolling across the floor, which itself was shrinking, could tell the two apart. Holly said, "What the fuck is that?" Tony didn't have to answer. He was already bringing up his axe, but it was not going to be with enough time to be useful. The dead bit through Johnny's shirt, ripping off a chunk of his flesh, little black hairs sticking out from its mouth, which didn't make them look any better. Johnny was crying in pain, but there weren't any options for him now. There were no options until something could be known about these things or about how to cure them. As of right now, he figured most people probably didn't have much more on them than they did. The only people who were going to be in a better situation would probably be those that were in the boonies with no one around, or the people who took real isolation seriously and were preppers, or maybe soldiers who were well armed and not around any infected. Tony couldn't imagine having these things as purple zombies coming after him covered in helmets and bulletproof vests. It truly was a horrifying thought. Tony was getting real sick of the dead very quickly. He didn't think anyone was probably feeling much different than he was about having to survive their wrath. Tony was curious how many people would indeed see Tuesday. It seemed like every group that he became a part of slowly dwindled its numbers. He just hoped that he and Holly were going to be the survivors, or a group of the survivors that made it out of this tunnel alive. He couldn't think of a single reason why it would be bad to have a plethora of people that could help to fend off these things, or at the very least draw their damn attention away from himself and Holly. Not that he wouldn't do his absolute best to be a contributor, and not just like so many others today who are going to be expecting someone else to protect them. Johnny was screaming in agony as the purple dead chewed greedily, looking like it had never tasted a delicacy that was so delicious in all of its life. The problem with the dead was that hunger being satisfied was very temporary. This one had already grown tired of Johnny's flesh. Johnny was bleeding and shaking on the ground, not giving much hope for him being saved. Tony didn't want the zombie following them, and he knew, unfortunately for Johnny, what he was going to be, and again, he did not want that either. He brought the axe up in his first swing, hitting the zombie in the side of the head, crushing its skull in. It bounced it off the wall with a sickening, bone-crushing thud. Johnny screamed, thinking that the next swing was for him. The zombie fell on top of him, and Johnny tried to push the man off, but he was much larger than himself. Tony put a foot under the dead's chest and rolled it off with Johnny's assistance. Johnny felt his chest, pulling his hand away and feeling the blood. He knew what was going to happen next and what was going to become of him. But in times of immense stress, sometimes lying to yourself is the easiest way to deal with it. Johnny smiled, pushing back, and said, "Hey, it's only a scratch. I'm sure I'm going to be just fine. Just give me a minute or two." Tony nodded his head, saying, "Why don't you scoot over a little bit, Johnny? Let me put this thing out of its misery." Johnny peered down at the dead, realizing it was no longer a threat, and sure as shit wasn't coming back. There wasn't much more he could do to it, minus chopping its entire head off. But to his knowledge, that was not necessary to keep them dead. By the time he was looking back up, he was seeing the last thing that he would ever view in his life. Holly's face was frozen in a cringe, thinking of how badly it was going to hurt. Tony was swinging the axe as hard as he could, wishing that he would have been able to do this before Johnny had put two and two together. Tony's axe struck Johnny in the forehead. Johnny's head went back against the wall, and the top of his skull cracked, pushing his scalp up and exposing his brains. The blood came out like a river had just been found and tapped. Holly whispered, I think I'm going to be sick." Tony said, "Don't worry about it. You aren't going to be alone." Tony leaned over to the side, trying not to get it on Johnny, out of respect, if such a thing still existed today, given the fact he had just been forced to split his head open and barfed everything in his stomach up. This did not fare well for the others, as sometimes laughter or yawning can be contagious. There was always a fellow puker in a crowd, and that was the beginning of a chorus of puking, gagging, and dry-heaving. Holly was the first to start dry-heaving when she saw it and caught the whiff of stale beer and whatever he had eaten the night before. She rushed a few steps down the tunnel, puking. Then Stephen and Chad bent over in unison, losing a large breakfast that they each had enjoyed just a few hours ago. Tony was nodding his head as he wiped his face and said, "Well, that was probably the grossest fucking thing that has ever happened in the world, or at least in my little world." Stephen said, "I just want to get back home. There's like nothing good about today." Chad said, "I guarantee you, buddy, if I get a ride it can head towards Nebraska, I will drop you off just as far north as I am able to get. How does that sound?" "You realize how much further up Canada is, right?" Chad said, "Well, then maybe you should let me drive us there, and from that point, maybe you could just take the car and leave me at my parents'. Otherwise, you might want to hole up and make sure that you can get a hold of your own folks to make sure that you have somewhere to go back to." Stephen wasn't worried and said, "Hey, it's all good. My parents have a farm. If they aren't there, or they didn't make it, I could survive up there for a very long time. We have a lake. It is where I learned how to skate." Chad said, "No, maybe I need to talk to my own parents and see if they are there. I hate to think that they didn't make it, but, shit happens. It would break my heart to know my parents aren't around anymore. But they wouldn't want me driving back there just so the two of them could come and eat my ass if they are zombies." Holly laughed and said, "You're really talking a lot right now, Chad. Do you guys maybe want to figure this out once we get out of this puke and purple zombie-filled fucking tunnel?" Chad said, "Yeah, I don't think that is a horrible idea at all." Tony bent down, grabbing the map, and for good measure checked how many more side tunnels there were that they were going to have to worry about. He saw it was a straight path, unless someone had installed them since these maps had been put up, which he highly doubted. He figured they were going to be somewhat safe so long as they stayed ahead of the dead that were behind them. Holly bent down, picking up Johnny's sword, and pulled the sheath back just a bit, looking at the blade glistening in the fluorescent lights. She was considering it, and dropped her golf club on the ground, exchanging it for something which she hoped would be just a tad bit more practical for her to use. If a samurai sword, or whatever the fuck this thing was, could be considered practical in any way whatsoever. Stephen asked, "Oh, so you're a ninja now, or samurai, or whatever you guys call it." Holly said, "For the most part, Stephen, thank you very much. I am whatever the hell I need to be if it means I am going to get out of this tunnel alive with my boyfriend. You're just jealous that you didn't think about grabbing it first and getting rid of that stupid stick." "It isn't a stupid stick. It's a hockey stick, and that is drastically different. I guarantee anything that comes after me is going to get the business end of this." Tony said, "Isn't the business end the skinny part that you hit the puck with? I would think that you'd want to stab those things through the eyeballs with the other end." Stephen knew that there was a reason why Canadians did not love Americans sometimes. He shook his head in frustration and yelled, "We need to get out of here. I'm done talking. It's a straight shot to the end of this tunnel. If you guys want to stay here and talk, knock yourselves out. Chad, are you going?" "Yeah. Right now it seems like you might be my best bet. I'm sure we can find a car and the two of us can scoot out of this damn town." The four of them stopped bickering and ran down the hall. The footsteps from earlier seemed to be catching up to them. Tony yelled to Holly, "Whatever you do, baby, don't stop. Just keep going on, and if anything happens to me—" Holly cut him off and yelled, "I'm going to worry about what happens to you. Because I assure you, if your dumb ass gets bitten because you're not paying attention, I'm going to have to say that it's probably going to have to be time for us to go our different ways. Now, don't take that personally. But if that happens to me, you leave my ass, I assure you, I will eat you if I become a damn zombie. I haven't had anything all morning. I think that I could probably eat an entire person." "You're morbid," Tony replied, "and that's probably just one of the million reasons that you love me." Chapter 5. Colby looked down the pole, hoping they weren't going to make it up to him. He had a million thoughts running through his head and couldn't decide if this was because he was hot, hungover, or scared to death. Colby tried calling Anna, but no one picked up. He didn't want to give her a scare, but he also didn't want to die up on a pole without ever telling her goodbye and that he loved her. Frank was growling, climbing up the wood pole. He was ignorant to the fact that he was ripping his hands completely apart. Colby hoped that at some point his hands would bleed enough that he would simply fall to his death, or, hopefully, fall to a death that would not let him come back. Colby was trying to think of what he could do and realized that Frank would not be alone for very long with the rest of the dead climbing up the pole. Earl and two of the crackhead ladies started making their way up as well. Colby really wished at the moment that he had a cannon, or a chainsaw, or maybe a bazooka, or really just a can of good old grease would work for him if it meant that the dead would fall and die and stay that way. Frank was getting closer by the second. The dead weren't going to give him any breaks today. Colby was trying to figure out what options he had, and outside of dying was having a hell of a time coming up with one. Frank was growling and basically looking as insane, deranged, and hungry as he had ever seen in any horror movie. Colby couldn't look away. His pursuers all looked like they'd never eaten before. He hoped that this wasn't happening everywhere, but had very little reason to be optimistic that it wasn't the case, unless there was some new, horrible drug on the street that these guys just happened to get, and that somehow it was contagious to others when bit or scratched or chewed on. Colby felt like this day had taken days. He watched Frank's eyes. They were bloodshot, and he snarled every second that he was trying to make the room on the pole between himself and Colby shrink. Colby was thinking what tools he had on himself and what options he had available with their uses. He was looking at his boots and gloves and thinking that maybe, just maybe, his idea might work. He needed to buy himself a small amount of time, and he thought that if he could either keep Frank from making his way up or keep Frank from climbing any higher on the pole, that he might have the time he needed to do what he had never been advised was safe or, in most cases, legal. That was not something worrying Colby at the moment, though. He'd happily move heaven and hell if it meant getting through today and back home in one piece. Frank tried to inch his way up to where he could get a hold of Colby's boot or leg or anything that he could sink his teeth into. Colby waited impatiently and was trying to time it for him to be able to almost grip his foot before he lowered himself down a foot when Frank had no idea what was happening. Colby brought his work boot down as hard as he could into Frank's chin. Frank, of course, felt no pain, and Colby had no optimistic thoughts that he would know any pain. He hit him hard enough, though, that the force from his foot made Frank lose his grip and fall backwards and down the pole. As Frank fell, he only wanted to be able to eat Colby, and therefore was trying to grasp at straws as he fell, or, in this case, the straws were purple zombie redneck women. He gripped on to one of them by the back of what was an impressive brunette spiked mullet, one of a kind, that on any other day Colby probably would have taken a picture of and sent to his friends on the sack or his neighbor Nick for sure. The woman and Frank all screamed in rage as they fell down to the ground. They no more than hit the grass before they were back on their feet and already coming back up the pole. Colby pulled his wrench and started going to town on the wires that were closest to him in his position. He broke them free, catching them with a pair of rubber-tipped heavy-duty pliers before they could fall. He attached and hooked on a jumper wire to the side of it, making damn sure that he wouldn't let it touch himself because he knew how that ended, and he only wanted that end result for these things here. Colby held on tight, making sure that he was grounded and that he was not going to do anything that was going to make himself a toasted meal for the dead. When the first of the purple dead rednecks got up to him, she was swiping, trying to grab at his boot. He trusted in the harness, letting go with his feet and hanging sideways, letting his weight pull him almost upside down. He, of course, did not let that happen completely, because then he would lose all of his equipment. Colby stretched as far as he could, though, putting the tip of the electric cord down far enough that it reached her head. Her eyes went blue, and her face did not give any indication that she could feel pain. Her hair began to sizzle, though, and Colby knew that at the very least she was immobilized by the electricity. If he could get the rest of them to grab onto her, that would be his best bet, because they would be frozen to the pole. Colby was hoping that he was going to have the luck of the Irish, because if this didn't work, the only other thing he could think of was to see if he could juice up the entire electric pole. Everything in his training told him if he did such a thing that he was going to be dead. He was going to make a deal with God that if he was able to survive today, he would never drink again. He had to scratch that thought pretty quickly, because the first thing he was thinking, regardless of how hungover he was, that if he did somehow survive, he was going to have a very stiff drink when he got home. The woman never let go of the power cable. With these things, Colby wasn't sure if it was because she couldn't or for some other reason. There was no heartbreak on his part that she was stuck there, and the others were not able to make it up the rest of the pole because of that fact. Colby knew after so long he was going to start getting sore and stiff, because you could only stand on a pole for so long with spikes before the rest of your body started reminding you of just how human and mortal you were. These things looked like they could last all day long. He only wished he could take all of them out at once. When he didn't think the 5-foot wire was going to do anything to help them, that was when he decided that it had worked, and worked beautifully. Her eyes no longer looked insane, because each of them had exploded from their place. A gooey mess made its way out of her eye sockets before Colby realized it wasn't good. It was a mixture of blood, eyeballs, and melted brains, and it smelled horrific to him. But at the exact same time, if it meant he'd hold Anna in his arms again and continue breathing without having an interest in killing everything living around him, then he'd pop them one at a time until he was done. Colby flipped a switch connected to the wire and killed the transfer of current from it. The woman's mouth opened, and black smoke and the worst smell in the world rolled out from it in waves. She looked like the angel of death as she fell backwards, arms and legs out, her dark hair and dirty nightshirt flapping in the wind. She landed on her head and up against the pole, her legs wrapped around the pole, and the answer of what was on under the shirt had just been painfully answered. Colby was thinking he'd have to eat soon, because he leaned over, letting whatever food from last night that was still in there come out. It painted those coming up the pole, and it did nothing to make what he was smelling and how he felt any better. Colby waited patiently as they made their way up the pole, happy as hell the jumper wire had been there. Chapter 6. Abigail was looking at the small gun in Noah's hand. She didn't know a whole hell of a lot about firearms, but she did know that typically the smaller the gun, the less bullets it held, and the smaller the caliber meant less stopping power. She also knew that if they could make it home, there would be a small and very capable arsenal with which they could fend off those dead. Or they could stop and get the other 3 dogs and head out to their cabin in the middle of nowhere, which would be ideal for everyone, including herself. Abigail asked, "So we're leaving, right? Like there's no reason to try and stay here any longer than we have to? I can only imagine things are going to get extra shitty really quick." Noah said, "I don't have any idea what in the hell is going on. This is fucking insane." Rebecca, the older woman hunched over, leaning out the window, said, "Well, I don't think I'm going to be getting lucky at bingo tonight, and I came here to get all fixed up so I could give a suitor the time of his life." Noah was trying to imagine what she said as a piece of paper and lighting it on fire 1,000,000 times over in his head, praying that he would not continue to think about what she had just said. All the wrinkles, the old age, and the awkwardness of 2 old people was not doing anything psychologically good for his head. Abigail checked Mabel, making sure there was nothing wrong with her. She would have been heartbroken if John would have gone after the puppy. Of course, the puppy weighed more than most of the smaller children on the block. She gave her a few treats that she kept in her nurse's assistant pants pockets and gave her kisses on the head. Noah looked around, thinking there was no better time than the present to get the hell out of Dodge. He was looking at Rebecca and knew she was coming, but was not going to be coming in that condition. He patted the seat and said, "Lay down, we're going to get you fixed up really quick, Mrs. Larson." "For God's sakes! For as much schooling as you guys have to do, you would think that an old woman telling you to call her Rebecca wouldn't be the hardest thing to remember. I'm sure you got every bone between my ass crack and my neck memorized, but you guys can't seem to remember to call me Rebecca. I'm well aware I'm old as dirt, and on a windy day I get scared that I'm just going to blow away in the dust. So is it all that hard?" Noah, who had an abundance of patience with his patients, patted it again, and this time, without hesitation, said, "Rebecca, why don't you lay down here and let me get those lovely bones back in order? I would truly appreciate it." Rebecca smiled, winking at him, making Noah feel just a tad bit uncomfortable, and she knew she was going to be screwing with him when she said, "So, are we both going to be naked for this, Dr. Noah, or is it going to be just you?" Noah's mouth fell agape. That was a joke he usually reserved for his patients that he was good friends with, typically from the quarter-sack, but Rebecca had just gone up one more notch on the coolest patient ever. Of course, once he realized that she was kidding, that is. Noah said, "You know, for time's sake, maybe we should just keep our clothes on this time. We can really mix it up." Abigail whispered, "That's karma right there. You know that, right? How often do you give that joke to somebody that doesn't expect it and get a good response?" Noah said, "It's okay. It's just a douchebag test. If my friends can't take a joke, they probably aren't going to last long-term around me. You gotta have a sense of humor, or, you might freak out in a zombie apocalypse." Rebecca was lying down and continuing with her antics, saying, "I'm ready, Dr. Noah. Put your hands on me and do your magic." Noah hit the button on his desk, getting a shot full of hand sanitizer and rubbing it in, thinking his germs were probably the least of anyone's concerns today. He leaned over, feeling her spine, and took her hand, pulling back with as much force as he dared, being extra careful, holding back, making sure not to put too much weight on the woman. Rebecca, never letting up, said, "Come on, Dr. Noah, you can do it harder than that. I guarantee my date tonight wasn't going to be any more polite than you are. Give it to me now, big boy." Noah didn't do anything to add fuel to her fire. He finished the adjustments, and when she sat up, she had to have been 3 inches taller. Noah shook the biofreeze without warning for Rebecca, lifted up the back of her blouse, and sprayed it across her back. It would keep her muscles from tightening up, but it was a cold son of a bitch. The word freeze in the title was not lying whatsoever. Unfortunately for Rebecca, there was no way to warm it up. She screamed, realizing she probably deserved it, but said, "A little warning wouldn't hurt next time before you go applying something so cold." Abigail said, "Are you two kids ready to go?" Rebecca smiled ear to ear and said, "Mabel, did you hear that? She just called me a kid. Oh, my God, I love her, Abigail. If I had anything to leave you in my will, I would, but I don't, so you're shit out of luck." Abigail snapped her fingers, smiling, remembering there was an extra leash here for her, and put it around Mabel's neck. The last thing she wanted the puppy doing was running off like an idiot and trying to eat something like a rabbit or a zombie. Noah thought about it for a second and did a clean sweep of the office. They didn't have a ton of first aid equipment because this wasn't the kind of office that would. By the time he was done, His makeshift go-bag had enough bandages and bottles of water that if they weren't able to make it back to town immediately, they weren't going to be dehydrated on the way. He had wished they had gone shopping yesterday and were not putting it off until today for the office snacks that they kept. He grabbed the kibble for Mabel and looked out the front door. There weren't too many of the dead as of yet, so he figured this was probably as good a time as any to get going and head home. He only hoped that the way back would not be jam-packed with the dead and other horrible drivers. Noah thought about the run to the truck, and even though it was probably less than 30 feet, it might seem like 29 feet too many for Rebecca. He took the leash handle from Abigail and said, "Why don't you let the two of us go out first? We can get the truck and drive up on the path right next to the door. You guys jump in, and we're out of here. I don't want to ask her to run. It isn't fair to her, and if she falls down, she's as good as dead, and, well, I'd like us to try and make it through today." Abigail was giving a thumbs up and trying to think why she was the one getting stuck with the woman which she couldn't carry when her giant ex-Marine of a husband could throw the woman over his shoulder and run with her. Abigail questioned quickly, "So is there a reason I shouldn't go first with the pup and come back and get you guys?" Noah handed her the pistol and said, "Sure. So long as you can hit moving objects coming at you that want to try and tear your face off, then I'm sure you'd be just fine to go first. I'll sit back here and sip on some coffee with Rebecca, and we can just wait for you two." Abigail held up her hands, making 2 quick fingers pointing to God, but using her middle ones so Noah was pretty sure it was extremely well known he would be going out. Abigail said, "I love you. I love you. I love you." Noah said, "I know you do. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to myself, reminding myself that I love you. You do have a valid point, but I don't have to like it. Don't lose my dog." "I would know better than to come back if I did," he replied. Rebecca said, "Do you two think you could quit dicking around and get moving? I can't imagine there's going to be any less of these things the longer we wait here. What do y'all think?" They both thought that the woman was half crazy, and they loved her dearly. But they couldn't agree more that it was definitely a good idea to get their asses moving, and quickly at that. Noah felt his pockets and went back to his desk. He grabbed his truck keys, glad that they hadn't driven Abigail's SUV. He had a Ford Raptor, and while he kind of babied it, he was well aware just exactly what it was capable of when he put the pedal down. He knew if he showed it respect and used intelligence, that they all, including the truck, might live to see another day. Right now, though, he just wanted to get through this. He would move heaven and earth if it meant that he could get them out of there alive. Mabel was definitely Mommy's little baby girl, and when Noah tried to pull the giant dog, it didn't so much as budge. He knew if it was one of his 2 dogs, he could snap his fingers, and the trained bird dogs, Gunner and Louie, would be at his side ready to do whatever he asked. They were studs in the bird dog community. They were real hunting dogs and dogs in general. They slept outside, they didn't get babied, and they knew how to work a few times per year when he took them out. They did have a brick fortress that was heated, so he didn't feel overly guilty about how rough they had it. Noah didn't want to look like he wasn't the alpha male, but in this case, he just looked to his wife. Abigail was a goddess to her dogs because she loved them like a child, because to her, that exactly is what they were. She said, "Mabel, you quit being difficult and go with Daddy. I'm going to be right behind you. Now go." Mabel did some sort of a moan, making Noah feel about 3 inches tall before getting up to her feet. Noah pretended that the dog was listening to him as he opened the door of the office and held her leash in his left hand and the pistol in his right. Noah was heading out the door with Mabel, and Abigail asked, "Hey, Aren't you forgetting something?" Noah looked around the office and looked at the gun and at the dog leash and replied, "No, I think I'm all set here. I mean, besides us having to leave our entire livelihood behind us." Abigail, who was not thinking about that at all, said, "Your livelihood is your brains and your hands. So long as you're able to move all of those, we're not going to have any issues. There's probably going to be a lot of people ready for some joint relief after this day of hell is over." Noah wasn't big on wasting words, especially when it came down to the world on fire and needing to get moving. He asked, "Can you toss me a bone on what I forgot?" Abigail was going to tell him, but that was when Rebecca cut in and said, "You dumb shit! You need to go kiss your woman. Kiss her good. Just in case one of them zombies bite off your man parts, you might want to remember a good moment while you lay there dying." Noah didn't reply. He didn't want to think about his manhood being bitten off. The fact that they had had a horrible incident with chigger bites in their nether regions that summer had been terrifying all on its own. Noah set the gun down on the table, pulling her in close, lifting her up half a foot off the floor to meet him, and gave her one of the softest and hardest kisses, all at the same time, that she might have ever received from him. He set her down, and she felt like the blood was rushing to her head. She said, "God, I guess we're going to have these zombie apocalypses a little more often if it's going to get you all worked up." Noah smiled and kissed her on the forehead as he picked up the pistol and pulled Mabel out the door with him. Noah was kneeling and petting the dog for a moment, watching the front. The dog did not in any way have a small head, but the fat neck she had was definitely bigger than her head. For a moment, he really thought tightening the collar on her might not be all that bad of an idea. So that was exactly what he did. When Noah had her buttoned up so she wouldn't be able to pull out of the leash, he realized this was probably as good a time as any to make a break for the raptor. Noah kicked the door open, racing out the door. The dead were definitely making it to their parking lot. The street was already jam-packed with them. He was even happier now that he had brought the truck and had never been so happy in all his life to have not ridden his Harley in. He loved the road kick, but when it came to zombies, he wasn't sure if not having walls made of metal around him was the most practical idea. 3 of the dead rushed towards the 2 of them. Noah, not wanting to get bit, but not wanting to waste any bullets or draw any attention to himself or Mabel, decided he would try it the old-fashioned way first. He ran using his 250-plus pounds to his advantage, and when the first of the dead came up in his path, he put the full brunt of his shoulder into it. He hit the dead with such force that he stopped it, excuse the pun, dead in its tracks. Mabel barked at it as it fell to the ground, and when Noah got to the second of the dead, held the pistol in his left hand, with the leash, and took a choke-hold grip on it, lifting it up and throwing it backwards, making it lose its balance as it stumbled to the ground. Mabel acted as if she was going to go after it, and he had to yank on her leash to keep her from doing that. Forward momentum was good momentum, and that was the direction that he wanted to continue in. The third one did not look at him. It was gazing directly with hungry eyes at little Mabel. If Mabel could be considered little. Noah saw this and tried switching hands as it jumped for the dog. He dropped the gun as Mabel pulled his hand away, and it skidded next to his truck. He didn't want to, but didn't have choices, and yanked as hard as he could on the leash, pulling the giant dog off of its feet and towards him. Mabel yelped, and it broke his heart, but at least she would be alive, and Abigail would not kill him, both bonuses on the peace of mind scale. Noah continued running up to the truck, bending down in one motion, grabbing the pistol and unlocking the Raptor with his key fob. He opened the door for Mabel, letting the dog jump into the front seat. He didn't waste any time getting in himself. As he pulled his left leg in, two blood-covered hands gripped around his ankle. Noah looked down, seeing the dead salivating at the thought of taking a bite out of his leg. Noah tried to pull it free, but it had a much better grip than he had the ability to pull it up. When it leaned in to take a bite, he put the gun up close to its head, turning away, and fired off one shot dead center into its skull. The question of what would happen if it got shot in the head had been instantaneously answered. Noah was happy as hell to know that a good old gunshot would take care of the shit when it came down to it. He, more now than ever, wanted to get his happy ass home and get every damn gun he'd ever purchased in his life loaded, and to put one in the chamber, ready to make their heads explode with each pull of the trigger. Noah pulled its dead hands off of his leg and closed the truck door. He looked over to Mabel, running his hand down her sides and front, saying, "You okay, girl? Nothing happened to you? No new bruises? Everything's okay? You don't have any bites on you, do you?" Mabel answered him by licking his face, not seeming to mind the gigantic beard that covered all parts of his face. She was more than used to licking hair, although hers was usually situated around an asshole. Noah rubbed behind her ears and said, "Does Mabel need a dog cookie?" Noah opened the ashtray, pulling 2 dog biscuits from it, and handed them over to a salivating puppy that knew damn well what was always in there. She engulfed the treats happily from his hands, leaving his hands soaking wet with drool and saliva. Noah didn't say anything. He simply wiped it off on his pants, no longer caring about his only clean work uniform of doctor's scrubs that he had on him. He was going to be going full-on Delta when he got his ass home, or at the very least would be getting into something with a little bit more sustainable than this get-up. Noah turned the truck over, giving the vehicle a shot of gas as he punched the pedal and shifted it into drive. Noah realized one thing was the shot that he fired off had been a dinner bell for the dead. They had raced up the driveway of the building, not stopping for anything. They fought to see who would make it to the giant blue truck first. Just as Noah was feeling good about the fact that he made it to the truck, he had noticed them coming up and slamming into the side of his pickup. When they did that, they cracked his glass, not caring or feeling any of the pain. The back 2 tires did a burnout, sending a wave of white smoke from them. The rear end of it went left and right before he finally let off of the brake pedal and did a lap around the building. He wanted the dead to follow him so he would have the time for Abigail to get the door open and to get herself and Rebecca into his vehicle. Mabel chewed happily in her seat, and the second that she was done, she started pawing at the window, getting an impressive amount of spit on it. Noah shook his head, thinking any other day he'd be thinking about needing to get it cleaned up, but it seemed like it was the least of his issues. He swerved the truck, trying to avoid the dead. He didn't have a hard-on for killing any of them. He just wanted to get his wife somewhere safe. Rebecca was just something he was going to do because he needed to sleep at night. Leaving an old woman was against every single ethic that he had, and there was a healthy amount of them for sure. He knew the dog wouldn't stop until she got to hang her head out the window, but it wasn't something he was going to allow right now. It wasn't something that he thought would be a good long-term if the dead would go and eat her head. He didn't want to think about a zombie dog as big as her chasing after him. He wasn't a runner, and keeping away from Mabel would be impossible. He'd been a much bigger fan of early rising and running before he joined the Marines. Once he had gone to Paris Island, that had been enough of both by the time he'd gotten done. After 4 years as a jarhead, he was more than happy to go to college and set himself up for a life that would allow him to live how he wanted. Noah couldn't see out her window, and for good measure took one more biscuit, crushing it and tossing it down on the floor. He was thankful when she dropped down to the floor, ass in the air, wagging her tail in his face as she happily licked it up. He came around the corner, tires squealing. Two of the dead hadn't been in the original run around the building group, and they raced straight for the pickup as he was accelerating. He hit them with no attempt at slowing down, and they disappeared beneath the carriage. Noah was wishing that he had a couple of fingers of gold-label whiskey in him before he had left with Mabel. The thought that he'd never come back and that bottle would go to waste almost broke his heart. When he got close, he drove up over the curb, taking out a row of bushes, and punched the brakes. He slid to a stop in front of the door. Abigail was waiting with Rebecca and their emergency bag. Noah rolled the window down, and she threw the emergency bag into the air and through the window. The bag hit Mabel directly in the ass, sending the dog and the bag over into Noah. He started rolling it back up the second it cleared the seat. Abigail opened the back door of the pickup for Rebecca, and she put up one leg. A hand came from under the truck and took the old woman by her ankle. Rebecca screamed bloody murder, and Abigail saw the hand. She joined in the screams and wished right now that it had been Noah who had ushered her out, because if a hand and head would have come out, he would have shot it in the face or straight up deadlifted the old woman and tossed her onto the back seat in one fluid movement. Abigail tried pulling the woman back away from her pursuer, but she was too old and in too difficult of a situation to be able to do very much at all about it. The purple face had its mouth wide open, ready for a piece of the aged jerky the human could offer. She screamed again when the grisly, bloody hand pulled her leg out from under her and got her down to the ground. When she hit, her free leg was still up in the air, half in the truck. The dead pulled itself forward, crawling as quickly as it could forward, paralyzed by the hit from Noah's truck, but still able to use its torso up. Rebecca looked over at the blood-soaked purple face staring at her, drooling at the thought of a bite of her. Rebecca was half sideways, feeling every inch of her body racing with pain from hitting the ground, and being old as dirt, she thought, did little to help the situation at hand. Abigail was doing her best to pull her back and away, but the zombie had a dead man's grip on it, and she started to get pulled beneath the truck. Abigail pulled with everything she had, but didn't have what she needed to do it. When the dead got to the bite that it wanted on the squishy fat of her thigh, it lunged forward, pulling itself the rest of the way up before sinking its teeth into her a second time. Rebecca screamed at the top of her lungs, and Abigail felt her stomach roll. Noah was trying to see what was happening, but between Mabel's ass and his position, he couldn't see anything. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing, baby? We gotta go." "Well aware, dear. It just bit Rebecca and—" Noah was out of his seat and walking around the back of the truck quickly. There were dead galore everywhere in the area, and he knew they needed to hurry up. Noah was already aiming his gun in the direction of it when he walked around. He realized this thing, much like John, wanted to eat them. It didn't care in any way at all that it was a living human. It just wanted flesh of any kind, any type. A second of the dead came from around the corner of the building, rushing up behind Noah, before Abigail could make a sound as he was firing off a shot, worried to hell about the scene in front of him, and the very serious wound that had just been acquired by the old woman, who was maybe his oldest patient. Noah knew instantly that the hand wasn't Abigail's. The shivers he got from this grip weren't the kind that made his man parts salute. This hand gripped hard onto the rear of his scrubs, pulling him backwards and off balance, but not until after he put one shot directly into the head of the dead, who was chewing on Rebecca's thigh. He instantly got an answer of if a bullet to the head was going to put all of these things down. He wanted to be sure. It wasn't just a single time where it happened and worked. He was probably overthinking it, but the doctor side of him seemed to think purple zombies wouldn't be breathing and without air, wouldn't be able to run, and would get exhausted easily. but these things just seemed to be full of piss and vinegar. Noah landed hard on the ground. He was running a million things through his mind. The differences in people from John to some people from the apartment complex, to this guy he was staring at from his back, meant whatever this wasn't discriminatory in any way. A man who had just a half hour ago been worried about a meeting, his mortgage rate, if his retirement fund was going to hell in a handbag because of the flu, was now not even a distant memory. Now that was all gone, and all he cared about was filling his mouth to satisfy that dead hunger he had for everything living. His perfect suit was bloody from neck to stomach, and there was a significant chunk of his shirt and, from what he could tell, his rib cage missing. When Noah had hit the ground, he had tried to brace himself by putting his hands behind him. Dr. Noah and Marine Noah both made him realize the injuries sustained from falls. He'd had to fix many of them over the years. But either way, he knew his chances had just gotten considerably worse once he realized that he'd put both hands out and he'd lost his gun. It skidded somewhere, but he didn't hear which way it went over the growling from the man. He was not the only one to come towards the truck. The purple zombie businessman reached down, blood and drool coming from its last meal down onto Noah's neck. Rebecca was screaming from the ground, holding her thigh. Abigail was watching all of this unfold in horror. Chapter 7. Emily grimaced as she fell backwards off the end of the ATV and felt every inch of pain race across her spine. The jackets that they had taken, thank God, were filled with spine, chest, shoulders, and elbow protector pads. She had the exact same thing at home, but she hadn't had to shop on a budget when she and Mackenzie were arming up or heading up for their next vehicle in the zombie apocalypse. This jacket was the best that money could buy. Emily lost her air when she struck the pavement, sliding and rolling painfully to a stop. She had purchased it. She was getting every penny's worth of that spine protector in her coat, and the rear of her helmet was taking a beating. After what felt like an eternity, she rolled, coming to a stop, not knowing which way was up or down. She tried to look through her helmet's shield, but it had just gone through more than a helmet probably should. She saw the shield was scratched and scraped all to hell. Emily could hear the dead, but wasn't quite sure where it was. Emily wanted to scream, but it wasn't going to do any good. And if by some chance, some very lucky chance in hell, that thing had gotten knocked out from the fall, then she sure as shit did not want to do anything to wake it up. Emily, as quietly as possible, opened up the visor, looking to her left and to her right and in front of her. She didn't see anything and was starting to feel the slightest amount of relief. Her relief instantly vanished when two hands gripped onto the space between the shield and the bottom of her helmet below her nose. It now had an Emily head handle, for which it could keep her exactly where it thought that it wanted her, given they could think, until it could figure out how to peel this material off of her so it could have the sweet treat that it so craved below. Emily was done screaming and let out a plethora of curses. Mackenzie was already turning the ATV around, barely slowing down, and taking the giant four-wheel drive machine up on two wheels as she pulled a 180 just as quickly as she possibly could. She knew that if she flipped it, she would be guaranteeing both of them a death sentence, because the chances of them being alone were nil to none. She figured she at least had a chance if the four-wheeler could be used to take this purple freak out and get the two of them back moving together, faster than those things could move. When Mackenzie got the ATV turned around, she realized it wasn't going to do very much as a weapon. The dead was now straddling Emily, still holding the helmet shield opening with one hand and bringing her up and down, slamming the helmet repeatedly into the ground. Mackenzie had never been so happy to see someone in a full-face helmet in her entire life. She knew if she had put a beanie helmet on, Emily would already be dead or well on her way. Emily stared up, thinking this was the end. She didn't have a chance in hell, and she couldn't see anyone coming to save her. Mackenzie could only be asked to do so much, and she felt like she had already given everything she needed to be considered a fantastic friend. Emily was thinking about the three of her babies and all of the crazy things that they had done together, as well as her husband Mike. Emily could feel tears welling up in her eyes and didn't make any attempt to hold them back. She had definitely wished her end would not come at such a youthful age. She couldn't stop thinking about her babies when she should have been thinking if there was a way to keep this thing from eating her face. It definitely seemed stupid enough, she thought, given the fact that it thankfully hadn't understood the logistics of getting a helmet off of Emily's head. This was something she was happy about, although she wasn't sure how many more times she could withstand this thing smashing her head into the cold, hard concrete highway. She'd never wanted to be home and on the couch with her family, or, as the kids would scream when they were all scrunched up sitting on a couch, they would remind them that it is a family couch. A family couch, a family couch, until she, or more typically Mike, would tell them to stop, or there would be a family foot coming their way. Emily's vision was beginning to go in and out with each strike to her head. She wanted this thing off of her worse than anything she'd ever wanted off of her in her life. Mackenzie had rolled to a stop, trying to figure out the next play, and was sitting with the four-wheeler idling in gear. She was unsure what she could do to get it off of her. She had one idea that was either going to be fantastic or horrible, and she would not know until the moment that she attempted it. Mackenzie did the sign of the cross, hoping that this would work and not further handicapping Emily against this thing. She gunned the four-wheeler, racing straight forward and holding down the horn all at the same time. Mackenzie drove as straight as she possibly could. The dead snapped its head around at the sound and was just in time to watch as Mackenzie came up on Emily and the purple zombie trying to eat her. It reached out as if it was going to be able to stop her in some way, but the four-wheel drive four-wheeler, which weighed more than both women and the zombie put together, more than likely, struck it with such force that it knocked it back 4 feet behind Emily, coming to a bloody skid along the street. Emily shot up from her spot, feeling as dizzy as she had ever felt in her life, racing around and jumping sloppily on the four-wheeler. Emily squeezed and hugged at the same time, until Mackenzie let out a small sound of pain. Emily still did not let go and hugged her just a little bit harder. Mackenzie said, "I can't breathe. If we want to go, I could use some air. Emily, I love you too." Emily very much wanted to get the hell out of there and released her bear hug grip. The dead, who had obviously not expected such force to come from something which it didn't know the power of, bounced to its feet, standing sideways now. Both women were glad that something finally broke on the son of a bitch. Mackenzie whispered back to Emily, "We take it out?" Emily, who was typically the wild one between herself and Mike, unless it came down to things that could get you hurt, in which case Mike typically would take the outstanding large lead, said, "Let's fuck it up." Mackenzie raced towards the dead, hitting it on its right side. It was leaning to the left, and the sound of bones cracking as it hit was more than gratifying for both women. Mackenzie did another U-turn, and as it fell to the ground, raced up, smashing it in the back, and the two women decided without any real weapons that that was good enough. Mackenzie cruised up 2nd Avenue on the four-wheeler, going as fast as she dared, and the two women made it to the outskirts of Ankeny without any further issues. Emily said, "Do you think that it would be a straight shot home?" Mackenzie shrugged and said, "I'd hate to say yes, I can't really think anything is going to go smooth at this point, given the shit show we have had to deal with so far." Emily was half as much telling Mackenzie for both of their own good, to try and get both of them back in a good state of mind. "Hey, we are going to make it through this. We've been through a lot of shit so far, and if we can just make it a few more miles, then that is all that we are going to have to do." Mackenzie didn't wait much longer and started taking the four-wheeler down 2nd Avenue. Only those who were new to Ankeny referred to it as State Street. They had extended a highway that went into the new section of Ankeny, which for decades had religiously been referred to as 2nd Avenue, only to be changed immediately to State once the new area began getting to be known as State Street. Ankeny decided yet again it was time to expand, and they had thought renaming the road would be an intelligent move. It basically just made everyone that visited the town confused as hell with their Google Maps and any other navigation or device they had at hand. Mackenzie started taking the two of them forward quickly, and Emily yelled, "Just make sure you're careful, please. God knows what the hell we're going to end up on if we lose this." Mackenzie, who thankfully for them was back to her old self completely by this point, replied without hesitation, "Oh, you do realize that out of the two of us I've yet to crash a vehicle today, right?" "Yeah, I'm well aware. And thank you for reminding me of my amazing driving skills today. In my defense, this is definitely the first time which I've ever had to drive during a zombie apocalypse. If I could put that on a list of shit that I never do again, it would not break my heart at all." Mackenzie nodded her head, not saying anything, and as they approached town, their hopes started to grow somber. The dead were indeed everywhere, and to make matters worse, they figured the smoke rolling in the sky from different parts of the city was not a benefit that they would be glad about. Mackenzie asked, "Why in the hell does it look like the entire city is on fire?" Emily replied without having to think and said, "It's because they don't ever have fires in Ankeny. The only time anything gets lit off is when we light up the sky on the 4th of July. I'd say that it's the zombies, though. It's heartbreaking. Ankeny is so pretty, you would never think you would see it looking like this. It looks, I don't know, it looks like a damn war zone." Emily shrugged, yelling so she could hear through the helmet. "You probably aren't far off on your comparison. There's a lot going on in town that we probably will have to fight our way through. It is a war, and it's one that I very much hope these purple freaks do not win." Mackenzie said, "Well, at least, hopefully, the force trying to put them down will be enough to kill every last one of them. I wouldn't imagine once you get to this purple state that there's any kind of coming back from it." Emily figured she was right, but still secretly hoped there would be some sort of opportunity that these poor souls could be saved, and everyone not dead would get their loved ones back, and for those who did not currently have a piece of lead in their skull from those who were forced to try and protect themselves. Chapter 8. Molly and Shelley both stood in the entryway to the house. They both screamed when the door slammed shut behind them. They turned around, each holding a colorful cooking knife in their hands. Molly looked around, freaking out, ready to stab anything and everything that came into the house. She saw nothing and walked around slowly, holding the knife and being ready for anything that put up a threat. She smiled, laughing when she saw a floating bath towel making its way across the living room. At Ruby's height, she could walk around like a ninja, nobody knowing or being the wiser because she was so short. Molly bent down and picked her up, squeezing her and showering her little pink cheeks with kisses. Ruby was trying to fight to get away, thinking that maybe hiding was better than an army of smooches. Molly whispered, "Oh, my God, I'm so glad that it's you. I am so glad that you are safe and okay, Peanut. I love you so much." We're going to get ready, and we're going to get Penny, and we are going to go on a little trip." Shelley cleared her throat and said, "When Roger gets home, do you think that we can all go together? I'm starting to think that there's definite advantages to staying together as one. What do you think?" Molly was already saying yes before Shelley could finish her thought. Molly said, "I definitely think it would be a really good idea if that's what we did. Did he say that he was going to be home soon?" Shelley was patting her side, realizing she didn't have her phone on her and had either left it in the escape or possibly it had fallen while she raced across the street. She went to Ruby's bedroom window, looking out at it, and realized that it probably didn't really matter. She wished, though, that she could message him, given he had his phone on now. When he worked, he typically didn't have it anywhere but in his desk. Shelley said, "Shit, I don't know where my phone is. I must have lost it. Not many people I need to worry about calling. I mean, considering the fact that both of my—" Shelley tried to hold it together, but it was too difficult and too much to ask of any mother who loved their kids as much as she did. Molly couldn't imagine the thought of any of the kids on the block, young or old, getting hurt or eaten or turning into one of these things, and knew any parent on the sack would have their heart broken if that was the case. Molly set Ruby down, giving her a kiss on the forehead, ignoring the child's looks, unsure what was different, but knew something was definitely wrong with her mother's hair. Typically put together and well-dressed, she probably still had half of the shampoo in her hair, and it was sticking out in quite a few directions from beneath her hat, still looking ridiculous. Molly walked up, not stopping, and gave Shelley a hug, patting her on the back. She said, "At least Roger's on his way. I know that this has got to be every nightmare ever come true, but you were a great parent, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why this is happening, or why it is selecting who is infected with whatever this is." Shelley held tight, saying, "I just can't believe both of them are gone. I was just trying to get prepared mentally for Erin to go to college. I just don't understand how in the hell things went from perfect or, as perfect as life with teenagers could be, to survival trying to not get eaten by the dead." Molly didn't know what to say, but knew sometimes a hug was just as good as a million condolences. She patted Shelley on the back and looked out the window, hoping her own husband would be home soon, but she hadn't a chance to try and reconnect with Trevor since earlier when she had left him the voicemail. She was sure if he hadn't called back by now that he had to be on his way. Molly could feel her tears being soaked through onto her shirt from Shelley. Shelley was holding tight, and Molly could tell that she needed some comforting. She wanted to tell her that everything was going to be okay, but it was definitely one of those questions to which she did not have the answer. Everything about today seemed to be a horror story and a mystery of what would happen next. Molly knew if she was unsure about her own husband that she would want the same reassurance from one of her friends, and she whispered, not very convincingly, but possibly because they both needed to hear it, "We're going to be okay. Everything is going to be all right. We just need to hang in there." Shelley whispered, "I sure as hell hope so. If I don't see Roger again, I don't know what else I have for a reason to stay." Molly didn't necessarily understand what she was meaning when she said stay. Molly asked as innocently as she could, "So where would you go?" Shelley had as much sadness in her mostly monotone voice as she could. "Hopefully to heaven." Molly said, "Try not to think like that. I can't say that I would be any more positive in your situation, but I couldn't imagine letting you hurt yourself on purpose. There's nothing gained because of a short life. Your family would want you to go on, much like you would for them if the unfortunate purple tables had been turned." Shelley was nodding her head, and Molly rubbed her back, trying to make her feel better. Shelley's body was shaking from her heartache and loss. She thought maybe, if she squeezed enough and cried enough, the loss and pain of her family could be numbed. She had never been so wrong in all of her life. Molly didn't want to rush the situation, but looked out the window, seeing Roger's car. This was going to be the test of all tests. Molly gasped when she saw his car and the two teens running up, attacking it. Their unknowing father, at first being happy to see them, and the mirage of a happy scene in front of him, quickly dissipated to complete reality. Shelley could feel Molly's heart race and then slow down, and then she began to shake. She let go, staring at her, not quite sure what had just transpired, but looked out the window, doing the same thing, with hope for just a moment, until she saw the man she had loved since high school, had disappeared while his neck remained in sight. Shelley fell down to her knees, crawling up to the window, realizing that any minuscule hope she had was now very much as dead as her beloved husband. She wanted to slam on the window, to scream at the kids, but in the back of her head told herself it would do nothing with the exception of getting all of them killed. She thought 2 out of 3 of them probably would like to remain alive. Shelley couldn't get back up to her feet. She lay down on the floor and whispered, "I'd like to be alone for a little bit, if that's okay, Molly." Molly said, "I don't know if that's the best thing for you right now." Shelley said, "I'm trying to keep my shit together. I just don't have any reason to go on." Molly was going to say something, but Ruby came in, seeing Shelley on the floor. She had gone to Shelley's daycare when her own provider was sick, and the two were quite fond of each other. The two were bonded friends, and Ruby, much like any small child, seemed to be able to sense someone else's sadness and wanted to help them find happiness. The little 3-year-old walked over, laying down next to Shelley, and scooted back into her. Ruby whispered in her light voice, "It's nap time, Mama. Good night." Molly's heart melted at how sweet her baby was. She pulled the blanket off of the bed and laid it over the two. She didn't think a nap would hurt Ruby, even though it was actually hours away from when she needed to truly take it. But no parent ever told a child they couldn't take a nap. She also figured Shelley could hopefully get over this wave of crying, which could absolutely be understood, given the horrible circumstances. Molly pulled the door closed behind her, wishing there would have been something she could have said, but knew that there truly wasn't anything. This was not an ideal situation. Molly walked out into the living room, looking around and trying to think. She looked down and saw she still had remnants of the man's blood in her fingers, and walked to the kitchen and over to the sink, scrubbing until she thought her fingers were going to bleed as they were turning bright red. She realized she had not actually gotten the chance to talk to Trevor, and that fact, she also realized, definitely upset her. She picked up her cell, swiping to a picture of him and the girls, and hit send, and waited impatiently for him to answer. Trevor felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, just barely, and pulled it out, hoping it was his wife, because that meant, if it was, that she was alive, and that was all that he cared about besides the girls right now. Trevor had a million questions, but Molly wasn't any different, and the moment that she saw the phone was connected, she started asking them. Molly forgot to breathe and asked, "Are you all right? Is everything okay? Where are you? Are you coming home? Why aren't you talking? Oh, my God, were you bit? Please don't tell me you were bit. Just push a button on the phone if you aren't able to speak." Trevor pinched the bridge of his nose and mouth. Wow. He knew if he said anything sarcastic for his first words to his wife, that she would more than likely be ready to remove his manhood when he got home. The thought of that didn't seem ideal, given the current situation that he was shooting for. Trevor tried to remember everything she had just asked, and was having a hell of a time remembering what they were, all in one string. He started off not answering anything. "I'm so glad to hear your voice, baby. Are you and the girls okay?" "Ruby is with Shelley. She lost Roger and the kids. She's a wreck. Ruby is lying down with her, pretending to nap. That kid is just short of being an angel, I think, some days." "How's the rest of the block? Was this the day that Penny was walking up with Nora and middle Jake?" "Of course it was, because she couldn't have walked on one of the other 200 days they've been in school, where tripping off the curb would have been her biggest worry." Trevor decided not to say anything about her walking up by herself on a day as horrible as this. Trevor replied with a different way of saying the question this time, and just said, "Have you heard from any of the parents saying the kids were safe at the bus stop? Or do you know if the bus tracker app is working, and if the kids are en route to the school?" Molly replied, "Mike sent a message to all the parents. They are at his house and safe. Most of the parents have replied to him, but I don't know as far as the entire sack what is going on, since he only included the message about the little kids. We know the Wise Cups aren't doing great, and the serial killer next to Noah and Abigail's isn't doing good." Trevor, not really understanding what she meant, was actually excited to ask, "Wait, you actually talked to the serial killer? That guy does not come out of the house. Straight in, garage door up, garage door down, time to chop up bodies." "No, he didn't actually talk to me. He chased me around the living room and tried to eat me. I ended up stabbing him in the head." Trevor thought she might as well have been speaking a different language for all the sense that she made right now. He responded slowly, "I'm sorry. You did what?" "It was right after the kids left up the street. I thought I would take a quick hot shower, but the moment I got in and got my hair lathered up was the very second that he came pounding on the door until he broke it in." "But you and Ruby are okay, though, right? No bites, no scratches, nothing? I've seen what happens after a bite. Please, God, tell me you were not bitten by the serial killer zombie." "No, thank God I wasn't. And double thankfully, Ruby didn't. I tried stabbing him in the chest and a few other places, and it didn't work. I think I'm kind of having trouble remembering it all. I feel like my brain is trying to push it out of my thoughts, but that's not really doing us any good talking about that right now. Are you on your way home? Can you try and decide if it's safe when you go by to pick up Penny? Otherwise, come home, load up and go back and help clear out the dead and get our baby home." "Wait, you still don't have my shotgun out yet?" "How many times have I shot the shotgun with you, Trevor?" "Are you counting the time that we've dated and that we've been married?" Molly replied, "Exactly? Never. Not once. Don't touch them, don't like them, don't do anything with them, and I know damn well how bad they hurt. So as long as those things stay outside and I don't have to go out there, then I don't want to have to deal with any guns. I understand that it hurts, but so did pushing out a baby out of your hoo-ha, and you did that 2 times. Just think of Ruby when you're pulling the trigger. That doesn't sound right. Just think of saving the baby when it comes to having to shoot. The key is above the—" Molly replied, cutting him off. "Thank you, Trevor. I'm not an idiot. I know where the guns are. I know how to unlock a cabinet, and I know where the key is. I'm just getting a little angry about the fact that I'm going to have to shoot the damn thing, and if I miss, I have to worry about one of those things coming and eating my head. This is pretty fucked up." Trevor knew she did not swear a lot and did not think that was a sign that she was enjoying the apocalypse all that much. She was not a big horror fan. She probably would have been a little more excited had today been something to do with true crime, although the whole idea of the dead out and about and trying to kill everything in sight technically was true crime, and this crime was happening by the second. He said, "Just think of the kids. Or maybe not the kids because that sounds weird, but maybe just think of how you're keeping them safe if you do have to shoot. It's easy peasy. All you got to do is put the bead in the middle of their head and pull the trigger. All I have at home right now is slugs. You put one of those in one of the dead and they're down for the long count and they're not getting back up. Well, I'm going to hold you to that, and I'm hoping I don't have to fire too many times because I know that gun is probably the one you own that holds the least. I don't have a ton down there, honey. You weren't the biggest firearm fan, so I don't get to be the biggest gun collector. New deal, sweetie. Every time you want to buy a gun after this, you have my blessing. This, of course, is all considering any stores are ever open again. If not, you can go do some looting and just stock up like a son of a bitch, if that's what floats your boat. Trevor knew he needed to try and calm his wife down, and figured he'd take the brunt of it, and said, "Oh, honey, you know that it's you that floats my boat, baby. You do realize that you're a nerd, right?" "Absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way," Trevor answered. "Okay, so back to the point. Are you on your way home? If you aren't, you need to be," Molly yelled. "No. I mean, I am on my way home, but I don't have the truck. Did you crash it?" "Crash it? I never got into it." "No, but that would have been ideal, because it at least would have meant that I had gotten off of the grounds." "Are you trying to tell me you're still at John Deere?" "No, I mean, yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm telling you. It isn't really my fault. I was at work and went to the bathroom to listen to your message, came back out, and all hell had completely broken loose. I had to run out the back so I didn't get eaten by a small horde of those purple freaks, and by the time I realized what side I was on, it was too little too late, and I didn't have any choice but to keep running. The unfortunate part about that, of course, is that my truck was on the other side of the yard and, as well, to make things worse, the dead are out here, and I have a barbed wire fence I need to climb over. There's a few other guys climbing and getting caught, so I grabbed a piece of fabric that I'm hoping I can throw over it and climb up and not get stuck or make myself bleed to death." "You aren't going to bleed to death from barbed wire, Trevor. Stop being a dramatic little—" "Okay, Molly. Watch the language. We're getting a little worked up now, aren't we? I tell you what, you just get home. If you get trapped or stuck or think that you're going to die, why don't you call me back? Ruby and I, and maybe or maybe not Shelley, will try and come and rescue you. Ruby doesn't need to come out in this crap. No, she doesn't. And neither does her mother, thank you very much. But one other thing to consider, that she does very much need a father. That's your job. You signed up for it. And because of that, you need to get your happy little skinny ass home. That's the goal, honey. Love you much." "I love you too. Don't die. And I'll see you soon." "Sounds good. I love you too." Molly set the phone down and raced to the bedroom, grabbing the key and getting the shotgun from the cabinet. She looked at the other guns available and did not have a clue what to do with them. She figured a single-sight system was probably going to be her best bet. "A bead on the head," is what he said. She kept telling herself, trying to make the little rhyme stick in her head. She looked at the slugs, weighing them, and really hoped he was correct that if she had to shoot one of them in the head, that it would do the trick. Molly got the gun out, pulled out the 2 or 3 boxes of deer slugs, and inserted the first one, and grew frustrated when she could not get the second one to go in. She was cursing to herself under her breath, yelling and screaming, actually out loud, after a few moments of failed attempts to load it up with the second round, saying, "Who the hell buys a single-shot gun? How useless is this? Why would someone make a single-shot shotgun? What do you do if you have to fire twice? Such stupidity!" Well, he wanted to throw the gun, but remembered gun safety and the fact that it had a deer slug in it, which apparently was the all-great zombie killer, or at the very least it was just her husband's way to try and keep her calm. Molly went to YouTube, hitting yes that she was 18, after typing in how to load a shotgun. Within 2 seconds, she was slapping herself on the head as the man showed the small button next to the trigger guard that released the action. She knew from watching movies that once you shot this thing, you had to pump it after each one. Trevor, anytime they watched the movie, not being a huge gun buff himself, but enjoying doing rich man white hunts, as Molly's dad had told him about, would mock when they didn't pump, or pump too often while firing away at the dead. Molly bounced on the bed, feeling the excitement as she was able to get 2, 3, 4, and 5 into the barrel. Molly half pulled the pump back, checking to make sure there was a shell available and ready to go. Once she realized it was ready to do something, she grabbed the backpack out of the closet and dumped the rest of the shells into it. She figured not having the box of shells and being able to reach into the bag would be easier if and when she needed to add some more shells. She emptied the gun out really quick and reloaded it, making sure she could without issues. Molly walked out, looking down at the gun, really taking it in. It was a 12-gauge, and she knew nothing about it other than the fact that it was well known they hit hard. Molly gazed at the gun, thinking about the fact that if it was sitting up next to her, the barrel to the stock would probably come past her ass. This thing was freaking massive, she thought, and not in a way that she felt was a good thing. As she began walking out of the hallway back to the living room to make sure everything was still locked up tight, a booming bam, bam, bam echoed through the kitchen area, startling her. She knew from when the girls got locked out or had gone out a different way and tried to come back in that this definitely meant good news, that the glass door was shut, which it should be since she had shut it, and add to that it was something on the outside, thank God. She was hoping that the zombie was still dead, and maybe this was her lucky day and one of her neighbors was just trying to see that everyone was all right. She walked to the end of the hallway and poked her head around the corner of the hall. She wanted to make sure that it wasn't Ruby or Shelley who had come out, but no luck for that. When she got to the kitchen, she noticed it was her neighbor who lived a few houses up the street. A very kind man and wife and their 2 children. A quiet family who never caused any kind of stir on the block, and definitely were not very chatty, but always waved and smiled. Both their boys were Hawkeyes and lived in Iowa City. They moved in at the tail end of their academic career in Ankeny High School and had been gone, it seemed, just as quickly as the 2 had arrived. Molly realized that a very quick fact was Earl was no longer really Earl. He was bleeding, or had bled profusely from the side of his white shirt. The dress shirt had been torn down the side, and she could notice pink chunks missing from the side of his tanned rib cage. His eyes looked insane with hunger, and his face was more purple than anything she had seen since the serial killer. Molly was thinking, thank God at least these things are purple. If they just looked like normal people, no one would know who was safe until it was too late. Earl was pounding on the window, not giving any indication that he was still normal. Earl was making the glass rattle and shake, and Molly did not want that door broken. She was thinking about shooting him through the glass, but again, she didn't want this broken, especially if she missed. Molly looked around the kitchen, trying to think on her feet, but like most people, she was not prepared for something like this. She really wished it had been one of her non-purple neighbors. It would be preferable if it was one that enjoyed guns, who would be more than happy to escort the 3 of them somewhere safe, preferably somewhere where doors that locked and had not been broken down. Molly's heart jumped into her throat when Ruby's door flew open, slamming against the wall, and she raced around the corner, moving as fast as her little legs would take her. When she got into the kitchen, she screamed, "I got it! I got it! I got it!" Molly screamed to the little girl to not do it. She said, "Ruby, honey, please don't. It's a stranger." Ruby had one thought on her mind, and that was opening the door. She screamed after she hit the lock and pulled the door to the side. Ruby looked up halfway as she was pulling the door open, and thankfully Earl still didn't realize that his hands would be what he needed to use to slide it the rest of the way. He took 4 steps back, and Ruby finally looked up, seeing his purple, bloody face. and stopped opening the door dead in her tracks. She had absolutely no clue what was going on, but she sure did not want whatever this was to come inside. She screamed a shriek that could be heard for blocks. The dead, or dead Earl in this case, came flying at the door, slamming violently with his skull into the glass. He did this until his head finally broke through, and when he couldn't reach her with his chomping mouth, clicking his teeth, breaking his canines, he tried to back out but was stuck and began pummeling the window with his fist, trying to go back and forth, not realizing he was slicing through his own neck, ignorant to the fact that there was blood gushing from his neck across and down the once clean window. Ruby screamed at the top of her lungs, instant tears, fears, and psychological damage that was going to take time to repair. Molly raced forward, grabbing Ruby, sitting her on the counter, and hugging her until the child whimpered. Molly said, "You have to listen to Mama. You have to listen." Ruby looked up with her bright blue eyes, putting as much of her puppy dog look that she could into her gaze, and just whispered, "Sorry, Mama. I'll try and be a good girl for Mama. I'm sorry." She was breaking Molly's heart by the second, and Molly gave her one more hug before she went back to the business at hand. Molly said, "The bad man is trying to get in. I need you to please go and get in your hiding spot and cover your ears and close your eyes. Can you do that for Mommy?" Ruby, who considered herself a big girl and who did not want any help, turned around slowly, sliding down the countertop until she was at a full arm's extension to be down to the ground. Once she was dangling by her fingertips, she dropped the last 2 feet, wishing for longer legs. Molly watched as she raced around, diving under the sink and slamming the cabinet door shut behind her. Molly verified that she was in there and she was not going to be seeing what was coming next. Molly walked over, leaning into the gun a little bit, bracing herself, and squeezed off the trigger once. She waited for the loud ring from the gun, for the kick, for the smoke. But when she fired the gun, or when she attempted to squeeze off the trigger, the gun did not go off. Her awkwardness had been for nothing, slowly opening her eyes back up, seeing that at least she had aimed and kept the gun steady, but had neglected to remember the "red is dead" motto with guns. Molly cursed under her breath, flicking the safety button, pushing it through to the other side and aiming down the Remington, dead set on Earl's head. By now his blood could not be flowing more profusely out of his neck. Molly fired off one time, dead center at his forehead. The slug, which was rifled, raced across the small distance, snapping his head so hard with the force that it made him crack the glass open, and he flew backwards, lying atop their dog and the serial killer purple zombie. Molly was thinking she was getting a pile of the dead of her own. She didn't know how long she would be able to handle this day, but knew, like many things, including parenting, you didn't always have a choice. Molly tried to take a breath, but Earl's wife came racing up to the door. She was much smaller and dived through the glass hole of the door. Molly brought the shotgun up, ready to fire and take her out. Chapter 9. Jake sat on the floor, mumbling something, trying to do as he had been told, or maybe suggested by Michael. Nora said, "What are you complaining about? I mean, I know today is crap, but what are you saying? You're just murmuring. I have no idea what you're saying. Are you talking to me?" "I'm not sure if I'm talking to you or myself, or I'm just trying to make myself feel better. There's a perfectly good zombie apocalypse going on out there, something I can actually help with, something my dad told me to help with, and I'm down in the basement doing arts and crafts with you." Nora said, "And you think this is what I want to do? You think this is how I like to spend my free time? I'd rather be at school than having to deal with this. I would rather be at home than trapped in your house with the neighbor that I don't really know. Do you think that it is just you that doesn't want to do this?" Jake had to be reminded from time to time by his mother and father that the world did not always revolve around him. It didn't take a genius to realize that Nora felt the exact same way as he did, and could not have agreed more. Jake hated admitting he was wrong. It didn't really matter if it was an 11-year-old girl or a 40-year-old man or his grandpa. He just hated it. But he knew that he was wrong, and if his own dad was here, he'd have an entirely different opinion of everything going on, and would have put Jake in his place the second he began whining and giving everyone a hard time. "Yeah, sorry. It just sucks, but I guess it sucks for everyone." "Lucky for you, Jake, some of us are happy to help you remember it isn't just you." "Well, it's a good thing you aren't my dad." Nora, never short of trying to make the situation lighter, tapped her head, running her hand along her long auburn hair, and laughed. "Yeah, it's a really good thing I'm not your dad. I don't know if I could rock the cue ball top like he does. I don't know, Nora. You'd probably look pretty awesome." Within a few minutes, the two were holding a sheet tight, trying to let the paint stay as it was drying. He didn't want it smushing together and messing up the "We're alive" makeshift bed sheet sign that they had constructed. Jake and Nora walked past the kids who were still downstairs. It had not been a cheerful group, which, given the circumstances, was understandable. But Madison, the oldest of the girls, was holding Haley tight. They had broken the news about Rylan and how she no longer was a big sister, a multiple-child family. Haley had made most of the other children cry, most of them thinking the exact same thing she had been, which was what or how they would feel if their sibling had been lost. There weren't any of the kids who didn't have a sibling. When they walked up the steps and got to Jake's room, Lily and Alana were both standing at the window with guns shouldered, neither of them shooting, just ready to do so if they needed to. Being one of the dead and drawing their attention wasn't ideal at the moment. Michael was sitting on the bed in Jake's room when they went up. Marin was holding on to her dad, laying her head down on his chest, and appeared to be rubbing her face and trying to fall asleep on him. No one was going to try and keep her awake if she wanted to nap. Michael was running through everything in his head, seeing the dead racing into the garage, mixed with the afterthoughts of those horrific screams the boy had deservingly let out, which he thought would haunt him until his dying days. Michael had never served in the military, but was immediately thinking that there was going to probably be a lot of people who had no way of knowing today was coming, who had to do things they would have never done before today, who were going to be having to deal with PTSD afterwards. Michael looked blankly for a moment when Jake and Nora came into the room before trying to come around and snap to. He was looking at the makeshift sign saying, "We're alive," and nodded his head. His joke fell short, but he tried and said, "I don't think those things can write. Good job, guys. Let's get it hung from Jake's window so people know that we aren't dead." Jake and Nora tied it off on Jake's windowsills, double knotting it because they both knew nobody wanted to have to climb down and pick it up. The dead seemed to be losing interest in the garage, though there were still a few that had to have been in there, or if they weren't, had gone out, leaving it headed to the side of the house where they would be able to go back behind the garage, which was out of their line of sight. None of them would complain if they emptied out to the point that they could put the garage door down. Haley's cries could be heard from downstairs, and as little as Michael wanted to say it aloud, he did. "We need to find a way to make her a little quieter. There must be some of those still in the garage, and if we don't quiet her down, they're going to decide that the door isn't enough to keep them out. I've never seen anything with so much rage in my damn life. There is definitely something horrible racing through their bodies." Jake was trying to think of something to say on his feet, but passed it off to his little sister. "Lily, do you have any ideas?" "Why, because I'm a girl? You want me to go take care of Haley because I'm a girl? Is that it, huh? Is it?" Jake said, "No, not necessarily. But I'm not going to go down and try to tell her anything to make her feel better. It was half my fault for not just shutting the door and making him stay out of the garage. If I hadn't been so busy worrying about us, I might have realized what he was doing in time to stop him." Michael squeezed Jake's shoulder. "Jake, it isn't your fault. If it's anyone's, it's mine. I was the adult and I should have been monitoring that kid better. I just didn't know him well enough to realize how wild he was. I'm sorry that you are having those feelings and guilt. I really, really want you to understand it is not your fault. There's going to be a lot of innocence that is lost today, as well as a lot of innocent people that will die." Jake said, "Maybe you don't take care of her, but maybe ask Madison to take Haley down to the basement. Or maybe she could come up to your bedroom, or go in Mom and Dad's closet. That might be the best idea." "And is there an intelligent reason that you can't go do that?" Jake was going to say something, but Alana cut in and answered, "Wow, I'm glad I don't have a brother. Tell you guys what, I'll go down all those big steps and let my sister know to bring up Ryland's sister to the closet, and they could shut the door and just kind of let her zone out in there. Maybe they can make her like a makeshift little bed to lay on in there." Jake said, "You think we should put the dogs in there with them? So we don't have to worry about anything happening to them? It might be good if they keep freaking out." Lily gave a thumbs up and started yelling, "Harley, Rooter, dog, come here. Come on, babies, you guys want a treat? Come here, come on." Within seconds, both dogs were flying up the steps. Rusty, as always, was carrying a hefty old man's jiggling gut. When the two dogs arrived up the steps, old Rusty was quite a few behind Harley. Harley rounded the corner, never slowing down and almost taking Alana out at the feet. Lily saw them coming, clapping and running into their parents' room. The dogs would follow anyone that they thought was the keeper of the treats. She raced into the closet, running a small circle around the perimeter of the closet, and when the dogs raced in chasing after her, she sprinted back out the door, pulling it shut behind her. Two thuds came from inside of the door, and she cringed a little, thinking that was probably puppy heads. Rusty, the older of the two, started repeating a woof, woof, woof with his deep, low bass bark he projected, making himself sound twice as big as he was. Anyone knocking on the door usually thought there was a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd on the other end. When they saw a little, short, fat Rusty that was some sort of beagle-mutt mix, they typically laughed. But the second you touched one of his kids, that dog was barking and jumping up and clawing at you like the crazy old bastard that he was. Alana walked up to her sister, whispering, "We need to get her upstairs." Madison looked up and around, seeing that everyone was staring at them and did not like that self-conscious feeling. She said, "Why does she need to go upstairs? Is she hurting anything?" Michael and Jake had mentioned that her crying can probably be heard in the garage and, like, the dead are still in there. So we were thinking maybe if she was upstairs, the dead wouldn't hear her if she cries louder, and then they won't break the door down, and, well, you know what would be coming next, right? Madison nodded her head, helping Haley up, but the child was not thinking rationally, which everybody had given her a pass on. Haley screamed bloody murder. "No, I don't want to go upstairs. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want my mom and dad. Why can't anyone just leave me alone?" Madison tried to relate to her and said, "It's okay, Haley. I get it. I'd be sad, too." Alana chimed in, adding, "Your brother wouldn't want you to get hurt. He would want you to stay safe, and right now for you, staying safe means going upstairs so that the dead purple things don't hear you crying. We're putting everyone else in danger if you stay downstairs, And so, what are you going to do if I don't want to go upstairs?" Alana looked to her sister and debated whether the two could carry her upstairs if she started kicking and throwing a fit. She knew there was probably a better than good chance they would fall down the steps. Their mom, Elisa, was an emergency room nurse, and she had told them, what seemed like 1,000,000 times, that they shouldn't mess around on the stairs. That more of her patients were seen because they were doing something stupid in their house or a friend's house, and for some reason thought they were invincible, much like every child typically thought. Alana said, "Can we please just go upstairs, Haley? I feel like you could be upset upstairs just as much as downstairs." Haley screamed at the top of her lungs, "No, I'm not going upstairs. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not doing anything I don't want to do." The loudest scream seemed quiet a moment later, when the dead picked up that something was still inside this house, and that they very much wanted to have a one-on-one meeting with them. A moment later, a pounding from hell came at the door to the garage. It shook, and Alana ran to the door, seeing that it was not looking nearly as secure as it had just a few minutes ago. The chair that they had next to it had fallen down, making a loud racket of its own and scaring the children even worse. Madison and Alana watched it for less than a minute before she screamed, "Everybody upstairs! Come on, everybody!" With the exception of Haley, no one needed to be told again to get up the stairs. Haley was the only one being difficult. Madison nipped that right in the bud, bending down, picking up the little child, and tossing her up and over her shoulder. Alana smiled, thinking that was probably the quickest, coolest, smartest thing that a person could do right now. Michael came to the steps, seeing a horde of children racing his way, and stood to the side. The kids looked around almost feverishly, trying to figure out where they should go and what they could do. Michael said, "Why don't you guys go back into the back room with the dogs and everyone else? I don't want anyone standing out here with those freaks trying to come in." Jake said, "We need to get something smarter going on here. If you put them in Mom and Dad's room and those things get inside here, they don't have anywhere to go. If you go in the bathroom, there's only a few cheap doors that the builders put in that they have to get through." "It's your house, Jake. Just tell me what you're thinking." "Guaranteed, today not every idea that I have had has been good." Jake said, "I think one thing we need to do is close the garage door. If that door is still open and they all follow the dead in, God knows how many things we could end up with in the house. At some point, it's not going to be a possibility that we keep them from overpowering us or knocking down every door in their path. You know what I mean?" Lily said, "And we need to do all of that pretty quickly. Why don't we get the dogs? We can put their leashes around your bed frame, and that'll keep them from running off until we can get the door shut and secured or whatever we're going to do." Michael was looking around, trying to figure out as quickly as possible what he could do to try and add some distance and security for the kids, and realized, of everything he'd had to do today, their situation currently sucked. Michael pointed to Jake and said, "Please, Jake, go get all the ammo you can from your dad's closet. Bring everything in here, regardless of if you know how to shoot it or not. We'll have to see how things go, but I'm under the impression that once that door breaks, the rest of this house is going to be off limits, if not the entire thing." Lily asked, "Do you think we could go down the ladder while those things are coming up the steps?" "I have no idea, Lily. We're going to have to see what the best play here is. I have a hard time justifying why I would take all of you kids down on the ground where I don't know if any of those dead are sitting around the corners just waiting for something to catch their attention." Lily said, "Okay, because I really, totally really don't want to get eaten, Michael." Michael nodded his head, and Jake raced into his dad's closet, grabbing everything that Michael had asked him to. Michael whistled when he saw a few of the older rifles. He was pretty confident from the look and how nice they were that they were definitely not new guns. Michael just pointed at the bed and asked, "Is everything here unloaded?" Jake gave a thumb up, and Michael took the boy at his word and set Marin down so he could get to work. Michael said, "Why don't you guys build Marin a little fort so she can't get out, please? I have an idea, and I don't know how good it is, but it's going to buy us a little bit of time before those things can make it up the stairs." Lily asked, "What are you going to do? Do you need any help?" "Oh, I'm going to need a lot of help. I just don't know what you kids are going to be able to do." Madison said, "You do realize we aren't actually idiots, right? You tell us what you want, we do it. We all live. We don't become zombie appetizers or, no offense in your case, the main enchilada." Jake said, "I hate enchiladas. Give me a good beef taco. Michael is a big beef taco, and we're like little nachos with beef bottom." Michael didn't answer. He pulled out a Swiss Army knife, looking around the upstairs, and Lily was watching Michael walking around, looking frantically, trying to figure out something that would keep all of them alive. She was thankful that he was here, but also knew at the same time her dad would not break her heart if he was there too. She figured 2 guns were better than 1 when it came to having the adults shoot as well. She was thinking it was a good thing her family was not uptight about shooting or extra uptight about girls shooting. Her dad had always been very verbal about the sound mind process when it came to shooting and protecting oneself. If you can't do it for yourself, you shouldn't expect someone else to do it either. Lily couldn't help herself, watching Michael, and asked, "Don't you think maybe you should have a gun instead of a knife? Isn't there like some old person saying about taking a gun to a knife fight?" Michael answered, not even thinking about her question really, and said, "It's taking a knife to a gunfight. It means you're an absolute moron." Michael spun around, showing Lily that he did definitely have a gun, and she whistled, seeing the AR that looked like a machine gun. But because she had been in Evans, she was aware enough to know that some of her dad's guns that had beautiful wood engraved work on them, which should have been considered art, and to some people probably would be, were just as deadly as what he had. It was all in caliber in the shooter and not necessarily in its appearance. She had gone to Walmart with her dad multiple times, looking at the guns while he was looking for something else or picking up ammunition for taking the kids to the range, and had been extremely impressed with a Smith & Wesson-looking rifle. When she'd asked her dad how good that would be for the zombie apocalypse, he had mentioned that it would be a great gun if you weren't worried about having to shoot too far and being able to take something out. When he had gotten home, he showed her the difference between bullets, and he had realized when she was quite young he probably was going to have 2 kids to keep up with teaching how to shoot, and not just 1. Lily said, "So you aren't taking a knife to a gunfight, or, I guess, maybe a zombie fight? What are you going to do with that thing? You do hear the zombies, and they are trying to come in, and they are going to try and eat every single last one of us if we don't figure something out very soon. Do you have a plan?" "Yes, I do, and it's a horrible one. I have no idea if it's going to work, but we're sure as hell going to try, because we're on the 2nd floor of a house that has a 20-foot drop down, and we don't have a lot of options. The options we do have pretty much all suck. Not to be too painfully truthful with you, but—" Lily cut him off, saying, "I'm in Evans. We don't sugarcoat anything, so tell me what the plan is. I can help you. We can help you, but we need to know what you need." Michael looked at the entryway of the upstairs hallway, thinking it was about 3 feet to 4 feet across, and he was trying to do the math in his head how many doors he could use. He was thinking if he stacked them that it would be a nice wall, and if they were quiet and those things were truly as stupid as he hoped that they were, maybe Just maybe they could ride the tide until people arrived and could help them. Michael started pulling the bolts that were in the doors, connecting them to the wall out with the flat-edge part of his Swiss Army knife. He was going to make a crack about how he felt like MacGyver, but he knew that the kids would have no clue who that was. It had actually been long gone before he had ever discovered it, watching reruns with his dad. Michael was still figuring things out, but since she was right, there was no reason that they couldn't help. He pointed to Mike in Emily's room and said, "Can you get your parents' nightstands, and you guys drag them out into the hallway? If they're heavy, that's all the better. We just need to do something to keep these doors from falling over once they are up in front of it." Michael was waiting for her response, and she was just kind of tilting her head back and forth, trying to think of a way to say it, and said, "That idea sucks. No offense." "I know you're trying, but if you stack those two skinny things on top of each other to keep these doors in place, what do you think is going to happen the first time one of those dead comes running in and smashes face first into it?" Michael could see them toppling over in his head and nodded. "So why don't you help me make a crappy idea better?" Lily did her little diva pose and already knew what the answer was. Lily explained, "I say you got the right start, but if we take their dresser, that thing's huge. It'll just barely fit across the hallway, and I think that's what you want. No one is going to be able to knock that thing over. We can put those nightstands on top of it, and maybe, if we're lucky, it'll buy us some time, and somebody might actually finally come to pick up the kids and help. Or maybe Dad will be back with Grandma and Grandpa. I can only imagine what Grandpa's been doing to those things. He's savage, and he is definitely not the type who would put up with any crap from anyone, especially the dead. Hopefully those freaks didn't touch his truck, or he would not be very nice to those things." Michael had met Denny and knew that he was a pretty straightforward guy. It was not a huge shock to him that he was related to Mike, but after meeting him, Michael could see between Denny and Diane that Mike was a good mixture of both of their personalities. He did notice that Denny was definitely old school and had retired for a second time just after meeting Michael, and the man could give two shits about what someone else thought of him. He was extremely comfortable in his own skin. He'd lived too long and worked too damn long to go worrying about what others might think. Michael said, "Can you and Jake help move the nightstand? And I still might need some help moving the dresser. I'm hoping that I don't bust a butt moving it." Lily walked past him, moving things out of the way so that she could pull the nightstands into the hallway. She made Michael about piss his pants laughing when she said, "Dad would have said nut. How do you bust a butt? You can bust a nut, but you can't bust a butt, can you? Boys are so weird." Little Jake from next door and Middle Jake from the lower part of the sack got next to the dresser, and the two helped pull them both out. Within a few minutes, little kids on each side of all the nightstands pulled them out as quickly as possible and moved them out of the way. Michael went to work on the doors, and within a few minutes he had taken 2 full-size bedroom doors and a half-size closet door. He looked at them, thinking it was going to be a tight fit, but he'd rather have more than he needed than not enough. He didn't think Mike was going to complain about some drywall damage on the ceiling. He was working as fast as he could. The banging from below had not ceased, and it was sounding like it was getting louder, or possibly the hinges were finally giving way, and the door itself was bouncing more when they were striking it. Michael thought, what a hell of a motivator to move his ass this was. They began building their makeshift wall. Jake slid the first door up against the wall and held it in place. Michael got the second up, and they left the third leaning and waiting for the dresser. The last thing Michael wanted to worry about was a broken foot for one of these kids because the damn doors fell down and hit one of them. Michael, Big Jake and Madison started pulling the dresser out of the bedroom an inch at a time. Michael never could understand why people had to have such heavy shit. He couldn't talk, though he loved to come up with do-it-yourself home projects and build things from scratch, and knew he had constructed some heavy-ass things himself. Once they got it out into the hallway, they were all breathing heavily. Only Michael took a few extra puffs to start getting his breath back. The Littles were young, fit, and recovered much quicker. Sidney Ryder from across the street asked, "Do you think this is really going to work?" Michael shrugged, pointing into Jake's room, and said, "Everybody in there. We are going to make a stand here for as long as we can and are able." Chapter 10. Anna was keeping all of the weight that she could on the door. Her friend was trying extremely hard to knock the door back out and come after her. Anna was thankful that she couldn't get back and get a running start. She couldn't tell if she was slowing down or not. Her arm that was stuck in the door was as purple as you could expect. Anna looked at the rope, trying to think if she could tie it off, but didn't want to take her hands off of the door. She knew if this thing got loose that it was only a matter of time before she finally got caught. Anna had never wished she didn't go to the gym so much in all of her life. Anna didn't think God was going to be judging the actions of those today, so long as they were pure and good. She pushed all of her weight against the door, acting almost as if she was doing a squat, and got as low as she could, keeping her center of gravity in check. When she felt like she had a really good stronghold, she took the towel from around her neck, wrapping it around her friend's, or once friend's, arm, who of course was now a purple zombie, starving like knives were digging out the inside of her stomach. Anna didn't like the idea of what was next and took a very deep breath, waiting for the horrible sound, and pulled with every ounce of strength she possessed, and finally heard a crack as she had been pulling with all her might on her arm in the direction that it should not have been going. The bone snapped, protruding out of the skin, and was only a few inches from Anna's face. Anna felt a dry heave spell coming, and there wasn't so much as even a whimper from inside the room to acknowledge the pain. She cringed, watching the blood dripping off of the bone down onto her purple skin. Anna was still trying to get the door to fully close so she could tie it off, and finally realized that if she went just one more step, she would be able to. She spun her friend's arm around and around and around until it finally got to the point that she could wedge the door shut, and the arm fell down to the ground, limp and purple and not moving. The pounding definitely sounded awkward, as she seemed to be using her face and her head and hand to get out and to let her rage out. Once the door shut, she kicked the arm away from her, thinking about it, and realized her best chance was probably not going to be good for her cowardly friend who had left her hanging. Anna took the rope, stringing it through the door handle, and put it through the woman's as well, holding it as tight and taut as she could, and tied off the knot. The living and the dead would both be trapped inside of the locker room. Once she thought she had it tight, she took a step back, keeping some pressure on it, but checked to make sure that it was going to hold before she let go. The fact that her friend had locked the door made it all that much better for the lack of wiggle room. Anna could have kissed the knot at this moment, and she slid down to the floor for just a moment, taking a long, deep breath and trying to gather her thoughts. She realized if she'd have been at work, she might be dealing with some sort of completely different scenarios. She realized she'd only had to deal with one at the moment, and could not imagine having to deal with more of them. This day was not going to be in the record books as one of her favorites, she thought. Anna was cringing with each hit from the door behind her. Brittany was yelling from her door, "Anna, are you okay? What's going on?" Anna said, "Oh, me. Is that who you're talking to?" Brittany said. Of course I'm talking to you. Who else would I be talking to but Anna Banana? The Anna Banana that you fucked over when you ran away, leaving me to die? Is that the Anna Banana that you're talking about? Indeed it is. And let me just start with my... Fuck off, Brittany. How's that for accepting your apology? Do you want to know the funny thing? I was going to hide in there with you, but you locked the damn door. She said, So, are you saying I should open it? You can't open it. What are you talking about? Brittany asked. Pretty simple. I took the jump rope and I tied off the door. Now Amy can't eat me. But unfortunately for you, Brittany, you can't get out. I'm going to go get a chest press bar, and I'm going to stick it through both of these doors. You can't let me get out first? I could do a lot of things, Brittany, but I have this weird feeling that if I let you out, you'd either figure out a new way to screw me over or potentially use me as some sort of bait. I can't say that I'm overly excited about either of those options, and well, to be honest, I'm not going to put myself in that situation. I'm going to live through today. I'm going to live through tomorrow. I want to see my husband and my dogs, and hopefully, God willing, my family, maybe even a neighbor or two. But what am I supposed to do? Well, you should pray to God that that thing inside the men's room, a.k.a. Amy, does not decide that she is capable of ripping and tearing away all of the drywall that is pretty much the only thing keeping your happy ass safe right now. If I were you, I'd watch out, Anna. Karma is going to come back and bite you in the ass. Karma is going to love my ass. I think you forgot. You are trapped because you went and left me trying to stay alive. I had a plan, albeit a somewhat shitty plan, but nonetheless still a plan. You do realize how you screwed me over, right? Yes, I'm aware. And it doesn't make me feel any better knowing that you were going to leave me here. I mean, how long have we known each other? Anna walked off, grabbing the chest bar and sliding it through both of the door handles. She almost felt guilty for a moment when Brittany said, Are you seriously not going to open the door? Anna said, That is very accurate. I don't know what to tell you, but if I were you, like I think I already said, I wouldn't know. You know, I'm just the dumb one, apparently, since everybody tried to screw me over, so if I were you, I would probably just stay real quiet. As crazy as those things are acting, I don't feel like it would be above it to be able to break that door down. Well, maybe not the door, but like I mentioned about the drywall, I'm sure you're going to do just fine, though, being such a sweetheart. It was nice lifting with you, nice drinking with you for your sake. I hope you'll live through another day. Maybe be a little kinder to your fellow man or woman in this case. If I leave you, I'm going to go to my car and leave. You aren't going to do anything. Anna walked to the edge of the gym. She looked around, trying to see if there was anything else out there that was going to come after her. She grabbed her phone, picked it up, and hit a picture of Colby waiting impatiently for it to ring. He finally answered on the 5th try, and she got the answer she was going to ask about immediately. Colby said, I can't believe this happened. What the fuck is going on today? Are you safe, and are you okay? Please, God, tell me you're home. I've never wanted to be home so bad in all of my life, she replied. But I'm not home. I had to take that extra day because bitches don't skip legs, and I didn't want to be a quitter. You couldn't quit if you tried. Oh, Colby replied. Anna didn't quite understand what he was saying, but she didn't care. He could be speaking the Greek alphabet to her if it meant that she got to hear his voice and that the man she loved was alive. Anna asked, Are you doing okay? Are you on your way back, or where are you? Colby laughed, realizing, though Anna had no clue why. Colby said, I'm just kind of hanging around at the moment. Anna replied, Okay. You realize there's some sort of horrible zombie purple people thing going on, right? I'm kind of thinking we're in one of Mike's books or something." Colby was nodding his head and said, "I don't know. I think his zombies are usually pretty fucking vicious, but who knows? Maybe he was going for something a little lighter." Anna, who wasn't wanting to sit here any longer than she needed to, asked a second time, hoping it was the last time she had to ask. "So are we going to get you on the road headed back home? Or where are you going? How far are you away, and what do you mean you're hanging around?" Colby was still very hungover, and was also quite wired at the moment from the adrenaline of having to take care of so many things single-handedly. Colby replied, "Well, the reason I'm hanging around is I had to climb one of the electric poles. I had the dead chasing Frank and Earl, and there had to have been like 5 or 6 or 7 of them. And they were rednecks and ugly, and it actually took a while to figure out there was something wrong with them, considering the fact that they looked like freaking meth heads because, well, they were probably meth heads or crackheads or something. I don't know if there's a difference. You know me. Just give me a good old beer." Anna cut him off, replying, "Colby, could you just get to the point? So you were up a pole and yet all those things coming after you? Are you just waiting for help? Do you need me to get home, get a gun, and come shoot those things from a very safe distance?" "Honey, a woman that'll come and save you with a gun might just be the sexiest thing in the world. However, no, please don't come to rescue me. I'm up the pole because I didn't have any options at the moment. Once those things started coming up, I realized I was going to have to figure out something on the fly. I won't go into logistics, but let's just say that both of the guys that were apprenticing underneath me will no longer be in the Union. I'm pretty sure dying will take you right out of the running for the job. Those things got Frank and Earl, and then those two turned into whatever the fuck they are and came chasing after me. I had to use a live wire jumper starter cable to electrocute them. The brains sizzled after a few minutes of that power striking them, and they fell, and thank God they stayed down." Anna said, "So you got the last of them? There aren't any more that you know about, at least?" "Nope, none that I know of." "Then get your ass down the pole and get home." "You aren't allowed to die or get hurt. You know those rules. I'm really firm about them." Colby was already climbing down a pole. When he made it to the ground, he grabbed his truck keys out of Frank's pocket, scared to touch any of them for fear that somehow they would come back to life. Colby replied, "I got keys. I'm going to get going in the truck now. Are you going to be okay to get home, or do you need me to swing over and pick you up?" Anna didn't have a clue how to answer and replied, "I don't know yet. When Ashley raced outside, one of the dead came across and caught her, and a minute later she came by, blood all over and looking insane." Colby started to clear his throat, and Anna, not meaning to, snapped, "I said, okay, maybe, I didn't say. But just give me a damn minute, okay? I'm really trying to figure this out. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I think I can drive. I'm sure the truck is fine, but I'm scared to go outside. Can I call you back in a few minutes if I need a ride?" Colby replied, "Yeah, just give me a call back. I'll make sure the truck starts with no problem, and I'm just going to leave my car at work and bring this home. It might come in useful if the power goes out or something trips and we need to turn the juice back on." "I don't care, Colby. Just get home. Take the truck, take the car. Just get your happy ass home, and then we will figure out what we're going to do from there. If you hear from any of the neighbors, maybe see what they're going to do, or if they have a plan. I'm quite curious what Noah down the street, or maybe Sean or Mike, only because he probably researched all this shit, is thinking what they're going to do. All right. I love you. You keep that pretty ass of yours safe and zombie bite free. It would be a true crime to Earth if anything happened to it. Would you get your mind out of the damn gutter?" Maybe think about something with your top hat for once." Colby said, "That's an interesting idea. I'm going to look into it. I've heard some people can do that. I can't say as I've had, a lot of success, but minimal. We can see. You never know. I'm a smart, intelligent, handsome, good-looking. Oh, my God, get home. I love you, bye." Anna hit the end on the phone and set it down, looking outside, scared to death of what might happen next when she went out. All results so far have been zombies winning. She truly did not want to have to deal with any of these things if it was at all possible to avoid them further. When Anna looked around the gym, she had never felt so alone, and the gym had never looked so empty. The ropes that she hated were her first thought. She figured if the dead were roaming around, that maybe she could do something to get them on the other side of the building, and maybe she could use the ropes to slide down and race to her car. If that didn't seem like it was going to work, she figured maybe if she was lucky, she could just wait up top until Colby came. Once he got there, he could use the bucket from the truck to get her down safely. She liked her car, but not enough to risk her life to keep it. Anna climbed the safety ladder that led up to the roof through the office of the workout facility. She'd never been up there before and was hoping that there wasn't some sort of lock on the roof keeping her from coming out. She was lucky, if such a thing could be assumed about the day, and when she went out, she looked around, seeing her first glimpse of apocalyptic Ankeny and the number of the dead racing along the highway. None of them seemed to know where they were going, but only caring about chasing after their next meal. Anna looked around, finding something she could tie the ropes to. They were heavy and strong, and usually she'd whip them, one in each hand, until her forearms felt like they were going to catch fire from the burn. She walked the rope over, seeing that it was almost long enough, but still probably 4 foot from the ground. She was going to have to just hope that when she landed, she did so correctly and did not hurt herself. Anna walked to the edge of the building, realizing instantly that Ashley and what she could only assume were the solar power guys next door were racing back and forth. When Anna tossed the rope over the side, she caught their attention, something she did not want. Ashley came racing up to the rope, not stopping, and slammed face first into the brick wall. Ashley looked up, growling, half of her front teeth missing, nose broken, and blood gushing from the side of her face. If anyone saw her and did not take into account the purple skin tone she was rocking at the moment, they would probably drop everything to try and help her. Ashley only hit the wall the one time before she jumped up, grabbing onto the rope, and began climbing much more quickly than she had ever seen done before. When she got her momentum going, she went up like what Anna could only assume a crazed Marine would look like, trying to get to the top to please their drill instructor. Anna waited until Ashley was close to the top, before she sat down on the edge of the building, and when her dead friend was near enough, she brought her heel directly into her forehead. Ashley's head snapped backwards, but she did not stop in her pursuit to try to eat Anna. Ashley climbed up another foot before Anna tried to knock her off of the roof again. This time, she didn't reach with her mouth. She reached with her hand, throwing Anna off guard. Anna tried to pull her foot back in time, but Ashley gripped onto it with both hands in a death grip. Anna could feel the gravel from the roof digging into her ass as she slowly slid forward to the edge of the roof. She tried to claw into the roof to keep herself from falling off the side of it, but it was not going to happen. The situation had gone from somewhat hopeful to an absolute crock of shit. Anna tried to plead, belatedly realizing pleading with the purple zombie didn't do a lot of good. She screamed, and might well have done it silently for all the good that it did. "Somebody help me! Somebody help, please! Anyone!" There was no one to help. Those around her shared the same fate that Ashley had, and were now feeders looking for their next meal. She felt tears rolling down her face, trying to think of anything, wishing she'd brought weights or a dumbbell or another rope, something, anything she could use to take this bitch out. She just wanted to get home to Colby. Anna had never been as terrified of heights as she was now. As she felt herself sliding over the edge, she turned around, trying to grip onto the ledge of the roof with everything she could. Between her weight and Ashley's, it was too much. She felt Ashley's bloody, sticky hands on her bare calves as she reached up further, pulling on a shirt, lifting herself up, and clenching her teeth around the rear of her thigh. Anna shook, kicking, flailing, and basically trying to do anything to stop the inevitable. But inevitable was that word for a reason. Her teeth bit through the elastic yoga workout pants, and Anna had never felt such pain in all of her life. Anna had no choice but to let go with one hand. She brought a fist down and punched her 3 times in the face. Ashley's head snapped back, but not before a chunk of skin, flesh, and muscle tore away. Anna could feel the fresh, warm blood dripping down her thighs. Anna spent her final seconds, before everything began to grow cloudy, thinking of Colby, and her parents and niece and sister, and everyone else she loved. In the back of her mind, she could only think how she had done so well, making it safely away from Amy, only to end up with the same outcome in the end. Anna looked down at Ashley, still ripping at her leg. The flesh she was taking was too much to fit into her greedily hungry mouth. Anna screamed in pain, unable to hold on any longer. Anna could see, as she looked at Ashley's mouth, that pieces of her leg which did not fit in her mouth were falling out, and it was the worst sight she had ever seen. When Anna could no longer hold on to the ledge, she finally let go, and they dropped down to the ground, landing atop of some large decorative rocks. Anna looked like a rag doll, paralyzed in pain, or at least she could only assume, as she tried to lift her neck unsuccessfully. She'd spent her life trying to get her body to its physical peak performance, and it was over in less than a second. Ashley was not faring much better, but rolled over to her side, still growling and climbing up towards Anna on the rocks, dripping blood from her wounds, and her once blonde hair was soaked a wet crimson with her own blood. Anna screamed, "For God's sakes, just let me die in peace!" Her plea went unanswered as Ashley wrapped her mouth around the middle of Anna's throat, taking a final bite coinciding with Anna's final breath. Ashley ripped away as large of a piece of her as possible, and Anna realized this was the end. She only hoped that Colby did not come for her. The only peaceful thought she had was if her spine was truly broken, she would not be able to chase after him when he came for her. He would just have to deal with a broken heart. Chapter 11. Brent and Karen were in the tractor, and there seemed to be a slim chance that they would be able to get in through the back door. The dead seemed to be focused on the 2 of them, and he was trying to think of a way to escape the tractor and get into the house. Once they made it into the basement, he knew they would at least have a fighting chance. Karen asked, "I'm really glad that we made it all the way back to your house. Is there something we can actually do? I mean, I don't have a gun. You don't have a gun. Is there anything we do have that we can use to fight these things off?" Brent actually laughed at this. He said, "Karen, I have no idea. There isn't a weapon in this thing. It's as stripped down as it could be, minus the air conditioning. No, we don't have a weapon. No, there's no gun hiding under the seat. No, there isn't." Karen, at her wits' end with the dead as well, but still trying to be sensitive, given the fact that he had just lost the love of his life, replied, Yeah, and it isn't a reason to be a dickhead, Brent. I get it. You're pissed. You're sad. Your emotions are probably going insane, but that doesn't mean you can take it out on me. You do remember you probably wouldn't be alive if I hadn't gotten the tractor going? I would think right now you would be pretty focused on how to stay alive, so your kids will have someone to look out for them. Now, do you suppose we can brainstorm ideas and not be assholes? I guess we can try, Brent said, looking down and around at the tractor's cab. Brent was trying to think of anything they could do. He shut the engine off, figuring he didn't want to draw any more dead to the area with the sound of the John Deere. He also was somewhat concerned about the simple fact that this was currently his only mode of transportation, unless he took Ryland's small youth-size mini-bike up the street. It had been a gift from a friend, and he wasn't sure if he trusted it enough to take it up to Mike's house. The house hadn't looked that great, or like there was a place for him to park and get back out safely when they'd gone by. He was hoping once he got in and armed up that he could message Noah or someone and see if he could take one of their cars up the street. He figured if no one answered that he would just take that as a sign from God that they really wanted him to borrow one of the cars, preferably a Jeep, because they were awesome. Seconds seemed like hours as Brent looked around the cab, trying to see if anything looked useful. His eyes finally rested on a shiny red fire extinguisher on the wall, and he had the beginnings of a half-assed plan. He pointed it out to Karen. She smiled, but there was no true joy or faith in her expression. Karen asked, "That's a lovely fire extinguisher you have, Brent. Is there something I should be excited about because of this? Did we come up with a plan, and you're going to tell me after you set the fire extinguisher back down in its place because it's useless?" "Oh, I do think I have a plan. We will know very quickly if it's a good plan or a going-to-die plan. So, it works or we're screwed. Is that about the gist of it?" "That would be correcto, señorita. Somehow, we need to rig it so the handle stays depressed, and there will be a steady stream of white, foggy stuff that should hopefully get the zombies' attention. If someone isn't holding, it'll probably spin on the ground. A big, red, shiny, moving object which hopefully they think is food, or they just hate it and attack it." "So if they attack it and don't like it, what then?" "Well, if they do go after it, that's going to be an ideal time for you to get your skinny ass up on top of the tractor and climb up on top of the deck. I will follow you with my not-so-slim ass, and we're going to go in through the kitchen, get some guns, and go get my kids." "Is the deck door unlocked?" "That, my friend, is the million-dollar question. Unfortunately, we don't really have a way of calling anyone to check and find out. So we're going to gamble everything on a fire extinguisher and the hope that you guys did not lock your doors. Even if those doors are locked, it's not going to matter. We are going to simply break the glass if we need to. How does that sound? You got any better ideas?" "Oh, it sounds absolutely horrible, Brent. But given the fact that I've come this far with you, it would be a dumb idea at this point to have a good plan." "I mean, what would have happened if we had just gone back to the planting distribution center and gotten our cars and been able to drive, 80 miles per hour and not give these things quite so much time? Let's fucking do it. Do you have a way to keep those things out of your house once we get in, if we do have to break the door?" "Nope. The best thing I can think of is flipping the table over and up against the window. And we can get down to the basement. There's a door, and then another door for the utility room, a.k.a. zombie killing room. Can we just go ahead and do this? I feel like the more we talk about it, the less good of an idea it is. I'm on board, so let's just do our best not to get eaten." Brent looked at the extinguisher, realizing something would have to hold down the handle, and they would have to throw it out into the yard very quickly. He said, Don't go getting too excited here. This is merely to get the extinguisher to go off. Is there something I need to know about, Brett?" Brett lifted his shirt up, just a hair, unbuckling and removing his belt. He wrapped it around the handle, pulled the pin on the fire extinguisher, and made the sign of the cross. Brent said, "Hey, Karen, I just wanted to say thank you for, keeping me from losing my mind completely. I think if it had just been me and Mark, I probably would have thrown off the tractor myself. Given the circumstances, I really don't know what kind of difference it would have made." "You're welcome. If I had to try and make it through a zombie apocalypse with any coworker, you are definitely on top of my list. I honestly have to say I'm a little surprised that we're still alive and we made it this far in a John Deere that barely goes 27 miles per hour. Yes, this is definitely not my ideal zombie vehicle. I promise if we survive everything, I'm going to find a new truck, or maybe a steamroller." Karen laughed and replied, "I would have to say the truck is probably ideal, although hearing the crunch of those bastards' bones would do little to break my heart or upset me." Brent took a few deep breaths, trying to shake the nerves out of his legs and hands, and said, "Are you ready?" "No, not really. But I think if we wait here too much longer, those things will decide they can just break the window and eat us." Brent didn't say anything, but pulled the pin and nodded to Karen. Pulling hard on the belt so that it would hold tight, he opened the door just a few feet and flung it as far as he possibly could behind the tractor. The fire extinguisher spun in the air, shooting a brilliant spray of whatever the hell it was that came out of a fire extinguisher. The blue sky instantly turned white, and luckily for Brent, it hit off of one of his son's toys in the yard and made a loud clunk noise, catching the Dead's attention. When they saw it roll over and spin on the ground, they decided it had to be something good. The Dead seemed to instantaneously forget about Brent and Karen, at least for the moment. Brent didn't waste any time. As soon as Karen realized that they were paying attention to it and not them, she kicked the door open, catching it before it could slam and draw their attention, something they wanted to avoid at any cost. Brent motioned for her to go first, and Karen did not complain. She climbed up, much like Mark had, and got on the roof of the tractor, pulling herself up and over the side of the deck with an ungraceful thud as she fell down. Brent was on her tail, and realized this was the closest thing he had done to a pull-up since high school. He checked the Dead, seeing that they were not interested in him yet, and realized that the extreme pain and burning he was feeling in his biceps meant that this pull-up was not going to happen. He let go, falling back down onto the tractor. He got off the tractor, tripping as he fell, and landed hard on his face on the grass. He stood, hunching over, and ran around to the steps of the deck. He crawled up on his hands and feet, trying to keep low, letting the banister keep him camouflaged and out of their view. Karen had already started getting the door open. Luckily for the two of them, it was not locked like it should have been. Brent was not going to complain about whoever left it open, though. Once they got in, Brent slowly closed the shades and sat down at the kitchen table, catching his breath and trying to clear his mind of all the horrible things going on in it at the moment. Karen said, "Do you want a glass of water or something, Brent? Are you going to be okay? I have to admit, I'm pretty amazed we are alive. I figured we could not have been more screwed had we waited." "They're telling me. If that shitty idea worked, just think what we could come up with if we actually had some time and resources," Brent answered. "Well, time isn't really anything we have, but I'm hoping those resources are guns, and I hope you aren't a cheap ass about bullets and you've got plenty down there." Brent said, "I can assure you that there's no shortage of bullets. The biggest issue will be reloading and not getting eaten while we are loading, because chances are those bastards will be coming straight for us. You put a gun in my hands, and I promise I'm going to click until I hit empty. and then I'll keep going until those damn things get a hold of me." "Amen to that, sister. I just worry that we have to take them out with a headshot. Can you imagine what we're going to have to do if we have to keep the guns steady while remembering to breathe and not freak out and be accurate all at the same time?" "Hey, just give them to me and we'll take what we can and figure out the rest later. We just need to get up to your neighbors and get your kids. I can't imagine anyone wanting to babysit long-term today." "Yeah, I can see that being an issue. You don't want to overdo their goodwill towards their fellow man, you know what I mean," Karen replied. Brent was thinking about the water she'd offered and said, "If you get on the top shelf of that fridge there and get 2 cups, I've got some apple pie moonshine." Karen said, "It's like 8 or 9 in the morning. I guess I don't even know what time it is." Brent replied, "I guess I don't understand what the time has to do with anything." Karen said, "Well, I typically don't drink until noon, not counting football season." "Understood. But any time there's a zombie apocalypse and it happens on a Monday, I feel like you get a free pass to have a shot of liquid courage. It won't do me a damn bit of harm, and if it doesn't make me feel better, at the very least, it might loosen me up a little bit and relax my nerves." Karen didn't have any qualms about drinking this early with the sound logic Brent was using. Karen brought the 2 cups over, setting them on the table, along with the bottle of apple pie. She poured a shot in for herself and a second splash for Brent. Brent tilted his head a little bit, looking at it, realizing they'd probably only had beers together, and she didn't know that there was a minimum 2-finger rule in a real cup. Brent put his finger next to it, smiling, and then stacked the second finger on top of it. He brought up his hands in the peace sign. Karen repeated the gesture, saying, "Peace?" Brent said, "While peace would be a nice thing to have today, what I want is 2 fingers of apple pie. That's as good as moonshine with a cinnamon stick. Give it another shot. Let's hit that, then get something going in the way of guns." Karen did so, and Brent lifted up the cup, licking his lips, and slammed it back. Karen did the same, coughing and choking. Brent laughed. "That'll put some hair on your jewels." Karen said, "Fantastic! I've always wanted testicles." Brent snorted, laughing, getting up from the table to go downstairs, realizing he no longer had a belt on. His pants were definitely letting in a breeze, and he decided the first thing he needed to do was to get on some different clothes. Within a few minutes, Brent had on fresh pants and a new belt. The 2 of them were in the basement, and Brent opened up the gun safe, handing her a handgun and a rifle with a red dot scope on it. So easy, a baby could use it. He just hoped that she could remain as calm as she acted on a daily basis. Brent took a .308 out of the gun cabinet, checking and grabbing the 5.5 round magazines, and made sure they were full. He was praying if he had to shoot, at least something like this, it would more than likely pass in and out of their heads. If it took out the one behind them, it would not break his heart. Karen asked, "So, be honest, do you think this is actually going to work? I know we only have a few blocks, and in comparison to what we've already done, that's nothing. But I feel like the longer we survive, the less chance we have of continuing with our good luck streak." "Yeah, it has to, because the kids don't have anyone else. No one close, anyways." Chapter 12. Sean was trying to think on his feet. He knew the moment when every siren that could go off on base did, it was not a good thing. He knew there was either a weather threat or there was some sort of bio-threat. The great thing he always enjoyed about Iowa was if anyone was going to attack the continental United States, they were going to have a hell of a long flight to be able to make it all the way to Iowa without being taken out by a drone or F-16 or one of 100 other types of planes that would bomb the shit out of an exhausted plane and crew. America was not an easy place to try and take over. Sean was thinking it was probably a good time to get off the base before it was locked down to a point in which he would not be able to get back home. His immediate first thoughts were to Madison and Alana, and he was trying to figure out what in the hell was going on. He watched those students on the floor turning purple, and could not for the life of him figure out what had gone so wrong so quickly with so many of them. Sean yelled, ordering his class, "Everybody give these guys some space. Just get back." One of those students who'd decided to make the smart choice and had stayed in the night before said, "Sergeant, are we going to try and resuscitate him?" "I don't know what's wrong with him, but if he's turning purple and was fine a few minutes ago, I don't think I'd be sticking my tongue in his mouth trying to resuscitate him," Sean replied. The private was going to say something about how he was not planning on sticking his tongue in the guy's mouth, and realized the instructor was probably being sarcastic. Sean checked in the hallway, trying to see if his new student was coming back to the classroom with help. He was thinking how there was going to be a hell of a lot of paperwork if this many guys went down on his watch. Within a second, the man that had thought resuscitation was a good idea was attempting CPR on him with simple chest compressions, and the man who was receiving them opened his eyes as wide as saucers. The private yelled, "I did it! He's back alive! His eyes opened! I did it!" Sean turned around just in time to see the horror. The smiling private's face quickly and without hesitation turned into fear like he had never seen. Sean knew plenty of guys he had served with in other branches, whom he was friends with, who had seen the shit, and the worry on their face would have been compared to a child smiling at a parade atop his father's shoulders compared to what they were looking at now. The newly turned purple zombie was the first to rise up, gripping onto the man's uniform jacket and seeming to lock radar down in a vein that seemed to be screaming to the dead that this was the meal it wanted. It pulled itself up in one fluid, hungry motion and wrapped its lips directly around the man's neck. It tore into his flesh without hesitation, pulling it back and chewing wildly. Sean stood for a moment, dumbfounded, unsure what in the hell was going on. Like many millions of others, were having a hard time taking it in. Two other men, who had been checking on others who had gone down, appeared to be receiving the same fate that the original do-gooder had gotten. Sean had been a football player during high school. He thoroughly loved each and every game. Had he not ended up going different routes with his life, he would have probably ended up coaching the sport. So, between playing at school, as well as being a teacher, he was used to seeing the alpha dog mentality, which might serve them well in the coming days, if this shit was happening outside, but was not tolerated in his classroom. So any time his students got a little bit crazy, he was more than happy to knock them down a notch off their totem pole to let them know just how insignificant they were. Sean watched for another moment, realizing he was going through varying degrees of emotions. He had started off confused, which transitioned very quickly into nervousness for the students tearing chunks out of their next meal, and finally plateaued and stayed on 100%, no doubts about it, pissed off. A little fighting here and there did not upset him in the least with the students. It didn't help that he taught multiple branches of the military, each one almost always thinking they were the top dog, with the exception of the Coast Guard. They usually just kept to themselves and did not give anyone too hard of a time. Sean walked across the room, covering the distance in about half of the time he typically would have as he strode across, getting to the first man who had been the unfortunate do-gooder and had not obviously screamed loud enough for the other two men to hear what the outcome had been. Sean pulled the man who'd been bitten off, not throwing him in any way at all, simply getting him up off of the ground, doing a straight deadlift with the man and setting him on the table where he would be safe. The man clung to his neck, blood gushing quickly from between his fingers and ragged pieces of skin sticking up from the wound. The soldier, who was on the ground chewing, was also enraged by the fact his meal had been removed from his grasp and came directly up, gripping onto Sean's fatigue pants. Sean used his free foot, bringing the heel of his size 12.5 steel-toed army boot down directly onto his nose. The man's head snapped back so hard, Sean thought he had broken the man's neck. The man who should have been asleep, out for the count and not collecting $200 when he passed go, popped his head directly back up. Sean already had a foot waiting for the man and kicked him twice as hard this time. When the man came up for a third round, Sean was starting to realize he couldn't get any more pissed off about anything. Sean looked at the other two men, realizing they needed help as well as did the man he'd pulled free from this psycho, and hoped dearly that this guy would at the very least stay down on the ground for a moment or two. The do-gooder, by now, was shaking on the table, no longer able to hold his hands to his neck, and Sean, of course, had no idea what hell was coming his way. He did the only thing that he could, and screamed at the top of his lungs for the medic to get there and someone to get help. He pulled the coat off the chair, spinning it around and wrapping it around the man's neck, using the man's weight to keep the fatigue jacket in place so that it would not slide away and let the blood continue to gush from his neck. Sean knew if he didn't do something quick, the other two on the floor were going to probably be in the same situation, and really goddamn quickly. Sean raced over and pulled both men to the safety of the tables. Their eyes had already rolled into the backs of their heads. The problem with pulling off two at once was it only left his feet free. Sean also realized an extremely horrific issue was not having hands, and the fact that both of those things were going to come straight for him. Sean was going to use the two men as a shield, but figured saving them and then endangering them would 86 the good deed he was doing. Sean pulled both men free, putting them on the table, and put up a foot to block the first one who was coming at him. He did a really ugly reverse mule kick, sending the man back against the wall. Bits and pieces of his meal fell out of his mouth. Sean couldn't believe that this was happening. He was quite the large Walking Dead fan, but this was pushing it to the limit. If these guys were doing some kind of joke on their first day, he would be pissed beyond all belief. But they would definitely get the reward for most creative class ever. He was still thoroughly going to kill them, though. There was no doubt about that, no doubt at all. The second of the two jumped, right as Sean's foot was connecting with the man's gut. Sean heard a satisfying thud as the man flew backwards from the ugly mule kick. The second man, who had already been mid-air at that point, landed on Sean's back. The man wasted no time trying to take, quite literally, his pound of flesh. Sean felt the man's teeth scraping across his back. He wasn't a big fan of biting unless, of course, it was his wife, and maybe they'd had a few too many margaritas. Sean was glad that he was not in only a uniform T-shirt. He reached back, gripping onto the man by the neck, and flung him over his shoulder. The man, much like the others, showed no signs of pain or awareness of it. Sean checked the room, realizing no medics were coming, and it seemed no one else was coming to help. Sean was looking at the door, which had quite a few purple soldiers between him and it. Unfortunately for him, they were all getting back to their feet, and Sean was getting a vital education very quickly, as those who had been bitten were now turning purple. One came up off of the tables with the same hunger and rage in their eyes. The only thing which they were missing was the blood around their faces, but if they had their way, that would be changed very, very soon. Sean wished right now he was an infantryman and carried a machine gun on his shoulder, ready to go, so he could light these guys up. The door to the classroom was shut, thank God, because Sean saw people racing past the door, as motivated as he'd ever seen anyone in his life run, followed by a flock of purple freaks who thankfully didn't see Sean in his purple class. There was going to be no assistance, no help, no medic. Nothing good, but probably more of these things coming to try and find him. Or not necessarily him, but just anything with a beating pulse. Sean took a deep breath and, for good measure, flipped up the collar on his jacket, hoping it might block a bite if he got in that situation again. He didn't want to back himself into a corner, but things were looking pretty shitty, considering what had been 3 was now 6, and the 6 were all hungry. Sean was looking around the room. He didn't care what weapon it was, so long as it killed all motivation for them to try and come after him. Sean pulled one of the cheap metal chairs back from the table. Sean thought, at the very least, between the legs on it and his long arms, he would be able to keep them, or at least a few of them, back and away. He looked at the group of dead, realizing that they were spreading out, and he was not sure if they were intelligent and were planning something, or they were just lucky, and this is what was happening. Sean flipped the chair over, quickly unscrewing the leg sliders, which made the chairs able to roll, and noticed he had a pretty good makeshift weapon if he hurried his ass up. Sean unscrewed it like his life depended on it, letting it fall on the ground, and hoped it would be enough to penetrate their heads. He hoped if he made it out of the classroom that he would be able to either get a gun or get to his truck. He would settle happily for either at the moment. The purple do-gooder came first for Sean. He jumped across the tables, not slowing down for anything. Sean waited for him to get close, and as he did, brought the chair up, catching him with the legs and sending him looking like Superman through the air and into the wall. The man hit with a hard thud. There was no drywall to be had. These were American-built, concrete-reinforced walls. They were built to last. It hit hard, and Sean had never been so happy to hear a bone-cracking thud in all of his life. The do-gooder zombie fell to the floor, crumpled in an impossible way. Its neck broke, the spine protruding from the rear of its head, leaving its mouth to be the only thing that could move as it tried to chomp on Sean's boot. Sean thought, now we have 5. Sean received his next answer very quickly. He was curious if he would have a chance if he just kept going one-on-one against these things. This was not going to be the situation, unfortunately for him. The 5 left raced toward Sean, not slowing down for anything. Sean threw the chair at one of them, striking it in the eye and temporarily blinding it. He ducked down, putting both hands beneath the table, coming up in a full-on squat, lifting the heavy table up in one fluid motion, feeling his shoulders scream at him in protest, and knowing he was breaking every order his surgeon had given him about rehabilitation. Right now, though, he'd rather be a gimp with one shoulder and alive than dead and with both shoulders good. He heaved the table at 2 of the men, not able to throw it high enough to pin them under the table, but high enough that it took them both out as they were running across the table. The table struck the 2 purple soldiers, who had previously been meals themselves, in the shins and knees, and the 2 men fell down hard, one of them breaking its arm as they fell, and the large table fell on top of them. Sean had never been so happy to see 2 people that should have been in pain, at the very least severely immobilized for the moment. The one that had been blinded came racing toward Sean. He was doing a mental checklist of what he had on him. He did not have a lot. Sean could feel something pushing into his chest, and reached up, pulling off a tactical pen, and when the man got up next to Sean, he buried it into the man's remaining good eye. Sean jabbed it in deep enough that when he pulled it out, the man's eyeball accompanied it. The man screamed in rage, confused and pissed that his meal was no longer visible. Sean pushed the man backwards, and he tripped over a chair. No longer would he be an issue, so long as Sean could keep his distance from him. Sean was looking at the two men trapped under the table and injured, and wished he had a pistol on him so he could put them out of their misery. He looked at the two that were left as a threat, and thought it still sucked, but he sure liked these odds a hell of a lot better. Sean got thinking about that tactical pen, and realized that it had been a set when he had gotten it for Father's Day. His daughters loved him dearly, and knew that he loved anything he could use at work or for hunting. Thank God they had not bought him a shitty tie. Sean reached into his pocket, unclipping a pocket knife from his pants, and pulled it out, flicking it open in one practiced, fluid movement. Sean ignored the two on the ground. They were having quite the issue getting up with everything in their way or on top of them. Sean held the knife tightly in his right hand. It didn't take a genius to realize these things were definitely biters, and they had no issue if they missed or if they got flesh. They just seemed completely content with gore being in their mouths and not too picky about where it had come from. Sean raced onto one of the tables, grabbing the textbook that they had not even had a chance to really crack and get into. These guys wouldn't be joining the motor pool any time soon. He closed the book, thinking it would be potentially useful. Better to have them bite onto that than onto his hand. He didn't know if chopping fingers off or even a hand off would be enough to keep him from turning into one of those purple freaks, but if he didn't have to worry about finding out, he was perfectly content with that. Sean walked straight towards the two, not slowing down for anything. They were already rushing towards him, and Sean, to his credit, did the best that he could think of to survive, if that's what God's will was. The closer of the two leapt towards Sean, and he ducked to the side, pushing the man down and letting him fall face first into a table. Sean was really wishing these things felt pain, or at the very least that these things didn't just get back up and could possibly get knocked out. He wasted no time confronting the second as it raced forward, growling and screaming, fingers up and bloodied. Its chin was a horrific mess of blood and pieces of flesh. Sean was trying to time this correctly because fucking up was not an option he intended to let happen. When it reached for him, Sean smacked it in the face with the heavy textbook. It did not even throw it off of its track. The dead snapped its head back, coming in for a second time, mouth wide open. Sean, more than happy to give it something to chew on this time, took the textbook's spine, sticking it in its mouth, and it chomped down on, holding on like a dog playing tug-of-war. Sean brought the knife around as hard as he possibly could, burying it up to the hilt. Sean watched it for a second, seeing the knife had not killed it just yet, almost as if it needed to be a larger hold or something. He wondered. For good measure, Sean twisted the handle like a corkscrew, making a 1-inch hole in its skull. The abundance of hate, rage, and hunger immediately dissipated and disappeared. Sean felt a temporary state of relief, knowing they weren't completely invincible. Sean pulled the knife out of its skull, letting it crumple to the ground. It bounced its head off of the table, and Sean remembered he still had one that he immediately needed to deal with. It was on its back, trying to get up as quickly as it could, not waiting for pain to subside, to catch its breath, or anything. It was just go time. It ran straight for Sean, who ducked to the side, letting it pass. He did not use the textbook this time. He grabbed a handful of its collar, slamming it down onto the table, and before it had a chance to realize what was happening or to come back up, he brought the knife down into the back of its neck, where its brain met the spinal cord, with such force that it was like a hot knife going through butter. The blade disappeared, only leaving the handle, and for good measure, Sean twisted the blade, and it immediately went limp. He walked over to the two trapped under the table realizing he did not need to do this, and he also did not want to do this. However, he also did not want his leftovers to end up being something that would kill an innocent person. Sean smashed the blade down into the both of their skulls and, for good measure, finished the blind zombie off. Sean stopped by his desk, making sure that he had everything he was going to need once he made it to his pickup. Sean checked outside of the hall to the left before leaving, and immediately saw the hallways spin as he realized something had grabbed him and pulled him off balance. To be continued. This has been Zombies on the Block, Bloody Monday, a post-apocalyptic zombie survival thriller, Zombies on the Block Book 6. Written by Mike Evans, narrated by George Kutch. Copyright 2020 by Mike Evans. Production copyright 2021 by Mike Evans.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.